It is. It takes a second.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call our Thursday, July 13th, 2023 meeting to order. It's meeting number 2023-0713R. Mr. Kavanaugh, are we streaming and is the record on?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Commissioner Raley, a little louder than normal in the commission chambers, but I want to thank you for your musical selection of God Bless the USA this evening. And Chick, just so you know, I think that was dedicated to you. So as a kind of a precursor of why you're clapping, we have one of our residents that has served the city a very long time. We'll get into that in a minute, but it's its 100th birthday. So which is a pretty exciting thing. Commissioner Brody, you're making the musical selection on August 24th. And I'd like to remind all my colleagues to please speak into the microphone. When you're speaking, turn it on. When you're not, please turn it off. I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Kavanaugh, please call the roll of the City Commission and administrative staff.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Here.
Commissioner Brody.
Here.
Commissioner Raley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Here.
Mayor Rydell.
Here.
City Manager Brooks.
Here.
City Attorney Pyburn.
Here.
Can you all please rise for the pledge? And I'm going to ask Chick to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. This meeting is being conducted live with a physical quorum of the City Commission present. The procedures for public comment will now be explained by our city attorney. Madam Pyburn, please explain the city's procedure for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The material for today's meeting is available online at www.coconutcreek.net. Members of the public were advised in the notice for this meeting that they could address the City Commission by emailing comments not exceeding 400 words to commissioncomments@coconutcreek.net or by calling 954-973-6772 to leave up to a 3-minute comment on the city's dedicated public comment voicemail. The city provided a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments, which were published in the notice and on the city's website. In addition to all live public comment presented at today's meeting, all public comments that were received by email or phone message prior to noon today will be included as part of the record for this meeting and will be considered by the City Commission before any action is taken.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. We have one presentation this evening, and it is a proclamation honoring Morris Chick Chase on his 100th birthday. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Raley, who has known Chick for a very long time, to read the proclamation. And I think we have a little something to celebrate you, Chick. Madam Raley.
Thank you. It is my honor to read this proclamation to Chick Chase. Whereas on July 16th, 2023, longtime Coconut Creek resident Morris Chick Chase will be celebrating his 100th birthday. And whereas Chick served in the United States Army Air Corps from 1943 to 1945 as a nose gunner, and whereas while serving as a World War II nose gunner, his B-17 plane was shot out of the sky over Germany after 28 missions. And whereas he parachuted from the plane into a tree and suffered several broken bones. And whereas Chick was one of 4 survivors of the plane crash, but he was held as a prisoner of war for 9 months. And whereas following his valiant military service in the U.S. Army Air Corps, Chick moved to the city of Coconut Creek. And whereas he began his service to the city in 2003 as a dedicated board member, first serving on the Environmental Advisory Board and then serving on the Planning and Zoning Board in 2005. And whereas as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board, Chick assisted in critical land use and site development decisions, including the visioning for the city's Main Street project area and numerous land development code and comprehensive plan amendments and, Whereas throughout the years, Chick volunteered at many city events, including the city's annual free tree giveaway, offering his time and expertise to serve the residents of Coconut Creek. And whereas the city appreciates the time and knowledge Chick has shared with the community during his 16 dedicated years of service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, hereby honors Chick Chase as a treasure to this community and for the exemplary life well lived, and expresses sincere appreciation for his dedicated service to the city of Coconut Creek and the country. In witness hereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of the city of Coconut Creek to be affixed this 13th day of July 2023, signed by the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city commissioners. And we applaud you, Chick. Okay. I would like to say on a personal note, before we actually present the proclamation.
I say a few words?
Yes, absolutely. But first, I would like to. Thank you, Chick. After all, we've served together at Winmore. Chick was my first vice president for many years, up until last year, actually. And he will always hold a special place in my heart. But the man has been through hell and back and never, ever complains. He is an inspiration, and I'm not going to get emotional, Chick, even though you know I love you, but we're so happy to do this for you and for you to finally have your recognition. So with that, would you
Thank
please come
you.
up, please?
We're gonna have you come up, Chick, and we're gonna present, and then you have as long as you want to speak. But I want to say this, Chick. I remember meeting you back in 2014. First of all, I had no idea you were even like close to 100. So like literally, I'm amazed by that. But I think somebody like you has what's called the servant heart. You have served this country. You have served your community. You have served all of us. And me giving you a proclamation and a box of chocolates doesn't do nearly the justice that you deserve with our communities. Thank you.
I can't wear the hat anymore. My head is too big. I thank everybody here. Everybody that I'm getting old. I'm sorry, I'm old. Anyway, I just want to say this. I got wonderful compliments and there's nice things, and I really appreciate it all. But I don't deserve half of that. Half I'll take, but half of that. We that came home from the wars alive were lucky. It's the guys that didn't come home are heroes, every one of them. And I say that at any meeting I go, I feel honored for doing what I did. I feel honored about being thought of that. And now I'm going to sit down and cry, if you don't mind.
It's the best way to start a meeting. We're going to go to our next item is input from the public. Now, for those of you, some of you probably haven't been here before, this is input from the public on a non-agenda item. So, Mr. Kavanaugh, has anyone signed in to speak or submitted comment on a non-agenda item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 individuals that signed up for non-agenda items, but it's possible based on the description that they could have confused that for the other item.
Okay,
We'll
so
go
let's
through
read
the list. So
let's read the names and see if
Correct.
so. If you're here for an item, just let us know, and then we'll make sure your name gets added to that list. Mr. Kavanaugh.
the first name is Jamie Redmond.
So nothing non-agenda. Thank you, Jamie. Good to see you.
Next one is Susan Steinhauser.
Non-agenda. I got it. Come on up, Susan. And just please state your name and your address.
Quickly, I would like to just stand here and thank Chick for the next 3 minutes, if that's okay, instead of actually speaking. Thank you very much. Susan Steinhauser, 5842 Eagle Case Circle, Coconut Creek, 33073. And I would like to say happy Plastic Free July to everybody. And yes, Plastic Free July is actually a thing. Sorry, I'm really short. If you go to plasticfree.org, you'll see that Plastic Free July is a key initiative of the Plastic Free Foundation that allows all of us to work towards a vision of seeing the world free of single-use plastic. And I learned earlier today that the initiative actually launched in 2011, which ironically is the year that I moved to this state, where the state legislature has basically preempted us from realizing Plastic Free July. So today is like, irony day. Anyway, in honor of Plastic Free July, I'd like to reiterate really quickly that Hollywood is having a Sustainable Product Expo Monday evening, July 24th. So please all do attend that if you are able. Secondly, I'd like to discuss briefly the interlocal agreement, the ILA. It's going to be rough because incineration, otherwise greenwashingly referred to as waste to energy, is basically built into the agreement. But that does not mean that it has to be built. We can put forth a representative from Coconut Creek who understands the dangers of incineration and will do everything within his or her or their power to make sure that the master plan does not include incineration. Just so you know, right now, the city of Southwest Ranches, the town council has on their agenda for tonight a resolution against incineration anywhere near Southwest Ranches, or I think Pembroke Pines as well. So anyway, I would be honored to represent Coconut Creek should that become available. Thirdly, I would like to talk about reducing plastic waste at the start instead of waiting to burn it and release the carcinogens or chemically recycle it, which also emits carcinogens. By not having plastic being used in the beginning is the way to go. To that end, we are quite limited, thank you, Tallahassee, in what kind of ordinances we're allowed to pass. I recently learned today about an ordinance up in Gainesville, and I'm studying it now. I'd like to meet with you guys again in the future when there's more time. And what it's about is basically on-demand single-use plastic only. So for takeout, for leftovers for delivery, where should the consumer ask for plastic utensils, then and only then are the plastic utensils provided. They are not automatically given. So it's even better than skip the straw. So anyway, so I just want to put that out there and thank you for your time and thank Chick again for my next 5 seconds. Thank you, Chick. 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 So there you go. Thank you all. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Susan, always for such great input. Mr. Kavanaugh, anyone else signed in on a non-agenda item?
The other individual that was signed up for non-agenda corrected it in the system to an agenda item. So at this time, no, Mayor.
Okay, is there anyone in the public that has not signed in for a non-agenda item that wishes to speak on a non-agenda item? It's your time. Okay, seeing nobody. At this time, we're going to proceed to our recorded items. Are there any recorded items in regarding non-agenda items, Mr. Kavanaugh?
No, there's not, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. We're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is items 2 through 6. I shall read each. However, I'm going to turn to the city commission and ask if anyone on the city commission wishes to pull from consent any item 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Not seeing anything this evening. We're going to read the consent agenda item. I'm going to need a motion and I'm going to need a second. Item number 2 is a motion approving the minutes from previous city commission meeting 2023-0608R. Item number 3 is resolution 2023-121, a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute amendment number 2 to the agreement with DRC Emergency Services LLC to provide emergency food services for an extended 90-day period pursuant to RFP number 06101511. Item number 4, resolution 2023-124, a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute a work authorization with RJ Behar and Company, Inc., a consulting company from the city's pool of consultants selected through the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act, CCNA, RFQ number 0325-20-02, for professional services to provide as-built drawings for the existing wastewater transmission line on Copans Road for investigation purposes. Item number 5, resolution 2023-126, a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with Weekly Asphalt Paving, Inc. for the relocation and replacement of city hydrants and valves on Copans Road. Item number 6, resolution 2023-125, a resolution expressing opposition to the Florida Department of Transportation's expansion plan to add 4 new lanes to the west of the center line of the road over a 5.5-mile segment of Florida's Turnpike in State Road 91 from Atlantic Boulevard to Wiles Boulevard under project number 442212. Seeing no one wish to have anything pulled, is there a motion and a second?
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Mayor Welch. It's seconded by Commissioner Wasserman. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on consent 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes, we're going to be on our regular agenda now, which is item number 7, resolution 2023-120, a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute an agreement with Visualscape Inc. for Lions Road medium improvements pursuant to IFB number 051623-11. I need a motion and a second.
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Mayor Welch, seconded by Commissioner Raley. Harry, how are you? We have our Director of Public Works to make the report on the item. I turn to you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The Lions Road Medium Improvement Project will enhance the medium from Coconut Creek Parkway to Atlantic Boulevard. The improvements include new pavers, sod, shrubs, trees, irrigation, and the replacement of the irrigation pump station. The proposed variety of trees and shrubs do include species to add color, such as yellow, red, white, orange, and purple flowers. The section of the Lions Road is the last major roadway median within the city that has not been improved in the last 20 years. During the design process, we took into account potential development of the property in the northwest corner. If the property is developed, it would likely include a northbound turn lane through the median. We adjusted the placement of trees, pavers, and irrigation to minimize any impacts. The low bidder is Visualscape Inc. and Mr. Adrian Rivera Jr. is here tonight. He'll be the project manager if awarded. And the city's contracted with Visualscape before in the past. They upgraded the medians from 441 on 441 south of Sawgrass Expressway. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Harry. I turn to the members of the City Commission if they have any questions, comments for Public Works or staff. I see Vice Mayor Welch's hand.
I do. And thank you for talking about the different colors of the
shrubbery and the landscaping, because that I've heard from residents that they wish to see in the future median enhancements that we do. So you checked off that box. Thank you.
Anyone else on the commission? And my only comment is I'm going to turn to Madam Brooks. Madam Brooks, this is something that we've had in the hopper as a capital improvement project for some time to complete the project.
That's correct.
And I think it's great because we've planned and this has been something planned for. So that's all I have. Seeing no one else, I'm going to turn to Mr. Kavanaugh. I'm going to ask Mr. Kavanaugh to call the roll on item number 7.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Item number 8, regular agenda, resolution 2023-127. A resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute an agreement with Quanta Technology LLC to provide consulting services related to an automated meter reading AMR and advanced metering infrastructure AMI enhancements and deployment pursuant to RFP number 091922-1. I need a motion in a second.
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Mayor Welch. It's seconded by Commissioner Raley. Peter Gay, our Director of Finance, shall make the report on the item.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, everyone, good evening. Currently, the city has over 12,000 water meters that are read individually using a meter reading one. Included in the city's approved capital improvement program is a meter reading conversion project that will upgrade this metering system to a more cost-effective automated system that provides more frequent and timely reads that can be used to identify leaks or any anomalies and assist customers with proactively managing their water consumption. The item before you tonight is the first step towards identifying and implementing this automated metering system. It provides for the hiring of an experienced consultant to provide expertise and assist the city through the upgrade of the city's existing system. The consultant will, amongst other things, assist staff with developing an implementation plan with timelines and milestones, complete a business plan review and recommendation for a new meter reading system, conduct field studies to evaluate the condition of our current system, make presentations to the City Commission and/or at public meetings to discuss the benefits of the project and the pros and cons of the different options that are available, develop and assist with a customer outreach and education plan, and assist with the vendor selection process for the actual purchase and deployment of a new system. Funding is provided for in the city's capital budget. Services will begin once approved and the contract is fully executed and will take approximately 15 working months to complete. The contract before you provides for a longer window for completion to account for any supply chain issues with the actual deployment of the infrastructure or any other unforeseen circumstances. With us today is Jesus Gonzalez, Principal Partner with Quanta Technologies, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Gay. Anyone on the City Commission have any questions or comments? I see Commissioner Wasserman.
So to understand with the, and I think I got a little insight on this, but with some of the, with the current meters, is it possible that some water has been going through that hasn't been metered correctly?
Yes, that,
Potentially leaning towards hikes for some people, price hikes, because now water would be effectively metered, I would say, with the new technology.
that is correct. With the new system, it will be more accurate. And also as meters get older, they tend to slow down. So by changing out all the meters, we may see an increase in consumption. But what we plan to do is to work with a consultant on the timing to update our water rate study so that our customers won't feel the effect of that.
Commissioner Brody.
So is this taking the city employee that's going to read the meter with the wand? Does that take them out of the equation? And it's like the FP&L meters now just goes back to a system that reads it?
Right. So we're looking at an automated system. So it would reduce the need to have meter readers out there, but we can also look at changing their roles and that they would play in that process.
Jack, we're gonna, okay. Vice Mayor, I apologize. I didn't know if we were going down
No,
the
this
line.
has been in the hopper for quite a few years. So this is just the beginning of getting to the end result, which is good. And so our employees are reading the meters with the wand rather than a contractor, which we were using, I guess, during COVID.
No, we have been using a contractor for many years.
Yeah.
All of those vendors have absolve themselves from that type of business. And so we couldn't find a vendor to do our meter
To
reading for
replace.
it, to do our meter reading for us. So we brought in a couple of employees to do that part-time.
Part-time.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. No, thank you.
Yeah, and I just think I think the good thing is this. So right now we have a system that if someone's over a significant amount of usage, they get a call usually a couple weeks after and say, hey, your water bill's pretty high. You may want to check yourself, right?
Correct.
I think we've all possibly experienced that. I've experienced that. Under this new system, it's actually essentially real-time reporting for water usage.
The system will be set up where it will capture the reads real time, and then we work with the consultant to evaluate options and how often that read is going to be communicated back to our office.
So the real point I'm getting at is we have like essentially a real-time alternative to helping save people money. If there's a break in a line or something like that, we can set parameters to do that.
That is correct.
Wonderful. So I think it's a great resident service. Anyone else? Anything in closing?
No more comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Mr. Kavanaugh, I want you to call the roll on item number 8, the resolution.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yep.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Number 9 is a resolution. Resolution 2023-118, a resolution approving the Aruba Condominium Association, Inc. application for matching grants funds from the Neighborhood Enhancement Grant Program for security enhancements. I need a motion in a second.
Move it.
Second.
That's moved by Vice Mayor Welch, seconded by Commissioner Brody. I turn to Commissioner Raley as in past items.
Thank you. Due to my relationship with Winmore, I am recusing myself.
Understood. Madam City Attorney and Mr. Kavanaugh, please note Commissioner Raley is abstaining from the vote as well as the discussion. So, Scott, are you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn to our Director of Sustainable Development. Mr. Stodmeyer, please report on item number 9.
Good evening. Yes, this is a neighborhood enhancement grant for the Aruba Condominium Association. They're requesting $10,000 in matching funds for a security enhancement. Security enhancement program is consistent with our guidelines. We are recommending approval. And I believe this is the 5th grant of the fiscal year.
So I need a motion. We moved it and seconded it. Here's my only request, and it's a little unique right now before we discuss it. We have a large audience here. Granted, it's probably for a reason. Just educate us and anyone here about what the Neighborhood Enhancement Grant Program is, so they can maybe tell their friends and neighbors in our position of trying to get more people understanding it.
Absolutely. So the Neighborhood Enhancement Grant is a program that's been in place for many, many years. The City Commission in its infinite wisdom created this several years ago. It is a program that is not exclusively for security enhancements. In this instance, tonight, the 2 items are security enhancements within the Winmore community. However, it is for HOAs, associations to do enhancements within their community, primarily in common areas. You can do security cameras at the entrance to your community. You can do signage enhancements, lighting enhancements, landscape enhancements, so long as they're not in landscape enhancements to meet minimum code requirements. They truly have to be enhancements. But it is a great program that covers a number of things. Tonight, we just happen to have items exclusive to security enhancements. But the program is funded every year. It is open to all associations throughout the city, townhomes, single-family homes, condominiums. So, and you can start with the Department of Sustainable Development if you are interested in it, and we will walk you through the process.
Yeah, it's for schools and nonprofits too.
Schools and nonprofits too. I'm sorry. Yes.
I say that we've been trying to get the message out for a very long time. So anyone that's here came for a different reason, but it's a very good city program that we do offer. Anyone on the City Commission have any questions or comments on this matching grant fund for the Neighborhood Enhancement Grant? I see none. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on item number 9.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes, we're going to turn to resolution, which is number 10, resolution 2023-119. A resolution approving the Antigua 2 Neighborhood Association application for matching grant funds for the Neighborhood Enhancement Grant for security enhancements. Do I have a motion in a second?
Motion.
Second.
It's moved by Commissioner Brody. It's seconded by Commissioner Wasserman. Commissioner Raley, I turn to you.
Again, due to my relationship at Winmore, I am recusing myself.
Mr. Kavanaugh, let the record note, Commissioner Raley is abstaining. Madam Payburn, let the record note, she's abstaining from the vote. Scott, anything additional on this item?
Now, once again, a security enhancement, neighbor enhancement grant requesting $8,757 in matching grant funds. Again, we are recommending approval.
And Scott, the only thing I'll add with is, can you tell us the closing balance?
Yes, sir. Closing balance at this point is $156,224.
So there's still $150,000 for this fiscal year that residents could apply for and split.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
we do, and again, as I mentioned at the last city commission meeting, we do have several applications that are sort of what we say in the hopper, so to speak.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Vice Mayor.
Yes, because we did actually put into the budget last year to increase this, to include the security cameras or capabilities. And so it's kind of disconcerting that we are this far into our budget year, and this is only the sixth application that's come before us. So there are funds there, pass the word.
However,
You got
some of,
anything that
at
applies?
your, the commission encouraged additional promotion. We reacted immediately and it did generate quite a bit of interest. And we've had several conversations with something other than security enhancements. So I hope to be bringing you some additional grants later this year before the end of the fiscal year.
Moral of the story, tell your friends and neighbors. Well, you may want to, Commissioner Wasserman, if you got to turn your mic on and say.
Well, the dog waste stations in neighborhoods is a check. Correct? They can neighbors, you said,
Yes. What I would suggest, if anyone is interested in incorporating that into a neighborhood enhancement grant, to incorporate it into a larger program, since, there is a good bit of money available and that's a relatively small item, small.
Right,
cost
they could
item.
tie that into something.
Correct.
Like a hybrid package. Cool.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else, sir? Okay, seeing nothing else, I'm going to ask Mr. Kavanaugh to call the roll on item number 10.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Agenda items 11 to 13 follow a quasi judicial procedure. We are going to consider several items that are considered quasi judicial. I'm going to ask our city attorney to explain what a quasi judicial procedure is and how the city applies it.
Thank you, Mayor. Florida courts have determined that there are certain types of matters, including items 11, 12, and 13 on tonight's agenda, that are to be treated differently than other items considered by the commission. Most decisions by the commission are legislative in nature, which means that the commission is acting as a policymaking body. In contrast, when a matter is quasi-judicial, the commission is applying existing rules and policies to a factual situation and is therefore acting like a judge and jury in a courtroom. In such cases, the courts have decided that due process and fundamental fairness require that more formal procedures will be followed. Will the clerk please confirm compliance with the notice requirements?
Public meeting notice requirements have been met for items 11, 12, and 13.
And before you swear in the witnesses, I do want to ask if anybody has signed in to speak on this item and they also submitted advanced comments, can you please stand? Is there anybody here who submitted advanced comments to be read into the record and is also here to speak on the item? Okay, then at this point, Mr. Kavanaugh, if you could please swear in the witnesses.
Will anyone wishing to speak on any of the quasi judicial items, please stand and raise your right hand.
You may.
Of course, if you did sign up to comment on the agenda item, this would be included in this request as well, to stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
When you come forward to speak, please state your name and address clearly for the record. State whether or not you have been sworn in and whether or not you understand the rules of the proceedings.
We're now going to hear item 11. If there's no objection from staff, the applicant, the commission, or the public, we're also going to hear items 12 and 13 as they are related. So let me just say it so we have a verbal record. Do my colleagues have an issue hearing 11, 12, and 13 together? Just say that orally so we can catch that.
No.
Okay. Mr. Mealy, on behalf of the applicant, do you have an objection hearing 11, 12, and 13 together?
No objection.
Okay, and I'm assuming we're led by representation of Mr. Stoudemire. Mr. Stoudemire, on a staff level, is there any objection to hearing 11, 12, and 13 together?
No objection, Mayor.
After, I'm going to read, there's a couple ordinances. I'm going to have our city attorney read the ordinances. I will then read the resolution title. I will ask for a motion and a second on the items respectively. And we'll go through it as 11, 12, and 13 to move them. I'm going to turn to our city attorney and ask her to read ordinance number 2023-12 and ordinance 2023-13. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 11, ordinance number 2023-12 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, approving the rezoning request made by Coolidge, Inc. to amend and rename the existing Cocomar Plaza Planned Commerce District to the Graystar Cocomar PCD and to revise development standards and the list of permitted and special land uses in order to construct a light industrial flex space and warehouse development for the property generally located at the northwest corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road, legally described in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. I will now read the title for ordinance, which is item number 12 on the agenda. Ordinance number 2023-13, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, amending the city's code of ordinances by amending Chapter 13 Land Development Code, Article 3 Zoning Regulations, Division 8 Master Business List to amend Section 13-624 Master Business List Planned Commerce District to adopt the permitted and special land uses for the Graystar Cocomar Planned Commerce District, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
I'm going to read resolution 2023-097, which is item number 13, is a resolution approving the site plan request of Coolidge, Inc. for the property generally located at the northwest corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road, legally described in Exhibit A attached hereto and made part of the record thereof. It is quasi judicial. It is a public hearing, and we potentially need to address it as the second reading, as it is a site plan of a rezoning ordinance number 2023-12. So I need a motion and a second on item 11 for discussion.
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Mayor Welch, seconded by Commissioner Brody for item number 11. I need a motion and a second to move item 12 for discussion.
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Mayor Welch, seconded by Commissioner Wasserman. I need a motion and a second to move item 13 for discussion.
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Commissioner Raley. It's seconded by Commissioner Brody for discussion. Mr. Mealy, I turn to you in regarding some procedural question. And I understand from previous discussions with my city attorney that you are waiving the right to cross-examine witnesses with written comments, and you've submitted the appropriate written waiver in regarding that. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Mealy?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mealy. All right, Madam City Attorney, I turn to you to address commission disclosures.
Are there any disclosures for items 11, 12, and 13, all pertaining to Graystar Cocomar on tonight's agenda?
We're
Yes,
going to go down.
Commissioner.
We're going to go down the line.
Okay.
Based on disclosures, I turn to Commissioner Wasserman, and I turn to Commissioner Wasserman, and we shall go down the line.
All right. During my campaign, met with John Album and neighbors during the campaign, I would say in February. Met with two residents, Mark and Henri, on July 11th, 2023. Mark Martone and Henri, I think you already have the name.
I believe it's Hage, H-A-B-E.
Yep. And also met with the developer and attorney, I'd say about a month and a half ago. Is that correct? Well, just ask me. No.
I believe it was sometime in May.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes, I met with the developer in May here at the city hall. I went to the city complex over here and went to one of the meetings on a Wednesday night with the developers and the community. And then today I spoke with Dennis Mealy briefly.
Commissioner
Yes.
Raley.
Thank you. I as well, has spoken to the developers in May and also went to the community center for the outreach program. by the developers and the residents, and met beginning of the week with some residents as well. And also today had a discussion with Henri, a resident.
And if I could just clarify that the meeting that you had with the residents earlier this week, it was Mark Martone, as well as Henry Hage and Steve, I'm looking for the name, I apologize. I'm sorry?
Goldrick.
Thank you, Goldrick, as well as Mary Ann Lee Rimmer. Okay, thank you.
I turn to the vice mayor. Disclosures.
The 4 residents that you just spoke, I met with, as well as Dennis Mealy, Herbie, I'm sorry, I forgot your last name. And
I believe it's Klotz, Klotz.
Thank you. And the property owner. in
And the
May.
property owner is Rodrigo Diaz.
In May.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My disclosures, I've met and spoke to Mr. Mealy a number of times on Zoom. I don't know all the dates, but they've been duly logged because I've confirmed it with the city's lobbyist registration. Every single phone call has been logged with him and his client, never in person, always on Zoom. I've met with a few different groups of residents. The first being maybe a couple months ago, April, maybe. And that was Mr. Hallman, Miss Allam, and Mr. Tavares. I believe they all registered at the City Hall's lobby for the meeting with me. And then just, was it yesterday, Mark, or the day before?
Day before.
Day before, I apologize. It's like they all blend together. So Tuesday, I met with Miss Primer, Mr. Martone, and Mr. Hage. I didn't meet you, Steve. I wish I did. I'm sorry you had to work or you were sick. So
Wednesday, not Tuesday.
it was Tuesday. It wasn't Wednesday. It was Tuesday. Just saying, okay? Because you're logged in. I got you. It's all right. So that's who I met with. I've been to the site. I've talked to Dennis, and I guess the final disclosure I'll make is I actually got an email from a neighboring city's elected official. I'll pass the email out. I should have sent it sooner, but a neighboring Commissioner Arcerio from the city of Margate reached out to me, and I'll make this as a disclosure as part of the record as well. Give that to Mr. Kavanaugh, please, to Mr. Wasserman, Brody, Rayleigh, and Sandy. So that's just an email I received. So that does it for disclosures. Mr. Stoudemire, I'm going to turn to you and Mr. Prophet to make the city's presentation in regarding items 11, 12, and 13.
Thank you and good evening. Again, Scott Stoudemire, Director of Sustainable Development. With me tonight, I have Justin Prophet, Assistant Director, and Michael Rigetti, Senior Project Manager from Sustainable Development. For the record, I would like to submit resumes for Justin, Michael, and me, as well as the city's goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan as amended since 2007. And also note that the city's code of ordinances, including the land development code, is codified on Muni Code. So with that,
Please pass that up to Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yes.
You in receipt of that, Mr. Kavanaugh? Just confirm that with Mr. Kavanaugh. Is that received?
Yes, it is, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. I turn back to you, Mr. Stoudemire.
Thank you. Okay, getting to the matter at hand. Through these applications before you tonight, the applicant is seeking a rezoning and site plan approval to construct a light industrial flex space and warehouse development consisting of 3 separate buildings totaling 383,905 square feet to be known as Cocomar Logistics Business Park. The 36-acre property is currently vacant and located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Lyons Road and Atlantic Boulevard. The parcel has a future land use designation of commercial, and the current zoning designation is PCD, Planned Commerce District. For historical reference, prior to tonight's proposed development applications, the City Commission approved what was known as the Cocomar Planned Commerce District in 2008. That approval consisted of a PCD and a site plan for the following: a Lowe's home improvement store that included 171,069 square feet, in addition to a 31,659 square foot outdoor garden center. It also included a 2-story, 100,780 square foot Kohl's department store. The PCD also permitted up to an additional 68,351 square feet for 4 out parcel developments closer to the southeast corner of the site near the intersection of Atlantic and Lyons. The site plan and the PCD zoning are still in effect and have not expired. The new applications propose to rezone the property to provide new development regulations and a new list of permitted uses. Also, to amend the land development code to include the new list of permitted uses in the city's code. And to obtain site plan approval for the proposed development as described earlier. To clarify something, this application does not include the approximately 10 acres at the west end of the site under the jurisdiction of the city of Margate, which was included in the previous applications from 2008. Previous to tonight's public hearing, multiple meetings and reviews were held by the city's Development Review Committee to review and discuss comments on all of the applications. For reference, the applications went through 5 rounds of DRC review over a period of 13 months. In April, the applications went to the Planning and Zoning Board where the applications were recommended for approval, subject to conditions. Also, as part of the application process, the applicant held neighborhood outreach meetings. These meetings were held in September of last year and then again in May of this year. Most recently, the applicant held another outreach meeting last night. A summary of the meetings are in the backup materials with the exception of last night's meeting, which the applicant will provide more information on during their presentation. Additionally, the city has received numerous written correspondence regarding these applications that will be included in the record this evening. In summary, city staff has reviewed the rezoning, the list of permitted uses code amendment, and the site plan pursuant to the city's land development code and comprehensive plan, and recommends approval subject to the following: that the commission finding that the proposed business uses are deemed appropriate and subject to the conditions listed in the proposed rezoning ordinance and the site plan resolution. And finally, I promise I'm almost done. For clarification purposes, the finding that the city commission must make as to the uses being deemed appropriate comes from our city comprehensive plan. 2014, the city commission approved ordinance 2013-025, amending the permitted uses in a commercial land use category to include wholesale, storage, light fabricating, and warehouse uses if deemed appropriate by the city. What does this mean? Simply put, is the nature of the use appropriate, i.e. compatible, suitable? Is it appropriate through the implementation of design criteria improvements and regulations, such as increased setbacks, increased buffers, exceeding minimum open space requirements, enhanced architecture, green initiatives, and other site and use restrictions or requirements that may be imposed? In short, does the proposed use have characteristics and function in a manner that allows you to deem it appropriate based on such factors? With that said, we have a long night ahead of us. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time, but I know the applicant is ready for a presentation.
So I guess just to be clear, Scott, do you have a formal presentation, or right now at this time is the historical, I guess, the historical piece of that parcel, all you're presenting at this time?
That is all I'm presenting at this time.
Well, I thank you, Scott, for the historical perspective. Mr. Muelling, I'm gonna turn to you, and I'm gonna ask if you would like to make a presentation.
Yes, thank you. I would. Just give me 1 minute, please.
Absolutely. I turn the floor to Mr. Muelling. Do you need a minute?
I got a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant, and we have some slides to show. There we go.
That was fun.
He'll get us the right one. Sorry. I could tell as soon as I saw the orange that it wasn't mine. It's yours? Okay, let's see. Let's look at that one up there.
No, that's not it. That's mine.
Where's
To the right, left there. That one there.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, would you just go all the way down to the bottom? That's why I'll know if it's the latest version.
It's backward.
That's it. That's the right one.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. So again, Dennis Mealy on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Stoudemire gave you a little review of the history. This is a copy of the design master plan that went with the PCD approval from 2008. And you see the various portions of it. You see the Lowe's, the Kohl's, and then the additional retail. And then this is our site plan with the three distribution buildings. And we'll go over some comparisons of those momentarily. But what I'd like to do before I continue with this, I'd like to introduce my client, Herbie Klotz, to tell you about the neighborhood meetings, particularly the ones that he held most recently last night, that obviously they're not in the staff summary because they were just last night. So Herbie, could you come up, please?
Herbie Klotz, 101 Northwest Clematis, West Palm Beach, Florida. Many of you all know me. I work on behalf of Greystar, the developer, and the project. Commissioners, it's wonderful to see you all again tonight. Staff, thank you all. We have taken the community element here incredibly seriously. The neighbors to the north and all the neighbors, deserve the right to have as minimal of a disruption to their livelihood, both during construction and for the life of this proposed project. And that was something that was crystal clear through, 3 rounds of meetings. We had our first meeting, in September 18th and 19th with Lakewood East and Cocoa Palms. We had another round of meetings, May 2nd and May 3rd. And last night we had a final round of meetings specifically focused on the residents that lived on the property line. Those residents are the ones that objectively are impacted the most by this proposal. So it's crystal clear to us that, hey, we need to keep them in mind. We need to hear them out, and we need to adjust what we propose according to their feedback. At the last meeting, the feedback was obvious. These buildings are big. The trucks are coming. I don't want to see them. We threw the full kitchen sink at that. We added tremendous landscaping. We prioritized replanting live oaks on property, adding new live oaks that would have the height and the density to effectively block in both the buildings and the truck court. And what we wanted to discuss last night was this notion of sort of backyard, right? As it stands with the preserve area and with various chain link fences and, neighbors that have spent their own hard-earned dollars to, kind of create their own sort of shield from, quite frankly, the homeless encampment that exists on the site today. We need to improve upon that drastically. And so we gave both communities the option that, in the event that there would be a proposal, that this proposal be approved, what would be their preference? What would the preference be to kind of keep the wall and the proposed Clusia landscaping, have that all the way north on the property line, or pull that back, right? By pulling that back, and in general, the consensus, last night I would say we had anywhere from 8 to 12 residents per community come out. But in general, the consensus seemed to be that there was a preference to pull that wall further back south, continue to have that landscaping. And what that would effectively do is we would ensure that in perpetuity, all of those neighbors' backyard would be effectively extended, and help, and we would help, which would ultimately hopefully be crystal clear how that would be outlined in a manner where we hope it would actually help those property values. In addition, we discussed, and again, this is all up to the neighbors, and ultimately we are intending to have additional rounds of meeting to flush this all out because it is complicated. But we also discussed the proposal of, in the case of Cocoa Palms, extending the wall, the same 8-foot wall, from the southeast corner all the way up to the north to block in those residents that live there facing east, facing Lyons Road, to create, with their approval and permission to pay for that so that they could then have further screening in from the existing traffic that already is out there on Lyons Road. Similarly, again, if it was something of interest, we offered and discussed with the Diaz family the potential to think through a wall that would extend all the way past the subject property west in Lakewood East to Banks Road so that there could be consistency and uniformity in how that this sort of physical buffer works. I would also say that we have thrown the full kitchen sink at the easement or at the preserve area and plan to repurpose and replant all these trees at the onset prior to starting construction. So as proposed, we would pull permits so that the wall, the landscaping, and all the replanting on the north buffer would be done prior to starting vertical construction. So not just minimizing that impact for the life of the project at completion, but even during construction. The other thing that became crystal clear is just how important this community is to everyone, all you commissioners and Mr. Mayor and, ex-mayor, Tooley. This is a commission and a community where people have real invested time and care about their neighbors and their community. That was become abundantly obvious. And so, we've talked a lot about what this project can do, but, I think lip service is quite frequent in this line of work when you're trying to push something through that has controversy. We wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to actually go and make real commitments that had duration to them, that would live with the project, that would, kind of highlight the good that can be done here. So I'll give some quick examples because I know the night is long, but, we met and had a really wonderful meeting with CareerSource Broward. We discussed some of the work opportunity tax credits with veterans. We couldn't be more excited to have a partnership with them where through this development, we have the opportunity to kind of, first off, educate in a win-win partnership all of our construction business, our subcontractors on the opportunity to have, in a very sort of incentivized way, go and hire veterans. We also plan on adding language to our leases that educates companies that will end up taking the space on the merits of hiring veterans and the ability to literally have incredible resumes put in front of them through CareerSource. And we would plan to have, of course, a career day fair at this project upon opening. Similarly, we had a really exciting sort of meet with Junior Achievement. It's a national program that helps, aspiring young Americans, find skills through work, trade. We were so inspired by that we actually set up a internship program this summer with the Junior Achievement of Broward. We've hired an intern and we're excited to continue that program in perpetuity and hope to have more interns to come next summer, not just one, hopefully a few. And then finally, we've also had, conversations with the Broward College about, there are so many wonderful jobs and companies out there in the aviation field, in the high end, sophisticated home goods and luxury services and storages that will be likely candidates for this type of project. And so, to have that ongoing partnership with the college, not just for the project, but also within Greystar, where we're doing, seminars, where we're having job fairs, where now it's an easy pipeline for them to apply to all the jobs, not just at Greystar, but at this project. We think that this project could have a tremendous sort of long-term benefit to the community, help sort of, memorialize all the hard work and all the guidance that's gone into this so that, there's, good to come and we can help make a minor impact in changing folks' lives with, new jobs, access to opportunity for the long run. And finally, we want to thank all the neighbors here, Cocoa Palm and Lakewood East. This project we understand it's not, everyone's favorite thing without a doubt, but, your feedback, your direction, your comments have fundamentally transformed this proposal. And, this is not just, again, during the life of just the construction. These changes will live with the project, right? The no truck idling, the strict business hours, the high fees for the no truck idling, all of these things, the landscaping, the commitment to maintain landscaping in the event of a hurricane, the commitment, to sort of continue to do good through this project, that will live in perpetuity. So We just thank you for that and, look forward to answering any other questions.
Thank you, Herbie. So let me just take a quick step back. In situations like we have tonight, we have an existing zoning in place. And as Mr. Stoudenmeyer mentioned to you, not only is that zoning in place, but the site plan is still in effect. I know it seems unusual after so many years, but it is true that the site plan for the Coco Mar Plaza Shopping Center PCD is still in effect. So what we have on a night like tonight is we are comparing the zoning that we already have to the zoning we're requesting. And we will show you during this presentation how the zoning we are requesting has far less impacts with traffic and a variety of other things than the one that's already approved. So again, I showed you a moment ago what's already approved and what we're proposing now. Now, you've heard me say this before on other applications of this nature. We're comparing what we're allowed to do today to what we are proposing to do. But since the legislature adopted a new statute this year, there's also a third alternative, and that's the Live Local Act. I assume by now you've all heard about this. This is an act that the legislature adopted, the governor signed, it went into effect on July 1st. And for those who are long-term local government people, I consider myself one of them. I used to work in local government, and the work I do now is primarily before local government. This is another example of the legislature taking away home rule powers from cities. But whether we like it or not, it's now the law. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is during the course of this discussion with neighbors and with everyone, it has come up a number of times. In fact, you will hear during the course of the evening that members of the community approached Mr. Diaz to try to buy this property to build a Live Local Act development. And he'll talk about that more when he comes up to speak. I was not at the meeting, so I'll let him speak about it. He was there. But what the Live Local Act says, if you have a piece of property that's zoned for commercial, industrial, or mixed use, that you can build residential at the highest density allowed anywhere in the city and the highest building height allowed anywhere in the city within a mile of your site without any public hearings. The statute says that if you build 40%, at least 40% of your units as affordable, you are entitled to be approved administratively. If you do that, you are also entitled to a 75% exemption on your property taxes. So that type of a development would come in, it would be built with only administrative review at DRC, because they have to comply with other aspects of the code other than the use, the height, and the density. But if they do, there's no opportunity for a public hearing like we're having tonight. Now, further, if you build 100% affordable at no more than the 80% of median income, which is generally called low income, then you are entitled to a 100% property tax exemption. So I want to make clear that not only do we have the normal two alternatives we've always looked at, which is what do we approve for today and what are we proposing to do, but we now have under the Florida legislature's most recent enactment for a property like this that is zoned for commercial use, that they can build affordable housing, highest density anywhere in the city, highest building site, building height anywhere within a mile without any public hearings. And again, you'll hear later today that we've had a number, Mr. Diaz has had a number of offers for exactly this kind of development. What he's told the people who have called, what his brokers have told them, is this property is under contract for this plan. But I want you to know that the Live Local plan is an alternative. So we've been spending a lot of time, as Herbie mentioned, in response to comments from staff, comments from the community, comments from City Hall, comments from the neighbors to make adjustments to our plan. So the first thing is the very large amount of green space we have on this property, greatly exceeding the amount required by code. Get a piece of paper here for a second. So we have the required amount of open space would be 7.2 acres. We have 8.65. So we're significantly exceeding the amount. we have 43% of our property is open space. And we show the different colors and the different categories here because you see the canal running north-south that separates the two portions of the property. That's a Cocomar Canal. It's been there for years. And then flanking that canal with kind of the lighter green color is our conservation area. Now, that conservation area was dictated by the county when this plat was amended back in 2008. And we've provided for that. What we have done, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes, is significantly beefed up the amount of landscaping and vegetation that will go into that conservation area. And then the brighter green color is the more standard buffer and open space that's not conservation. It's the typical landscaping that would be done for a development in the city. The one thing that's not typical is that we've shown a lot more green space and open space than is required by code or required by your PUD or PCD standards. So people have talked about the vegetation on the site. And so the reason that this diagram is up here, and I know it's a little bit hard to read, you see all that green, but most of it was Brazilian pepper and other exotics were required to remove. So what I'm really asking you to look at are the little green bubbles. Now, those are the good trees. And you notice they're scattered around a little bit. Many of them are along the northern property line, and we're going to be preserving those. And many of the other trees that are towards the center, we're going to be transplanting them to the northern property line so that we'll have mature landscaping right off the bat. We won't have to plant small trees and wait for them to grow. They'll already be big. So now I want to talk about the different buffers. So this one that we're focusing on now is the preserve, and the parts of the preserve that are shown in white. It doesn't mean that there's no trees there. It simply means that that's vegetation that's already there that's going to be preserved. But what we're showing you along the north end is all the things that we're adding or transplanting into that area to make it nice, thick vegetation with a great buffer that's both vertical and horizontal. So I'd like to talk for a minute about the things we've added. So as I mentioned, additional plantings all throughout that area, 22 additional live oaks, 6 cypress trees, 28 green buttonwoods, 21 sweet bay magnolias, 24 cocoa plums, 29 wild coffee. And this is in addition to the 1,200 native trees, 13,853 native herbaceous plants, and 2,595 native shrubs that we had already put into the plan before we enhanced it further. We've also increased the size of the vegetation installed. We were speccing smaller trees, smaller shrubs. Now we're speccing them bigger. I mentioned relocating oaks towards the northern property line, and then planting additional trees along the stormwater management areas. Of course, not in the stormwater management, but adjacent to it, except there are certain trees you can plant in the stormwater area, like red maple. We're doing 146 red maple, 29 pine apples, and 88 cypress. Now, we'll show you some pictures later of the type of vegetation this will promote and the type of wildlife it'll promote, which is largely small birds. I don't want anybody to think we're talking about anything too big. So that's why we're showing this conservation area. Again, it flanks the canal, and in fact, the left-hand side, the parcel just to the north of the conservation area is the city park. You can see with the little lot lines, that's the piece that's just a little bigger. So just on the west side of the canal, north of the conservation area is the city park. So what we've done, and neighbors correctly pointed out when we were at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting that we did not have some of the views that we should have had from the north. So we are now going to show you all of those views. So here, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the little key map. So this is a view from the Lakewood East neighborhood into the property, right north of Building A, which is our smallest building. And so you see that we show a house on the left-hand side. We show a person standing in the backyard and looking toward the building. And the idea is to see, can they see the building? And you notice that that blue line goes through a bunch of trees. And the reason that those trees are there and the reason they're tall is so that you don't see the building. Now, you notice the red line is the property line. And you heard what Herbie was talking about a few minutes ago. And right now, the wall that we were showing is on the property line. Based on the discussion last night, if it is desired by Lakewood East that we pull that wall southward 12 feet so that we will still have a hedge on the north side. We can still have all the trees in between the wall and the building, but it would put 12 more feet essentially in the backyard of the homes. And we're willing to do that. And, you know, I've talked briefly to Mr. Stoudenmeyer about it today. Obviously, we would have to adjust the plans.
I don't want to cut you off. Say that one more time.
So if you see on this drawing where the property line is, that's where the 8-foot wall is.
Can you give Dennis a pointer?
Is it on here?
Give him a laser pointer. I just want you to be descriptive, please. Because I think I understand what you said, but I mean,
I'd be happy. It would be better to point it out. I agree.
I'd appreciate it. I apologize, Dennis, for interrupting you during your.
No problem. I used to have one of these things, but I think I let the batteries die.
Thank you, Francisco.
Thank you very much. And I know I won't point it at anybody. So here's the property line, this red line. And here, there's a 12-foot easement. So right now, the wall is shown on the property line. This is the back. This is a house in Lakewood East. This is the backyard of that house in Lakewood East. Right now, we've got the wall on the property line. Based on the discussion last night, we can pull this wall back to this line right here. And we can still have the hedge on the north side of it. We'll still have all, like these trees here, we would pull them back into this area. But what that will effectively do is put 12 feet of our property on the other side of the wall. If the neighbors were to desire to take their side yard fence up to the new wall location, that would be perfectly fine with us. Obviously, we need to talk to your staff about this. If this is something that could be acceptable, by the time we came back for a second reading, we could have all of the details worked out. So this is something that we're offering if it is desired. If it's not desired, we'll leave it where it is. But if it is, we'll pull it back. So I just wanted to show that. Hopefully, I pointed to it so that everybody could see what we were talking about.
Let me just, this isn't the question time. I just want to be clear. Are you talking about easement to give that to those neighbors?
I'm talking about pulling the wall back. If they want an easement, they can have an easement. If they want fee simple title and it will not affect the validity of our plan, we'll convey it.
Thank you, Mr. Milley.
And this is a type of thing that we've done before, and not necessarily here in Coconut Creek, but I've done it before in other places. Because sometimes you find these areas. I had a project in Coral Springs where there was a half of a vacated street. And it would come to my client for his commercial property on Wiles Road. He didn't need it. And the neighbors wanted it. So we conveyed it to him. City of Coral Springs, reviewed everything to make sure we did it right. And we conveyed it to him. And we'd be happy to do the same thing here, as long as it doesn't adversely affect the plan.
Again, I'm not trying to lead the discussion, but have you presented this to that association or my staff prior to you saying it right now?
No, Herbie talked to the neighbors about it last night. I was not there. I don't know if they like the idea or don't like the idea. It seemed like it had some legs. I only talked to Mr. Stoudenmeyer about it this afternoon. He hasn't seen anything, so there would be no way that he could evaluate
Okay,
how it
because I
worked.
think that's, I think you took us all a little back right now, and that's not anything I've been briefed on with the amount. And I think I speak on behalf of all my colleagues. I don't think any of us saw.
I
that.
think it's because it just happened last night.
Okay, well, Dennis, I appreciate that, and I'll let you continue your.
And again, I know that you don't have another meeting until I think it's the end of August. So if this was something that was beneficial, it would give us time to work through the details. So then the other thing that we've done is now look at that key map again over in the lower left. I better take this out of my hand before I press the button, hit somebody in the eye. If you look at that key map in the lower left part, you'll see again, you're looking from a house in Lakewood East towards our property. And I assure you, our building is behind all of that landscaping you see, but you can't see it because of how thick that vegetation is going to be. You see the Calusia hedge in front of what would be the 8-foot wall, and then the 8-foot wall behind it. Now, obviously, the Calusia hedge is going to need a little bit of time to grow before it's going to cover the whole wall, but it will, and it will do it quickly. And then you see all the other landscaping behind it. Oh, that's the preserve,
Yeah.
Herbie? Okay, that's the preserve and that's the chain link fence, not the wall, but I do have a picture of the other one too. Okay, so then here's the buffer. Again, you see the lots in Lakewood East. This is not the preserve area now. This is building A. And you see all the vegetation in between. And you see where the 8-foot wall is on the property line. Again, if we were to pull it back, it would go to this line. You see where that 12-foot utility easement would go right to the south side of that line. So again, that's something we can do if it's desired. This is just a breakdown of what's in the buffer. Again, here, much like the preserve area, since the original proposal, we have added a lot more landscaping in these buffer areas. So this is the northwest buffer area. It's been enhanced with another 49 trees and 28 palms. And this is in addition to some of the material that we already had there. A lot of it is being relocated, as I mentioned earlier, from interior of the property to the property line, the northern property line, to provide a good buffer from day one. And then next, now we're looking at building B. So we're adjacent to cocoa palms. Again, if you look in the upper left, you'll see the key map. We're adjacent to cocoa palms. This is building B, which is the middle of the three buildings. Now, in this line of sight diagram, you see two blue lines and you see two people because the homes in cocoa palms are 2 stories. So we did a line of sight from a person standing in the backyard right behind the home. And we also did a line of sight for a person who would be on the second floor looking out the window. And so you see those 2 people, you see the 2 blue lines. And again, with the vegetation in between the building and the existing homes, they can't see our building. Now, again, here, Herbie talked to the neighbors last night about the same 12-foot scenario. So currently, we have the wall on the property line. And we would be prepared to pull it back 12 feet and put it here and do the same thing I just said about Lakewood East, pull the wall back. If the neighbors want to run their side yard fences up to the new wall location, okay with us, as long as it's okay with all the government agencies. And I think it would primarily be the city. I don't think there's anybody else involved, that we would be willing to do that. If they want an easement, if they want it conveyed to them, the 12 feet, and I think there's 14 lots that are in cocoa palms adjacent to our property line. In Lakewood East, I think it's a little smaller number. But again, we would be prepared to do that, either a conveyance, an easement, or just move the wall back and continue to own it ourselves, whatever is desired by the community. In cocoa palms, it might be a little bit simpler also because they have a homeowners association, whereas Lakewood East, it's, individual lots on a public street, but it's still something that can be accomplished if the neighborhood desires it. So then another view, this is for building C. So it's very similar. Again, you're looking at a 2-story home in cocoa palms on the left. You have a person at ground level. You have a person looking out the window on the second floor, and you see all the landscaping and everything in between. And again, you can't see the building because of the landscaping. Now, here we have that same situation. We have the wall on the property line. If it is desired, we can pull it back 12 feet to the back side of this area here and do the same thing I described in the previous 2 slides where we discussed this. Either just pull the wall back and give them an easement, or convey the 12-foot area to each lot or to the HOA as they may desire, again, if they want it. And we would be willing to do any of those alternatives. And then this one, again, shows you for both buildings B and C, if you're in cocoa palms and you're looking towards the property, this is what you're going to see. So you see the Calusia hedge and the wall behind it and the landscaping behind that. And I assure you, buildings B and C are behind those trees. But because of the height of the material and its placement, you can't see it. That was our objective here. After the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, after the meetings that Herbie had with the neighbors, we knew we needed to do more, and we did a lot more. And that's what they're showing here. So this again is called the north buffer as opposed to the northwest, right? Because we're all along the cocoa palms area. And here again, 49 trees, 28 palms, additional trees beyond what we had before. An additional 16 palms in front of Building A's north facade. A variety of other landscape material added all along this property line. And then this was the view. If you were on the ground at Cocoa Palms on your back patio outside your back door looking towards us. And then this is the view if you're looking out the window from the second floor. And I know it looks almost exactly the same as the other one, but it's just a slightly bit different because you're a little higher up looking out that second floor window. But again, the objective here was to make sure that they can't see the building with the landscaping in between us and our neighbors. And then this is a plan view of the same thing. That's building B. And then you see building C kind of off to the right. You see the landscape buffer. Again, the wall in this picture would currently be on the property line, but we could pull it back to 12 feet we talked about, which is this line right here, and still provide all of the landscaping we're showing in the area. So again, here's a breakdown of the material that we've added to this area. So the next thing that we've talked about is, and you see, I know that this, if I understand correctly, number 13, the site plan is not being voted on tonight because it has to be done concurrent with a second reading, not a first reading. But you'll see in the conditions of approval recommended by staff and also recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board, we have some access improvements we have to make. So we have to put in a right turn lane on Alliance Road going southbound and going into our entrance. So the staff asked us, well, when you do this right turn lane, will it affect any of the vegetation, any of the trees that are along the road next to where the turn lane will go? And the good news is it won't. All of the trees are pulled back far enough. So this right turn lane will be able to be done in the public right of way. And you'll be removing grass, of course, to put in the pavement, but not deleting any trees or shrubs or anything like that. Notwithstanding that, we were asked if we could beef this area up, if we could put in some additional landscaping, if we could make it look even nicer. And of course, the private property outside the right of way is owned by the Cocoa Palms Homeowners Association. But we've agreed that if they desire, that we will put in additional landscaping along that area. Now, that's already in the staff report. That's something we've already talked about. But in addition, you heard that Herbie mentioned, based on the meeting last night, there was a request if we could take our wall that's going to be along our northern property line or recess 12 feet within, whatever it may end up being, and take that wall and run it along the west side of Lyons Road, like right along in here, all the way up to the entrance to Cocoa Palms at Lyons Road. So like I said to Mr. Stoudemire earlier today, when we were just discussing what happened last night, is if it is desired by the Cocoa Palms Association, not only will we add the landscaping that is shown in this plan adjacent to the new right turn lane, but we will also take that wall that we're doing on our property, same treatment, same look, same color, same everything, and run it northward along Lyons Road up to the Cocoa Palms entrance. This will give the homeowners in Cocoa Palms who live in the easternmost block, whose backyards face Lyons Road, more privacy. And so again, we're agreeing to do that if that is desired by the Cocoa Palms Association. Obviously, the reason I have to keep saying if that's desired, because we can't go on somebody else's property and do something unless they want us to, but we're willing to do it if they want us to. So this is the discussion about if you moved it. It's really the same thing I showed earlier, except instead of me pointing, the architect has now taken the wall and moved it back 12 feet and shown it here. So this was just to show how it could be done. And the same thing on the portion of the property adjacent to Cocoa Palms. There was the wall here, and they slid it back 12 feet here, kept the hedge on the north side, but still kept all the trees in the area that we have there for the buffer. And then same thing here, but now we've moved over adjacent to Building C, which is closer to Lyons Road, but you see the same setup. And then this is just showing you from the survey, there's all these lines in here, but the bottom line, we have a property line, We have a utility easement, at least on the on the Lakewood East side, we have a utility easement, and then we have other things within the property. So this is just showing you on the survey how it lays out. So in addition, excuse me for 1 second. Pull a Marco Rubio. You all remember that? It was a very famous thing. I think it cost him a lot of votes. Anyway, along Lyons Road, we're doing a new walking trail. So there's already a sidewalk along Lyons Road and along Atlantic Boulevard, and those will stay there. But those sidewalks are right next to the travel lanes, and they're standard sidewalks. I don't know, 6 feet wide, 5 feet wide, whatever they are. Those sidewalks will stay, but within the area, within the property, as you see here, all along Lyons Road and all along Atlantic Boulevard for our entire frontage, we're putting in this trail, which will be meandering, which will have vegetation on both sides for shade. And it'll be a lot more comfortable place to walk or walk your dog or walk your child in a stroller than being right next to the street. And really what we're trying to do here is capture some of what you've done in other parts of the city, like in front of the promenade and other places where those sidewalks are pulled back and they're meandering, and along Sample Road, I know you have some of that same treatment. So even though this is not public right of way here, we're adding these walking trails and there'll be access to the public for pedestrians and bicycles and whatever. And then at the corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road, we have a public art piece. We're showing this red butterfly for now, but we're open to whatever procedure the city would want us to go through to make sure we're selecting a piece of public art that's pleasing and that people generally like. We also have our solar tree in this area that is part of our conspicuous display of green, although we have other things too, EV charging stations and a whole variety of other environmental factors. In fact, our lead consultant is here tonight if you want to discuss some of those items in more detail. There's the solar tree. If you can see it, it's kind of red. It's off to the side there where those two people are standing. And it'll obviously be a source of energy for some of our on-site uses with that solar tree. And then this one is just showing coming in, what does the view look like from Lyons Road? Now, so you'll see here, again, on the key map, you're right up at the northeast corner of the site. And then this one is if you're farther down on the site. Now, one of the reasons I'm showing this is so you're halfway, well, you see where that red box is. You're roughly halfway between the north end and the south end of the property. And so this is an area where it's primarily going to be new trees, because all of the big trees that are on the site that we're transplanting, we're shoving them up towards the north end, putting them close to our neighbors to create a better buffer. So in an area like this, where we're kind of in the middle of the site, we're going to have the standard landscaping installed new. And the reason I'm showing you this is you can obviously see the difference between this and the areas with the more mature landscaping. And then this is just the view along along Atlantic Boulevard. Again, the idea is here that whether you're driving on Lyons Road and you're driving on Atlantic Boulevard, you're not seeing the trucks, which are in between the buildings. You're seeing the ends of the buildings, and you're seeing a nice landscape treatment along both roadways. And I think that's part of the compatibility discussion. And then here's our entrance, one of our entrances. This one is the one off Atlantic Boulevard. We just want to show you how nice we're making it look and how many things we're adding to it. And then this is towards the west end. This is our smallest building, Building A. And you see again the landscape treatment there along Atlantic Boulevard. Now, earlier I talked about the comparison between what we're allowed to build today, what's already approved, and what we're proposing. And one of the most important parts of that discussion is traffic. So you see on the left-hand portion of the slide, the approved Cocomar Plaza Shopping Center, almost 4,500 trips a day that are new. The driveway trips mean just how many are going in and out of the driveway. The reason the driveway trips are higher than the new total trips is because commercial development has something called pass-by traffic. You're already on the road, you see the store and you decide to stop in. So you're not a new trip on the road, you're already on the road, but you are pulling into the driveway to go to the store or go to the restaurant. So the concept with commercial is some of the traffic isn't really additional. It's already on the road and it's just stopping in to the gas station, the store, the whatever it is, and then going on again. So that's the reason it's 4,500 instead of the 6,800. But in terms of going in and out of the property, it's 6,800 trips a day for the approved plan. And then in the morning peak hour, the morning rush hour, 316, and in the afternoon rush hour, 589. Now, if you go to the right and you look at our plan, it's much lower. The reason our new total trips and our driveway trips are the same is because for this type of a development, logistics, distribution, there isn't pass-by traffic. You're going there because you're going there. You're going there because you intended. That's your destination, whether you're going to work or if you're dropping something off, picking something up, whatever it is. So our total trips is just less than 1,300 as compared to the almost 4,500, 131 in the morning rush hour as compared to the 316, and 131 in the afternoon rush hours compared to the 589. And you see on the right-hand side, the percentage reduction that we have, average daily, morning rush hour, and afternoon rush hour. Now, I want to stop for a minute. I know this is only one category of impact, but traffic is one of the ones we talk about the most often. Obviously, with a development like this, which is non-residential, there's no impact on schools and there's no impact on parks, but there's impact on traffic, water, sewer, solid waste, et cetera. Now, one of the other things that the legislature did in 2021 is they required every municipality to add a property rights element to their comprehensive plan. And it's my understanding that Coconut Creek is in the process of doing that now. Now, what that statute says is every time you're evaluating a land development proposal, a rezoning, a site plan, whatever it is, you must take into account the property rights of the applicant, of the property owner. And so our property rights today are what you see on the left. And clearly what we're proposing to build, which is on the right, is much less impact than what we already have a right to do. So if you're considering the property rights of the property owner, I'm asking for less rights, not more. I have a right to build something much bigger with much more impact than what I'm asking to do. Now, what I don't have here is that third category, which is the Live Local Act. So if it was the Live Local Act, there would not be a wall on the northern property line anymore because residential adjacent to residential doesn't require a wall. It would still require buffers and setbacks, but it would not be a wall. It would be a fence and hedge and so on, because it would be residential next to residential. We've calculated, looking at the highest density in the city and looking at our acreage, and we could have over 800 units on this property with the Live Local Act without any public hearings. And I don't really like talking about this because it sounds like a threat, but it's not a threat. It's what the law now says. And it's an alternative that you always will have to look at now, as long as that law remains in effect. And the current sunset is 10 years from now. And now maybe there'll be litigation that'll do away with it. I don't know, but it's in effect for 10 years. And on all of your commercial, industrial, or mixed use zoned properties, this is now an option. And the bad part about it is there's no public hearings, as long as you comply with the other parts of the code other than use, density, and height. So the other thing we look at is fiscal impact. And I'm sorry to say that I think my consultant underestimated our number a little bit, because if you look at the table on the left-hand column, I think we had projected about 555,000 per year. And I noticed in the backup for item 13 that the staff's estimate was 604,000. So I guess we were a little low, but you see the various revenue sources. And of course, a development like this, even though it generates no school-aged children, still pays taxes to the school board and all of the other governmental agencies. So you see our total for the city on an annual basis is somewhere between 555,000 and 604, depending on whose estimate is right. And this is every year. And of course, if any of these rates go up, then the amount will go up as well. We also looked at one-time revenues, any impact fees, building permit fees, et cetera. So this one you see for the city, the one-time revenues we're estimating at about 931,000, and then about another 403,000 to the county, for a total of about 1.3 million. And then we've also looked at job creation. So we have the direct jobs associated with the buildings themselves, 852. And then the external job creation is another 2,350. This is people that are delivering things, providing services to the property, cutting the grass, sweeping the parking lot, whatever it is. Those types of additional things would come into play. Now, as we've met with folks, we've heard a lot about the homeless encampment that's on the property. And this is not an unusual thing. There are a variety of places in Broward County where the tree cover is thick, where there's a lot of people living in there, even though they shouldn't be there. I'm familiar with an area off Blunt Road near Sample and Pompano Beach that has the same thing going on. And that particular property is owned by the county, and the county's trying to find out, well, how do we get people to a better place than living under these trees? So that's what you have here now. You see there's a tent and there's a bunch of things under the tent where people are living. There's garbage all over the place. On the right-hand picture, that's police caution tape. There was some kind of a crime committed, and that tape was still there from when it was there. It is my understanding, and I've heard this only third hand, but that you've had a death in there, you've had a birth in there, and you've had a whole variety of problems from time to time. And many of the neighbors have told us about problems with people trespassing into their yards. Obviously, when we build this, that will discontinue, because even the conservation area that will remain in a natural state, you're going to have people working all around it. So, and it's going to be very concentrated right next to the canal. So this homeless problem will totally go away once we go in there and start building our development. These are just examples of the plants, and then I'll show wildlife, and I'll show plants as well that will come to this area. Broward County adopted something called Naturescape Broward several years ago that encourages you to plant plants that have food sources for animals. It might be a plant with a berry on it instead of the plant without the berry on it. The birds come, they eat the berries, etc. So it's something that Kristen Jacobs, our former county commissioner, initially came up with several years ago. And so it's a great program, and we're going to be using it here. And then this is just some examples of the different types of plant materials, trees, shrubs, plants that will grow in the conservation area and on the property and the open space areas as well. So we've also reached out to many people in the community. I have a copy of 85 different letters, petitions, emails in support of the project. I think they've probably all been supplied, but if I could someone just pass this over?
For the purpose of the hearing, Mr. Mealy, just so we can have a clean record, please identify what is in your hand, and please identify what you're going to be passing up to Mr. Kavanaugh to be made clear to the record.
So the first thing is just a list of the 85 correspondence, and it gives the name and address of the person who wrote the email or letter or whatever. And then it says what it was. Was it an email? Was it a physical letter? Was it a signature on a petition, et cetera? And then there's actual copies of the correspondence behind the summary. And I think all the correspondence has probably already been given to you as part of, I know that as things have come in, I've seen that they've been going to everybody, but just here's another copy for the record.
Thank you. So Mr. Stoudemire, we can hand that up to Mr. Kavanaugh to be made part of the record in Mr. Mealy's presentation.
So
Mr. Kavanaugh, you're accepting that now?
Yes, I have them there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Mr. Mealy, please continue.
Mayor, I'm almost done. I just have one more thing I want to do, and then I'll answer any questions or get out of the way. So the Diaz family purchased this property in 1983, and they purchased much more than this. And you'll hear from Rodrigo Diaz later this evening. They also owned at one time what was Cocoa Palms. They sold it in 1991 to the people that built Cocoa Palms. They also owned at one point Vista Verde, which are the apartments at the southwest corner of Atlantic and Lyons. And they sold that to the Relaya Group in 2001. They dedicated that southern part of Windmill Park that goes along Lyons Road in approximately 1985. And it's my understanding, and this was Mr. Diaz's grandfather, Mr. Diaz, who will be speaking later, and dedicated it to the city for nothing in exchange. So they've been property owners in your city since 1983. They've been great property owners. They've taken great care of their property. They've had no issues. And they've had various other properties that they own that are now places where people are living and have been living in Coconut Creek for years. So the last thing I want to talk about, I mean, obviously we have a large crowd tonight. And I started thinking about the times that I've been in this room in the past when we had crowds like this. And I want to talk about that for just a minute. So in 1982, and I know there may not be anybody here that remembers this except me, but maybe there's a few. In 1982, there was a large lawsuit between the city of Coconut Creek and Broward Community College, now called Broward College, back then Broward Community College. They wanted to open an entrance to the college on 39th Avenue, which happened to line up with the entrance to Winmore. And there was great controversy about this. The city hall was packed. That back in those days, it was the old city hall down at 45th and Coconut Creek Parkway. The place was packed with people that were concerned that this new entrance to the college was going to ruin their life. Well, the entrance has been there now for 30 years. I drove there the other day. It seems to work just fine. In 1988, the McDonald's was proposed at the corner of Sample and 42nd Avenue. By then, it's this building, and it was packed, just like tonight, with people that thought McDonald's at 42nd Avenue and Sample Road was going to be a horrible thing and ruin life in the township. It's now been there for years. As far as I know, it's a standard McDonald's and it operates just fine. In the 1991, when Cocoa Palms was proposed, the room was packed with people that were concerned that it was going to be bad for the neighborhood. Well, obviously it's been built. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Many of the people that are here tonight live there. And then I remember a couple of years after that, there was a apartment complex proposed at the corner of Wiles Road and the Turnpike. It's called Banyan Point, and it had an affordable housing element. And the place was packed with people that were worried that this affordable housing apartment development was going to ruin the community. I drove by there today on the way into the meeting, and it looks just fine. And it doesn't seem to have any problems. So I know there's a lot of concerns about what we're doing tonight, but I want to tell you that I think that Mr. Klotz, who you saw here earlier, has done every single thing that he's been asked to do coming from here at City Hall. And he's done every single thing he could do to address the concerns of the neighbors, except to go away, which is what a lot of people want. They just want us to go away. We can't do that. So I know there's a number of speakers. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions, and I'd like the opportunity to respond at the end of the public comment period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mealy. I'm going to ask Mr. Stoudemire on behalf of our city staff. Do you have any questions at this time of Mr. Mealy?
No questions at this time.
Mr. Mealy, do you have any questions for Mr. Stoudemire on behalf of the city of Coconut Creek and our staff?
Not at this time.
Okay. At this time, it's a public hearing. So at this time, I am going to open the public hearing. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask if anyone wishes to speak, signed in first on items 11, 12, and 13. Upon being called to speak by the city clerk, I'd ask you to please come up, indicate if you have been sworn or not. If you've not been sworn, please indicate you need to be sworn. And also please state your name and address. Now, are we, Madam City Attorney, are we doing pre-comments first? Or are we doing live comments first?
Live comments first.
Okay, so away we go. What will happen is I will have everyone come up. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. After that concludes, I'll ask anybody that has not signed in if they wish to speak. Come up, identify yourself. Please indicate if you've been sworn or not, name and address. At the conclusion of all live comment, I'm going to have Mr. Kavanaugh, our city clerk, read anything that's been submitted at this time. So at this time, the public hearing is now open. Mr. Kavanaugh, please call our first speaker. And this is for items, members of the commission. Are we good hearing public comment on items 11, 12, 13? Altogether, Mr. Mealy, are you acceptable hearing public comment on 11, 12, and 13 together?
Yes.
Mr. Stoudemire, on behalf of city staff, are you
Yes.
acceptable hearing item comments on 11, 12, and 13 together?
Yes.
Mr. Kavanaugh, call the first speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. The first speaker is Jamie Redmond.
Mr. Kavanaugh, what I'd like you to do when you read the first speaker, Ms. Redmond's coming up, state who is next and then who is next thereafter.
The next speaker is Jorge Maderos, followed by Angelina Maderos.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Ms. Redmond, nice to see you. The floor is yours. Please state your name and address.
My name is Jamie Redmond. I live at 4320 Northwest 12th Street, Coconut Creek, 33066. I have been sworn in. So we've been talking about this project for a while, and I have two major concerns. I'll start with the less major concern. We're talking about building 3 brand new warehouses. Every day on my way to work, I pass a brand new warehouse on Coconut Creek Parkway east of the Turnpike that is complete and looks unoccupied. On Banks Road, just above Copens, is a brand new warehouse with leasing signs available, looks completely unoccupied. So I wonder if this is necessary. We're building. We have empty stores at the Promenade. We have empty bays at the Coconut Creek Publix on Coconut Creek Parkway. And yet we're building more spaces that may be unoccupied. My first concern. My bigger concern is traffic. In earlier meetings, they talked about a northbound turn lane from the warehouse onto Lyons Road, and the developer said that they were not going to do that, but it was brought up by the Public Works gentleman this evening. Even without that, the quickest route when tractor trailers are coming for a 7 a.m. opening of this warehouse, they're coming from the northbound Turnpike. They cannot get off at Atlantic Boulevard. So what are they going to do? They're going to get off at Coconut Creek Parkway. They'll probably come through Coconut Creek Parkway past our high school, which is admission at that time, and rush hour traffic of people trying to get out of that neighborhood, which is already a challenge. So now we're going to have tractor trailers getting off the Turnpike, taking Coconut Creek Parkway to Lyons Road, passing through multiple school zones. We have elementary school students who walk to school crossing Lyons Road. And I don't understand why we need this kind of traffic in our neighborhood. It's a residential area. There are other areas that are more industrial and the warehouses are there, but this is where we have children walking to and from school and the warehouse opening at 7 o'clock in the morning. Is there any way that we are not going to allow traffic to exit the Turnpike and instead of going down 31st to Atlantic, taking Coconut Creek Parkway to Lyons Road and impacting our neighborhood during school admission time? The other thing I just wanted to mention, the developer keeps talking about what they're allowed to do. What they're allowed to do is a Kohl's, what they're allowed to do is a Lowe's. When were they allowed to do this and why haven't they done it? So you're comparing what you want to do now to what you're allowed to do, which is not even something that you want to do any longer, or you would have done it already.
Thank you, Ms. Redmond.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Mr.
The
Kavanaugh.
next speaker is Jorge Maderos, followed by Angelina Maderos, and then Mark Martone.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Maderos, 921 Northwest 42 Avenue, Coconut Creek, Florida, 33066. Yes, I have been sworn in and I am aware of the rules. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Manager, Madam City Attorney, and the gentleman City Clerk. I come to you just to have a short conversation about Jake brakes. What is a Jake brake? A Jake brake, or Jacobs engine brake, also known as a Jake brake, is a diesel engine retarder that uses the engine to aid in slowing and controlling the vehicle. When activated, the engine brake alters the operation of the engine's exhaust valve so that the engine works as a power-absorbing air compressor. Now, everybody's wondering, why am I speaking of Jake brakes right now? If Mr. Kavanaugh will make sure I have some volume, I have a short 30-second audio clip that I would like to share.
Pablo, we got volume? Thank you, Bubba.
Okay. Thank you. And this is the sound of a Jake brick. Okay. I guess, he wants me to sign it. Luckily, I have a backup.
You need to stop this clock. His clock has been running the whole time.
Yeah, you're on the. Sorry. What you saying when you break that?
It's okay. I have a backup. So that loud rumbling towards the end of the recording is a Jake brick. And that's when you hear as a truck driver takes her foot off the accelerator and starts applying the brakes. It allows them to basically have braking with minimizing the use of their brakes. And this is what the neighbors in the red box will be hearing at all times of the day, including trucks that come in late at night, because there's many truck drivers that drive at night. So, yes.
Oh, that's what it turns.
Yes. I'd like to share with you that there are 106 truck bays that are going to be part of this project. At the beginning, I was very much in favor of this project.
Thank you, George.
He's going to yield her time.
That's fine.
Angelina Maderas, 921 Northwest 42nd Avenue, Coconut Creek. I have been sworn in and I yield my time to Jorge Maderos.
Thank you, Angelina.
There are 106 truck bays, and more now than ever are 18-wheelers traveling at night, and they will be arriving at night. They'll be arriving at night to stage there. I'm questioning the idling rules that are being placed, because no truck driver is going to turn their truck off and be without air conditioning if they arrive at a time at which they can get in the back of their sleeper cab and get their sleep time in. Now I'd like to share with you example number 2 of what a Jake brick is. They sound differently in different trucks. I do want to share that I have a great understanding that a large portion of our tax base comes from commercial occupancies. They pay a lot more than they consume. And that's why originally I thought, you know, this is a fantastic opportunity to have a great tax base come into the city. But yet I see there's going to be a certain number of residents disproportionately affected by this project. And I can't stand here, even though I will not be affected personally. At least the traffic will affect me, but not these Jake bricks, that I can't accept that we will give up the few just to provide for the many. So with that, I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to come speak with you today.
Thank you, George. Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker is Mark Martone, followed by Rachel Tabachnik and Ronnie Saleh. Just give me 1 second, please. No, I'll get that. My name is Mark Martone, 4770 Northwest 9th Street, Coconut Creek, Florida. I live in the Lakewood East housing right next to the project. I have a PowerPoint I'd like to show them, but it's going to take me a little bit more than 3 minutes.
I have spent over a week going through the site plan page by page by page. And I'd like to address some of them with the commissioners and the mayors and vice mayor. If that's okay, could I get 15 minutes to speak?
Regrettably, Mark, I can't. I can't give you more than 3 minutes to speak. So if you have somebody that wants to yield their time to you, I'm fine with that. If you have another speaker signed in, but
I have a wonderful presentation that will show you all of the effects on it. Can you vote on it?
it's procedure.
Well, if you're not going to give me, I don't have anything else but the presentation. Because I have all the reasons. If you paid attention to Mr. Mealy, if you saw all of his graphics, I couldn't have been more happy with his graphics because they show and they prove my presentation. I spent a lot of time on it. It has a lot of new information that nobody up here has seen. I just am asking if you can give me a time and you can stop me when it's over. If you can stop.
Mark, I'm happy to restart your time. And again, this isn't me being arbitrary. That we have rules and procedures for quasi judicial proceedings. If there's anybody in the audience and you want me to forego your time right now that you want to speak with, and they want to yield their time to you, I'm more than happy to accommodate that. Are you signed in to speak, ma'am? Okay.
Anybody else want to yield their time that does not want to come up and speak? I have a.
Right, we yield our.
Restarted.
So I've got.
So for the purpose of my record, hold on,
6,
Mark,
9.
let me do this right. Ma'am in the pink shirt, could you just tell the city clerk your name, please? Okay, you got it, Mr. Kavanaugh? Ma'am in the front row? Mr. Kavanaugh, you got it?
So if you're not going to come up and speak, I'd appreciate it because I want to show everybody here what is going to be happening. I looked at the entire site plan. I'm asking for 3 minutes.
Also.
Okay, and Perry. Perry, you signed in to speak, right? Okay, so you got the 3 names, Mr. Kavanaugh? And Carlos Sola.
And mine.
All right, well, you got your 15 minutes, Mark.
Okay.
We just gotta,
I'd like to thank the
listen, I'm going to
citizens
restart the
behind
time. We're going to give you the total of 15. I just want to be clear with everybody. It's not preferential one way or the other. We just have a procedure. And we have to follow that, good, bad, or indifferent. It's the rules of a quasi judicial procedure. So for those of you that forego your time, I appreciate it. We've already blew the 3 minutes. You got it back, Mark. Madam Brooks is going to time you. It's going to be 5 series of 3. You may hear the beep. Just keep talking through it. Okay.
Okay. I appreciate the procedures and I appreciate the people who offered their time. Okay. Once again, Mark Martone, 4770 Northwest 9th Street, Coconut Creek. Okay. I put together a presentation there. My first question to the applicant is how many semi-tractor trailer bays are there going to be? Throughout the whole site plan, I only got to be determined. We know on the map, it does say 106 or 113. These are the bays on the back of Banks and the Plaza, Banks and, see, you got me nervous here. I got to relax. I should have had a martini. All right, Gray Star's industrial warehouse site plan, the truck stop or depot that it might turn into in the future is 100% surrounded by Coconut Creek residentials. Bordering the south side of the Platte is an elementary school. And down here, there's an elementary school and a church that Gray Star has never addressed. Okay. The Atlantic Baptist Church and the Margaret Christian Academy. To the north, nothing but houses, east, south, and here. There is not a single commercial project. Although they do mention this one here, that is Margate. To the west, you still got houses along here. So basically, 6 communities are surrounded by this. Their traffic report conclusion, okay, as noted, the project basically says there's going to be a reduction. Well, when he said there was going to be 1,200 trips per day, he didn't state that there's going to be 219 of those were truck trips. The 219 truck trips by a week is 1,533 tractor trailers coming in and out of the plaza. They had to go to the Department of Transportation. Okay, they requested for a full access on the Atlantic Boulevard. The request was approved on condition that the coming out of the plaza, coming out of the Atlanta project, a left turn has to be given. Okay, right now, currently, this is where their egress is going to be, ingress, egress. Okay, it's directly across from the church and the school. Right now, that's currently with the addition of Atlantic Boulevard's normal traffic, that are the only turns that are allowed on the plat. All right. The staff said outbound left turn movement to Atlantic Boulevard appears to be a conflict. All right. Their answer is all interior trucks will be exit onto Lyons Boulevard to head east of Atlantic Boulevard. So they want to divert all the interior trucks to Lyons Boulevard, creating more chaos down there. Approximately 75% of the trucks, they're saying they're going to deviate there. Don't think they can do it. But here, I don't know if I hit something. Okay. Graystar made concessions to Lyons Road to push the more traffic west to Atlantic. But here they're saying they're going to push the traffic to Atlantic. All interior trucks will be exit to Lyons. Now they're pushing it to Lyons. Graystar doesn't care where it exits. They only care about the buildings and the income it's going to bring. Right there, they're contradicting themselves on the two things. They're pushing it to Atlantic or they're pushing it to Lyons. It's not important to them. Again, that is what is allowed. This is what is going to happen. Okay. So this is going to happen with the existing traffic on Atlantic, and you got a Banks traffic light only 1,200 feet above that. Okay. The staff requested Graystar for a traffic light on Atlantic Boulevard. It was refused because it's too close. All right. So now you're going to have this with no traffic light, no guidance at all. Now, that's not vehicles. That's trucks pulling in, pulling out, both ways, every which way but loose. No traffic light, and a traffic light just down the road where people are leaving it and accelerating. Gonna have trucks braking here and getting smacked in the back. Okay. The applicant, Broward County, they asked them to put a no through truck sign on Banks Road. Right. Their response was the proposed PCD does not include the condition since the subject is no longer include Margate parcel adjacent to Banks Road. Banks Road northbound is Coconut Creek. You are responsible for all the traffic on northbound Banks Road. I also noticed that if you look at the city map, not only does Coconut Creek own the east side of Banks Road, but it also squares off that entire intersections where they're going to be making their wide turns onto Coconut Creek. We're just going to get into a couple of their other things. All right, Graystar submitted this rendition of the site plan. You guys just looked at it a little while ago. All right, this is not Atlantic and Lyons. And he used those words when he put this picture up. He said, this is the view from Atlantic and Lyons. That's more Coconut Creek and Banks, as far as I think. That's not thing. So they basically used a stock photo to show you what they would think it's going to look like. All right. If you look at the cars in here and you look at the people, this is a two-story building. Yeah, one story is maybe 12 feet, maybe the other one's 12 feet, and you probably got 4 feet of the riders on the top, but that's a two-story building. And you can take a better look here. Here's your people, here's your car, here's your door. Here's your first floor, here's your second floor, and here's all the air conditioning ducts and everything else. So basically, they're showing you a two-story rendition, a stock photo. They're not showing you what the building is going to look like on Atlantic Boulevard. Closer look. If you were paying attention to the picture he just showed you with the man in his backyard, okay, it looks really nice with the trees and everything. But this, if you look here, this is Graystar Coconut Creek plan being submitted to you. This is the man. That's a man. Man. That's the perspective, not the one that they provided for you. So you can look at theirs and say, my God, that's really not that bad. But this is what they're showing you. Okay, here's Margate's empty flex building. Nobody here likes it. I know you don't like it. I know it's not nice. Okay, it's the entrance, it's a side entrance to Coconut Creek. All right, but it's an ugly building that the landscaping around it, it's not going to come up for another 100 years. It's oak trees. All right, that's what he wants. Graystar wants 3 of these truck stops. They want smack in the middle of a residential place, all residential, nothing commercial on next to that plot. Not a single building's commercial. All right. It is, and I'll get to that in a moment. All right. Current site design, I'm going to run out of time. Yeah. Basically, they say buffers. Buffers. Okay, here they don't answer anything. They say, but we're putting buffers in. They're putting landscape, they're putting buffers, and I'm flipping through this. I'm not going so fast. Here, they ask that the plans to be harmoniously, efficiently in relation to topography, size, top, blah, blah, blah. Graystar says that the proposed industrial buildings are purposely one-story buildings located on the site to have the least impact on the citizens. I got to skip now because you guys really got me under the wire here. All right. What you're doing to us, we're a community, we're residents. Okay, you have Winmore over here. All right. You can't put a gas station into Winmore and say and get it approved because you have enhanced buffers. I don't care if you put the rainforest next to it. You're not going to let a gas station be put in the center of residential communities. All right, and you're doing that to us. If you take a good look at the map and the diagrams that he's showing you are not exactly the way it really is, what you've been told. And we're going to skip that. Basically, here's the end. So God bless America. Now, I did skip through a lot of it. And some of the things were what the planning board was actually asking. Okay. While the Planning Commission PCD regulations provide flexibility to use design and structures of the land involved, I read it as basically they're saying the PCD regulations is not a mechanism to circumvent required land development use. Okay. And there's a better one. They're talking about creating this. They're saying that they're concerned because it's creating a sea of commercial vehicles. They just said they're adding more buffers. That's all they add. That's their whole thing. But we have buffers so we can do this. But they're not even answering. If I had time to show these statements that your planning department asked them, they were completely ignored. Okay, ignored to the point where they even told your board that their developer knows better, and it doesn't matter that they're overseeing. And if I can find that in a half a second. There it is. There it is. The staff is concerned with the over 120 surplus parking spaces above code requirement, because industrial use could include tenants and contractors oversized. Basically, right here, and you can read it, I just made it a little bit bigger. The developer has real world experience with this type of product. The proposed parking is still below developers' requirements, but exceeds code requirements. And that is the answer they were giving. Now, there's about 25 other answers like this, where they never address the question or the concerns of the city. So if you're going to accept this plan, okay, I'm looking at timing down. It's going 3, 3, 3. I thought I was out of time. You made me rush. That's okay. I rushed through it anyway. I really felt a little bit of pressure. I wanted to get to a lot of these things. All right. Another one, while I do have the time.
Mark, I apologize. You have one more.
Okay.
My bad.
I'll get it in that time. Really important one. I get stressed out. I get a heart attack. Right here in front of the
God forbid.
You're putting me on.
God forbid. That's a kind of horror.
I'm not finding it. And again, I flipped through them so fast. Basically, your planning board suggested that they cut the buildings down into multiple buildings. And they're putting screening, they're just buffering the heck out of the place. It's not here. And I apologize, but I can show it to you guys tomorrow. Basically, your board, your planning department asked them, they said there were the concerns with the size of the footprint on there, and they asked them if they could cut it down to smaller It's cut the bigger buildings down to smaller ones. And I'm just. This is the site to the southern gateway. Well, right there. Okay, the staff recommends reducing building footprints to divide larger buildings into 3 or 4 similar buildings to leave massive expansive walls and provide room for additional landscaping around and between the buildings. They then go on to say, well, we want you to take care of D, G, I, and A. Their response, only response, that's a single line response. You're welcome to look at it. Okay, the above items have been added to the plan. So they addressed these 4 items. They did not address the staff's concerns. So when you vote on it, you really should talk to your staff. You really should find out more about what they were trying to do with this plan. This just got pushed through for whatever reasons. All right. I apologize for the stress. I'm going to go take a relaxer. Okay. I honestly, I appreciate you guys. And I want you guys to know, if I got more time there, maybe I can slow down. That's a very important thing because he just showed you a picture of the building being like this high next to the guy. Okay. This is their plan to you. This is what the building really is, right? This is not what the building is. This is the 2-story. This is 12 feet here. This is 12 feet there. And then they got the air conditioning ducts, okay? This is not Lions and Atlantic, and that's not what it's going to look like. You're not getting that. All right. They don't care about Banks Road. By the way, on Banks Road, we have 2 school bus stops. We have a school zone for the VOTEC. One of them is probably about 150 feet from the Atlantic and Banks turn. It's on that end, then we have it on the other ones. Those children, when you get a tractor trailer making that tight bend, they're going to swing out wide. Cars don't like to be behind tractor trailers. They're going to accelerate to get in front of the tractor trailer because they don't want to lose their view. Right? Kids are there on their phone. Tractor trailer is swinging out. Is he going to stay in the second lane? Is he going to pull over in the first lane? It's a 50-50. Cars are going to try and pass them and jump in front of them. Kids are looking on the phone. You're asking, it's a perfect storm that you're going to get. All right. What's going to happen on the Atlantic Road? You're going to have no traffic light at all in that intersection with 215 trucks, 1,533 trucks a week is what their plan says. When you look at what the old site was, and I wish I had it, he had so many trips going in and out of it, but there was restaurants along the whole front of Atlantic Boulevard, not even close to the residents. I wish those restaurants good business. This site, that intersection, I didn't even get into the troubles with Lions Boulevard because I didn't have enough time. There's 25 other things I didn't even put in this. So when you okay this, if you shoot it down, you shoot it down. You got to understand someone's going to get hurt in the future because of this. You can't, we are a little Winmore. We are just family. All right. Put a store there, put a shopping there, put a coffee shop there, build it. We want the property built. Okay, it can be residential and it doesn't have to be what the lawyer said. It could be, you could rezone it for commercial and residential.
Mark, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
And Mark, Mark, real quick, I got to say this for the purposes of the record. Mark, you created this show.
I'm sorry, sir.
You created this slideshow.
I did it in like 24 hours since I spoke.
I give you credit for that, but just, the turnaround. But I just want to be clear, Mark, are you submitting that as official part of your public comment to the city clerk?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear that.
Are you submitting your slideshow as part of your comment?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Mr.
Is
Kavanaugh,
it on the computer? You have it?
So Pablo, we're going to make sure that PDF gets sent to Mr. Kavanaugh to make it part of the record
I know I have
of the quasi judicial proceeding.
And Mr. Mayor,
Madam City Attorney.
just as a clarification, also, I just want to confirm that Mr. Medeiros, your presentation was that was already downloaded. Is that correct?
My presentation was emailed to the city clerk earlier today.
Thank you so much.
I noticed.
And anyone else who wants to speak on behalf of the residents, if you have any kind of presentation, please note that we will need a copy of it for the record. So please make sure that you provide that to us.
And I know, Mr. Maderos, you did email it because Mr. Kavanaugh confirmed that with me. If the audio doesn't work on your presentation, I will, if you could kindly, your backup, could you just make sure Mr. Kavanaugh receives a copy of the 2 audio clips you did play?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Maderos. Mr. Kavanaugh, could you please list the next speaker and the following speaker as well in the queue?
The next speaker is Rachel Tabachnik, followed by Ronnie Sahe and Yuri Quispe.
Floor is yours. Please state your name.
If I could ask as just a point of clarification, I believe that we received an advanced public comment from Ms. Tabachnik. And just in the interest of time, we are giving you the option, either you can speak now live or we will read your pre-submitted comment, but we don't have time to do both. Your pre-submitted comment will still be part of the record. It just won't be read here today if you speak live. What is your preference, ma'am?
I'm fine with speaking live.
Okay, thank you so much.
Please note, Mr. Kavanaugh, you won't read that comment to the record, although it'll be submitted as part of the record.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Tabachnik, and I'm a resident of Coconut Creek at 3830 Lyons Road, apartment 203, Coconut Creek, Florida, 33073. And I've lived in the community for just over 5 to 10 years. And I've loved to see how it's been growing and future developing within the neighborhoods. And I think I've seen plenty of what Greystar has done throughout Broward County and feel that it would bring much business pleasure to the community to bring these types of developments into the area. Furthermore, I think all the jobs that they've shared that will bring to the community will bring new employment opportunities to people that are looking for jobs and to future develop their careers as well. That's all I have to say.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Kavanaugh, next speaker.
The next speaker is Ronnie Saye, followed by Yuri Quispe, followed by Austin Judd.
So if you're the next speaker, just, so we're not here till 2 a.m, maybe you want to just stand up and kind of get in line. It'd be great if you could. Thank you.
And again, just for clarification, and if we could, in the interest of time, because we have over 70 pre-submitted comments.
I got it. Did he do both?
He did.
Sir, do you want to speak or you want your comment read?
Me?
Yeah.
I want to speak, please.
Okay.
Thank
Delete
you.
the comment from reading Mr. Kavanaugh. Go ahead, sir. Floor is yours, your name and your address.
Thank you. My name is Ronnie Sayeg, and I live in 3739 Northeast 214th Street, Aventura, Florida, 33180, and I have been sworn in. I am also a rising senior at NSU University School. I've been a part of Junior Achievement for a little over 2 years. Junior Achievement has connected me with Greystar for their 2023 summer internship program. My internship with Greystar has provided me with a truly hands-on experience and a behind-the-scenes look at the real estate development and construction management field. I've helped with the proposed Cocomar Logistics Park Plaza by building market analysis reports, establishing visual representations, contributing to site development underwriting, and more. One thing that I've realized that truly sets Greystar apart is that they have taken an ethical approach to this development and have involved the Coconut Creek community. Not only will this development generate hundreds of new jobs, but it will attract local businesses, add to the economy, and keep the area looking lively and vibrant, as you saw with the walking trail shown before. Greystar's partnership with Junior Achievement has led to my paid internship, and Greystar plans to collaborate with Junior Achievement's pre-apprenticeship program to hire its students to work on the construction of Cocomar Logistics Park. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time working with the Greystar team, and I can't wait to continue to contribute with this project. Thank you so much, and I hope you vote in favor of Cocomar Logistics Park.
Young man, very well spoken.
Thank you so
keep
much.
up the good work, and maybe you'll be presenting one day.
Thank you.
Regardless of however you feel about the project, a student in high school that gets up and speaks, I give you a lot of credit. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Yuri Quispe, followed by Austin and Judd, followed by Stephen Goldrick.
Good evening, everyone. Yuri Quispe, 9092 Kingsmore Way, Lake Worth, Florida, 33467. Before I start, and I know that I have only the 3 minutes, but also I do have an answer to the previous speakers, Ms. Redmond, Mr. Medeiros, and Mark Tone. So I'm going to kindly ask if someone could also give me their time because I may take 3 minutes of my own. Thank you.
Sir, that just raised your hand. Pause it. Peter Sheridan. Mr. Kavanaugh's Mr. Sheridan signed in to speak.
Yes, he is, Mayor.
Mr. Sheridan, did you put in a written comment too, Mr. Sheridan? Okay, Mr. Sheridan's yielding his time to our current speaker. So you'll get one after that. You want more than that?
If someone has, I don't think so. I think 6 minutes will be enough.
You just spoke. Yeah.
That will be fair.
It's not like back dibs. It's forward dibs. Just to be clear. Yuri,
Thank you.
We'll give you reset the time. You got 6 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I'm originally from Peru, then moved to Venezuela at the age of 7, came to the United States at the age of 15. I've been here 25 years. I'm a commercial real estate broker, currently vice president for JLL. I had the opportunity to be in this city and add value to this municipality by facilitating communications between residents, developers, and business people in the city for one of their last projects here in the city, First Sogras, right on Lyons Road, north of the Sogras Expressway, with a very, very similar case study. Therefore, I took notes on the speakers today, and I have 5 points. Number one, this compares very similar, and I understand what Coco Palms is going through. The valuation of those homes are very similar to the homes by First Sogras, Regency Lakes. Similar homes involved on that impact of that industrial project. Then, also, in reference to Ms. Redmond, if I'm pronouncing that right, you mentioned a project that currently my business partner and I, Pete Sheridan, represent a developer. The building on Banks Road and Copans Road, First Gate Logistics. We do the leasing on behalf of that owner. Briefly, keeping the confidentiality that we have with our client, we're very close to an agreement with a company that will have a significant, if not the most economic impact to the city of Margate, bringing many, many jobs, good paying jobs to a company in the aerospace business, which they will be investing from $5 to $10 million estimated into the space. That's the most I can say at the moment. The space, to the perception of many, has been sitting vacant, but it's been a well-designed strategic plan by the owner, First Industrial Real Estate, whereas the market continues to evolve since post-COVID, a well-disciplined owner wanted to pick the right business that will have that impact and partner with a municipality. It will be no different for Greystar in this project, Palms. Second, to Mr. Jorge Medeiros, you mentioned about the truck noises. My business partner and I represent about 5.5 million square feet of industrial projects in between Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade County. Most recently, also keep on the confidentiality of the prospective tenant, another publicly traded company, and the landlord. We were negotiating 130,000 square foot space with a company that was specifically going to have the electric grid and the electric conduits for the next generation of EV chargings for the fleet of vehicles. That is what will have that jailbreak canceled. I have currently the case study that in this year, second quarter of this year, and you can all Google it or YouTube it, Frito-Lay and Tesla, they are the first to acquire the fleet of vehicles of Tesla, where is that next generation of EV. EV is here, everyone knows it's coming, and commercial trucks are not an exception. Third, to Mr. Mark Stone, you mentioned about the doors on First Gate, there are 38. You mentioned bordering single family homes. I do have a poster of First Sawgrass Logistics, which this happens to be the project at Lyons Road in the city of Coconut Creek, also surrounded by single-family homes. A case study. Thank you. A case study that was also presented. I understand what the residents had to go through and the impact and concerns that they had, and was also well addressed by the developer then. The second thing that was mentioned, it was also that Greystar didn't care about the residents. Mr. Klotz, and I'm not sure if how many, but they have, if they Google or go to the Greystar webpage, I think multifamily is in their DNA. They do understand residents. I mentioned I live on Lake Worth, right on Lake Worth Road, west of the Turnpike, and immediately Greystar has an amazing project that every day I pass by when I jog to do my exercise. The perfect storm and God bless America. Yes, God bless America. This is a country that has given me many opportunities. I just want to show the other two posters.
Do you have smaller sizes of those posters that we can add to the record?
No, I can send a digital version, but for now, that's what I have.
Dennis, bring them up here.
Yes.
I can't see it. I mean, come on. Keep going.
I'll come.
Thank you. The first poster then is First Gate Logistics. The one in the middle with the colorful.
You don't need to explain it. We can take an interpretation of it.
Perfect.
That's fine.
So that is a representation of the access points of the trucks in an immediate school north of Copans Road and Banks Road. That was a major concern, of course, just like here, that's a case study that the project was approved without a negative impact to that. Dennis, the next one, if you could.
Thank you. I'd ask, although you're going to resubmit these in a digital format, can you give me those? Thank you. No, I'm not putting it in my pocket.
Thank you, everyone.
But I down to the city commission as we can view. Mr. Kavanaugh, next speaker.
Next speaker is Austin Judd, followed by Stephen Goldrick, followed by Jim Goldisek.
Hello, everyone. I'm Austin Judd, 405 Northeast 2nd Street, representing Greystar. Good evening, Coconut Creek. I'm really excited to be here. I know not everyone might be, but I think this is a really cool part of my job. I've always wanted to work for a developer since I started in college. And part of the reason is I feel like you can be a pulse of the community, and going to neighborhood meetings and attending events like these, I've gotten to meet not only the commissioners, but all of the residents of Cocoa Palms, Lakewood East, and Coconut Creek. And I think that's a really cool part of my job. It allows a system of checks and balances to allow everyone to have input on massive projects such as this, that everyone can have their input on. Since the first day that this project was proposed, it's been constantly evolving for the better of community. We've added more landscaping. We've proposed a new wall to be in place, and we're not stopping. We're continuously making these changes, and that just goes to show from our meeting last night when we proposed moving the fence further back into our property line. Recently in Florida, something was just passed called SB 102, the Live Local Act, and this removes the voice of the people. And personally, I'm not really a fan of that. I think that removes a lot of the voices. And I don't like that, because that kind of is one of the reasons why I was pretty passionate about getting into development, is because everyone's involved. The Live Local Act doesn't allow that. So Coconut Creek neighbors, last thing I have to say, that if this is approved, we really appreciate all your input. And if it's not approved, then something else will probably get built here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, next.
The next speaker is Stephen Goldrick, followed by Jim Goldisek, followed by Henry Hage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Steve Goldrick. I live at 685 Northwest 49th Avenue in Coconut Creek, Lakewood East, and I am sworn in. And I never received notification in the mail about this meeting or even the wall project. And I don't even know who was in on that wall project meeting yesterday. So let me start out with that. I have been a professional truck driver for 25 years. And traffic is already a nightmare on Atlantic and Lyons during rush hours, adding only more trucks to an overly busy road. Now, the proposed entrance on Lyons Avenue or Atlantic is insane, as in trucks need much more room than cars to swing in and get out of these entrances and exits. And that 8-way intersection that Mr. Mark Tone brought up is just beyond belief for trucks or just even cars on Atlantic. We all know how Atlantic Boulevard is all through the day and night. Now, I took a little ride in my car today and I came down southbound on the turnpike to get off to go to 4801 West Atlantic Avenue, which is basically the center of where this proposed development is going to be, maybe. And my GPS told me to go right on Coconut Creek Parkway, all the way to Lyons. So I'm going by all those schools. Then I'm making a left on Lyons, going by the park and even the developments. It gave me no option to go on 31st Avenue, which if you know the area, that is an option, but it doesn't give you that. So, if I were to be in that building making a delivery, I make my delivery and I'm leaving, I'm going out onto Lyons Avenue or Atlantic. I have to make a right turn either way. So I'm looking at the traffic and I'm easing out into traffic. And God forbid there's a youngster or someone walking that's of shorter stature than the front of my truck, which is probably that high. So you're putting a lot of children at risk. God forbid the truck driver's looking this way and the kid comes from the other way and oops, sorry. So, and there's all, if you come out of Lyons, leaving to go maybe east to I-95 or the turnpike, you have to cross 4 lanes. And that's a very short distance from that intersection to Atlantic to make that approach. And real quick, there is the problem of those trucks parking, diesel exhaust. And if they're sitting there, they got to get food. There's no restroom facilities there. What are they going to do with the leftover food? When the trucks sit, they call their friends. Hey, we got parking over here. Bring the girls. Thank you.
I was trying to run such a tight ship and you got me laughing on that one. So next speaker, Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker is Jim Goldisick, followed by Henry Hage, followed by Roberto Passan.
Good for you to line up, guys. Are you're part of the development team? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Henry Hage, followed by Roberto Passan, followed by Julie Price.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Henry Hage, and I've been sworn already. There's a lot to cover here, but I want to spend a little time about the project and about a minute about what Mr. Mealy had accused in regard to the affordable housing. When you leave the minute you leave the turnpike and you're coming down Atlantic, the first sign you see on Atlantic is Coconut Creek, butterfly capital of the world. So, and if you're coming even from 95, you're going to see that sign. So you say, imagine what people think of Coconut Creek as a nature haven. Imagine thereafter, when you pull to the first intersection on Atlantic and Lyons, your eye's going to fall on this monstrous industrial structure that's 5-story high that the developer is making. That's to be a 1-story high when in theory, but in reality, it's a 5-story high, about 48 feet. I have lived in the city on Coconut Creek since 1984, 39 years, and lived in my current residence in Lakewood East. where my son was born for 34 years. I could have left Coconut Creek time ago, but and moved to other areas, Parkland, Boca, Delray, whatever, you name it. But I always elected otherwise because I loved my city and my town, if I should call it. Dear Commissioner, this project does not belong to our main entrance and does not belong to our residential neighborhood. The project is purely speculative. Speculation means vacancy. Vacancy because this is not built to suit with a major tenant moving in. I don't care what the previous expert that says, yes, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, or we have this and it's coming. The point resides here that we have an empty building of 100,000 square feet. That's not on the city. They're saying it's in Margate. Even though it's in Margate, it affects us in Coconut Creek. And it's purely speculative. That's why they speculated and then it's sitting empty for 2 years. And now all of a sudden there's somebody coming in and confidentially they know about it and we don't know about it. Okay, and this is what's gonna happen to this building. In my opinion, you're gonna see 5 buildings sitting in there because they're speculating who's coming in. They don't have anybody in there. They never said we have this and we're gonna build it according to specs. Second, as everybody said, this is incompatible with the neighborhood, and therefore we're in the midst of a project that's surrounded by.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Next speaker, Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker is Roberto Pesant, followed by Julie Price, followed by Rodrigo Diaz.
You got the cue.
Okay.
You're up, sir.
Thank you. My name is Roberto Pesant. My address is 1111 Brickell Avenue, Miami 33131. I'm a real estate broker. I'm representing the land seller in this transaction. The bulk of what my team and I do, though, is sell residential land to residential developers. While this property is under contract and we are not marketing it, we are receiving a lot of unsolicited calls from residential developers interested in invoking the SB 102 to build a high density residential project here. And so there's a lot of aspects about this property, whether it's the access, whether it's the location in Coconut Creek that are highly desirable. But the really sort of golden goose aspect of this site is the 800 units and the density. You know, that just doesn't exist in South Florida. And so for somebody to be able to produce that kind of volume, it would be highly, highly desirable, and it would be an absolute absolute feeding frenzy if we were to market this to residential developers. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker is Julie Price, followed by Rodrigo Diaz, followed by Marianne Lee Primer.
Nice to see you.
Hello, good evening. It's nice to be here. I have been sworn in. I'm Julie Price at 4784 Northwest 5th Court in Cocoa Palms. I wanted to just talk about my experience on behalf of an actual Cocoa Palms resident, and actually the resident on the property line on the most western home. Much to my dismay, my realtor told me I was part of the preserve, and I'm not. So I have been long awaiting opportunities like this and have been one of those homeowners who spent the last 27 years building up the landscaping in my backyard to protect myself and my daughter. I'm a single mom and have raised her there since the time she was born, and have enjoyed the experience of living in what hadn't been developed. But I have always known, and the residents of Cocoa Palms and otherwise have always known, that there was a potential that land was private property and it's zoned in certain ways. I served on the Affordable Housing Committee for Coconut Creek. I served on planning and zoning for Coconut Creek. I understand a lot of the behind the scenes activity that occurs. But the one thing I do want to share is, and I was here and spent many nights here during the Lowe's scenarios and spoke publicly about that in opposition to that. And I'm not here in that position this evening. I am here in a position this evening where, as a homeowner on that property line, I experienced something that's a little different. I have come home and had homeless individuals in my backyard. They have broken my fence. They have climbed into my yard and out of my yard into the front property in Coconut Creek with my daughter there. in high school, sometimes alone while I am not there. So I have had experiences where I don't necessarily consider that property behind me right now to be safe. And if I have to choose between all of the options available in terms of potential use, I'm the most interested in this one compared to other ones, including potential 900 to 1,000 units of residential. And I'm in the human services world. I support people with disabilities, and I am concerned about affordable housing. And even so, I am concerned about a property being that potentially that close to my property line. So if I had my druthers and I had the ability to be able to favor permitted use of one over the other, this would be something that would be more palatable to me. And I'm appreciative of Greystar. I'm appreciative of the Diaz family for listening to our concerns, for having conversations with us. I feel like they do have our interest in mind. I understand all the concerns, the traffic, the trucks, the noise, all of it. It's all of concern to me, but I am a homeowner that is immediately impacted by that. I hear the homeless individuals in my backyard. I smell the fires burning at night. I know what happens back there. And so if there is an opportunity for individuals to come and address that in this way, I support continued conversation about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was like an everybody clap. That was a little, right? Next speaker, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Next speaker is Rodrigo Diaz, followed by Marianne Lee Primer, followed by Louis Stoneburner.
Good evening. My name is Rodrigo Diaz. I have been sworn in, 1425 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida. My family and I are the owners of this property, and we have been since 1983, since we bought it from the Barnini family. We own the property north of it, and we built it in 1991. That would be Coco Palms with Feliz and Sierra. And we also partnered to develop the Vista Verde project with Alan Ojeda, and we sold in 2001. This has been part of our family since that time. And we actually also own a house pretty nearby since 1991, and we recently sold it. So ever since I was very little, I remember this property. And I just wanted to let you know that we have the best team right now, and we're partnering with the best team to develop this property. Like I mentioned, we have had the property for 4 decades already. And at least once a week, we get an offer to develop, or we were getting, of course, we're not entertaining, but people are still calling every single day. And by far, we have filtered all those proposals and all those developers from everywhere in the world. And we decided with Greystar. Greystar is the best people to work with. They have tons of experience, not just nationally, but internationally. They do consider a lot of residential. They actually manage over 700,000 residential units. And what else can I say? I was even reached out by a couple of the neighbors here to do a partnership to develop this property using the Live Local Act. But we prefer something that it's way more suitable for the neighbors. And that's why I was in the majority of the neighborhood meetings, just to listen to see what they wanted, what everybody wanted, and thought it was better for the community. And Greystar was indeed the most flexible and the most willing person, or the most willing company to listen and to make sure that was served. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker is Marianne Lee Primer, followed by Louis Stoneburner, followed by the last person signed up to speak, Melissa Castaneda.
Hi, my name is Marianne Lee Primer. I live at 4785 Northwest 7th Manor. By the way, I also never received a notification of last night's meeting. So we live in Coco Palms. We have an 8-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy, and we understand that the property owner has a right to do what he wants with this property and to develop it. The problem is that amending the zoning will bring traffic. It will endanger lives and essentially turn our backyards into a giant truck stop. So one of the most concerning points is the entrance and exit on the proposed site on Lyons Road. So We already know about the elementary kids who cross Northwest Sixth Manor to get to school. That's just north of the entrance and exit. But it's especially dangerous because there are also middle school kids who have a bus stop just north of there and south of the crosswalk on Northwest Sixth Manor. And then there are also the kids who walk north on Lyons to get to Coconut Creek High, who have their faces buried in their cell phones. And you're going to have traffic coming from both the north and the south. And we have kids from elementary, middle, and high school who walk on Lyons to get to their schools. And that pretty walkway that you saw in their rendition, that walkway ends where the kids would need to stop and wait for the semi trucks to drive in and out. And by the way, I was recently told that every single side street in the city is a pedestrian right of way. So anyway, there's already a sidewalk. A walkway does not make it any safer. It's just a facade. There's no traffic light there, and a traffic light wouldn't be able to fix this mess anyway. It's an accident waiting to happen. And also, Greystar told the city, this is in a letter from August 30th of 2022, that they would route all semi-truck traffic to exit on Lyons Road. This means 100% of those trucks would exit on Lyons Road. This is the same exit south of the elementary school crosswalk and the middle school bus stop. So they expect 216 semi trucks a day. At 6 days a week, that is 1,300 semi trucks exiting on Lyons Road, not counting the trips entering. And then they expect over 1,000 cars daily in and out of the proposed site. So they're going to route the semi trucks to exit onto Lyons. And what about the cars? So those drivers are just going to risk their lives making a left turn on Atlantic Boulevard without a traffic light. So another thing is, if approved, the city would essentially be turning our backyards into a truck stop. Idle trucks can attract prostitution and even human trafficking, and we don't need this around our kids. Greystar says they won't allow idling, but they're going to, like, how are they going to enforce that? At a meeting in May, they said that they will put it in the lease agreement. Well, what happens if they sell? Their stipulation on the lease agreement doesn't mean anything. And lastly, Mr. Mealy said that 85 people support this. There are more than He's going to yield his time.
I'll give her my time. John Album.
No, the only speakers we have signed up that are left are Louis Stoneburner and Melissa Castaneda.
Yes.
Yes. No, I didn't.
Give it to him now.
John Albert. 660 Northwest 49th Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So as I was saying, their stipulation on the lease agreement about no idling doesn't mean anything. And then Mr. Mealy said that 85 people support this. Well, you know what? There are more than 700 people against it. And they signed a petition on change.org, and it's called Keep Coconut Creek Beautiful. So lastly, I just want to say that I do want more tax revenue for the city, and the neighbors I've talked to also want more tax revenue, but we just think there are better ways to do it. Please vote against this.
Louis Stoneburner, followed by Melissa Castaneda.
Great. Good evening. Thank you so much for having us tonight. My name is Louis Stoneburner. Address is 788 East Las Olas Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. I have been sworn in. I'm with Greystar. I actually run our Florida development business and have been part of this project from kind of day one. I'll give you my position. First, I want to thank all the neighbors here and everybody else for their time. We don't take these projects lightly. The way we approach them is to look really at all stakeholders in the project and take a collaborative approach from day one. That's everything from municipalities to additional businesses to neighbors and so forth. And I realize some people may not support this project, but that's how we approach it. And I empathize with each one of these positions. Quite frankly, we also really appreciate the time and feedback. It helps us to build a better project for everybody. And we tried to incorporate as many of the aspects that both the city has asked us from planning staff and getting concurrence on plans, as well as neighborhood feedback to create a wonderful economically viable project that will stand the test of time in your city. So when I think about this project, I want to focus on kind of two things. One, compatibility, which is a big topic. Is this project compatible? And two, what are the benefits? Because every project is going to have benefits and it's going to have, pros and cons. And we think the benefits greatly outweigh the cons on this project. First, from a compatibility perspective, in our humble opinion, it's undeniably compatible. When you look at the prior approved project, which is the current vested site plan, this project provides for similar square footage, significantly less traffic, similar height, significantly more open space, better buffers and setbacks, and more green initiatives. Those are considerable benefits when you look at this project compared to what the current vested site plan allows. I think furthermore, when you look at what could be built here under the third option, Live Local Act, you're going to see that you're going to get, you're not going to get walls, you're not going to get increased setbacks, you're not going to get open space, you're going to get impacts on schools and parks, and you may not get the same kind of tax revenue. We spent immense time really working with both the staff and the neighbors, trying to figure out and win everybody's approval and support. And we can't win everybody, but trying to address as many things. We spent almost 13 months. I think we did 5 DRC reviews. We did 3 neighborhood meetings. We've done hundreds of hours of interaction with different stakeholders to kind of get to where we are. When you look at the benefits here, we're solving a crime and homeless issue that exists today and has existed for some time. We're growing the tax base within the municipality. We're providing for growth of employment, and we're providing a home for businesses to stay in the city of Coconut Creek. With that, I'll give the rest of my time off. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker and last speaker signed up is Melissa Castaneda.
Someone glasses are here. They're missing that. Good evening. My name is Melissa Castaneda. I live at 620 Northwest 43rd Avenue. I've been sworn in and I understand the rules. I was here 3 months ago on April 13. That day, I think it was decided for this project to move forward, and here we are today. That day, as the residents, we brought our concerns about traffic, wildlife, road safety, property value. All of those concerns were brought up to your attention, and you all, by one person, voted yes to proceed to where we are today. After hearing all these presentations and hearing the concerns of my neighbors and hearing the property owner, the builder side, there's one issue that hasn't been brought up, and that is that those 384 acres right now are a water reservoir for rain. And right now, our neighbors are not being flooded because all that water is being retained there. Likely, the homeless people that are there, they see these, they walk in the swamp water today. That same night that we were here, when we were here speaking in this room, history was being made in Broward County. It was a 100-year rain event that happened that day. Our airport in Fort Lauderdale flooded, and also a neighborhood, Edgewood, they were getting flooded as we were speaking in this room. You know what happened to Edgewood? They had a green space like the one we're talking about tonight that was built, and residential building was put there. And that water runs off. It no longer is retained in the water. Go to the water table. It has to go somewhere. Where did it go? It went into the streets. We don't know what the repercussions will be. And I don't know if that's part of the environmental statement that was done in 2009 when that was first proposed. I don't know if the rules indicate that the environmental statements have to be, renewed when new things are being proposed. When we are experiencing day after day, breaking records in rain, in heat, we don't know how this compares to 2009. And if you build over that, 100% I guarantee your neighbors to the south of that property, to the north of that property, they will flood. And us in South Creek, I don't know how that will affect it because all that water is going to go into the canals. And I don't know how my canal in the back of my house is going to act when this canal over here is flooded. and their houses are flooded. I understand the concern about homelessness, and I'm very sorry for that neighbor that is experiencing that safety concern. To me, the city has failed you, the property owner has failed you, the Broward County has failed you, the state has failed you, and it has failed the residents that are homeless and that are living there right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, is anyone else signed in?
No, they are not, Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, all the sign-ins have spoken. What I'm going to do is if anyone is here that is not signed in but wishes to speak, please line up at the podium. If there's anyone else that is not signed in that wishes to speak. Please just state your name and your address, please. You have 3 minutes.
Can I ask really quickly, were you sworn in earlier?
No, I need to be sworn in.
Okay.
And did you submit a written comment?
No,
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Please state your name and address clearly for the record.
Kathy Green, 4767 Northwest Fifth Court, Coconut Creek in Cocoa Palms.
Thank you.
I've lived there for 30 years. My house will look, I will not be on the property line, but my house looks at that building. I have no problem with looking at that building, considering what alternates could possibly happen. I approve this project.
Thank you. Anyone else here that wishes to speak that has not spoken or submitted a written comment? Okay, we're going to move on to the next phase of our public comment procedures. Pardon me? Did you just speak? Oh, come on. Getting a little hazy.
And were you sworn in, ma'am? Is there anybody else who may want to speak today that
So
didn't
we could
sign
just
up
do
and
like-
wasn't sworn in? So
You
we
do
can,
like one swearing in.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Oh.
You sure?
okay, thank you.
Okay. One more swearing. Did you submit a written comment?
I did not.
Okay, wonderful. So Mr. Kavanaugh, swear in, and then the floor is yours for your name and your address. Just look at our city clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address clearly for the record.
My name is Lorena Castañeda. I live at 1060 Northwest 45th Avenue in Coconut Creek, 33066.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. One thing that I wanted to add to the comments piece about the water table and how this will affect things. As far as, I was also here the prior meeting 3 months ago. As far as what I've seen, I know that this has been approved. Unfortunately, I know that something will need to be built there. I don't know if there will be the willingness from the developer to update any of the environmental impacts statements and studies that we as a community have raised a concern regarding. What I do see is the blatant disrespect that the developer and the developer's team has been demonstrated throughout these two meetings that I've been able to attend, given that I have not been also received notice to the meetings that have happened, you know, like, for instance, the one yesterday. I don't understand why this, the insistence by these people to just laugh and moniker and just continue to have these size conversations and jokes the entire time that this community is here presenting their concerns. We live here. It has not gone without my notice that most of the people that have come here and speak on behalf of the project don't live in the area. They live in a different zip code. So I would appreciate if this board takes that into consideration. We are the people that are most affected by this. We don't want this here. Or we would like a much better study being done of the impacts before this is allowed to move forward. The people that speak here, that have our interest at heart, it seems to be just the people that live here. And we would appreciate our voices be heard. I know that moving forward, that might not be possible. So we would like to take this opportunity to make the earnest of this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to clarify a point, because I think there was some misnomers, just not to you, ma'am, just in general. This is the first time this matter has come before the city of Coconut Creek City Commission. There's been planning and zoning board meetings and some public forums, but just so everyone in this room is aware, this is the first time this issue has come before this commission for a vote. So just so everyone knows that, while there was other meetings, it wasn't with the members of the city commission. Anyone else? Last chance. I was trying to get everyone else to get now, like the double last chance. If anyone's even thinking that they want to speak, just come on up and get sworn. Please. Anybody?
And if I could add for clarification that once we close the public comment period, once we're done with this and we start reading the comments, you're not going to have the opportunity again. So if you even think maybe now's the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, what's important to the people on our commission is that you came and took the time to come and sit through this meeting, however late it's going to be. We want to hear from you. So if this is last chance, hop in line. If anyone else wants to come up. Swear in, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God, yes.
Please state your name and address clearly.
My
for the
name is
record.
Sharon Stennett. I live in Cocoa Palms at 554 Northwest 47 Lane, Coconut Creek, 33063.
Ms.
And I
Stennett, the floor is yours.
love my community of Coconut Creek. I think you guys do a phenomenal job. However, lately, with some of these industrial buildings going up, including this one, I'm getting a little disenchanted. What I want to add, I'm just standing here to ask a question. I just wanted to interject that. I haven't heard anything about the construction phase. What should we expect? How long is it going to take? When does it start? Are roads going to be blocked? What should we as residents expect? I live in Cocoa Palms, as I said, coming out of there is a nightmare. The light takes forever. A lot of times we run it, to be honest, because we got to get somewhere and it takes 5 minutes to get out of there. Kids are crossing. We got to be really careful. Even if we get a green light, we got to watch out for the kids. So it does sound like a little bit of a nightmare and a risk for the children in the area. We got a community center. We have Windmill Park, constant traffic, people walking their dogs. So I'm very concerned about that. I would have preferred to see a residential situation. However, I'd like to hear more about the construction phase and what we should expect as residents. What will happen? Thank you.
Thank you. I got to do it one last time. I'm going to close the public hearing for the purpose of anyone live. Anyone else? This phase of the public hearing is now closed. Mr. Kavanaugh, we're going to move to the second phase of public hearing. I'm going to ask you to read through the submitted record of comment and letters. I turn to you to just go through them, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. The first email submitted into the record was submitted by Grace Allen. The subject line of the email reads, "Case against Cocomar Logistics Park." Included in the email is a link to the website address https:/ceds.org/warehouses. Also included in this email is a letter which reads as follows. Cocoa Palms Homeowners Association, Inc., case against Cocomar Logistics Park. Dear Commissioners, the City of Coconut Creek supports the health, safety, and well-being of its residents. It promotes smart growth, clean energy, open and green spaces, as well as a small town feel. How does a logistics park in close proximity to residential areas fit into these priorities? There are 4 residential areas that surround this vacant lot. However, our community, Cocoa Palms, will be the most impacted by a project of this size. It is not a good fit for this space. There is not enough surrounding area, the projected buildings to create a safe buffer. This would at least ensure that residents in the wetland areas have some protection from the adverse effects of a large warehouse complex as this. Further, it will decrease the area's desirability as no one wants to live near 389,905 square feet of buildings that are 44 feet high. They are an eyesore. Other negative effects, as you well know, are an increase in traffic, especially large trucks, creating not only safety and pollution issues, it will also decrease the favorable view of the area, leading to lower property value. Also, not a good look for the first point of entry to the city. There will be an increase in pollution from diesel fumes released in residential and wetland areas. There will be a significant increase in noise pollution that will affect both the residents and wildlife. Projected jobs of 3,000 by the developer are unrealistic, bearing in mind that the number of empty warehouse spaces in and around the city. Promises of employees patronizing the city of Coconut Creek businesses are also unrealistic because there are none in that area, and going to Margate or Pompano Beach will be more convenient. In conclusion, we do not support this project as it will cause more harm than good to our beautiful Cocoa Palms community, as well as to our neighbors. We respectfully ask that you say no to this proposal. Sincerely, signed by the board members of the Cocoa Palms HOA, plus Robert Green, Geneva Crawford, Bridget Seville, Matthew Hallman, DeJuan Coleman, Ramon Del Sator, and Grace Allen. Included as part of that email as well is a petition which reads as follows. Petition to stop Greystar Development new warehouse construction. Currently, there are plans of development to build a new set of 45-foot tall industrial plazas in the open lot to the south of our community. These new warehouses would be designed for storage, light freight, various other approved purposes, and greatly increase the amount of large trucks that would drive around our neighborhood. Operational hours would be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday to Sunday. There would be construction of a new entranceway located just on the south side of the community that would create a new traffic flow between us and Atlantic Boulevard. It is already a difficult intersection without adding even more entranceways and large freight vehicles as well. We don't know how this will affect our property values or how much sound will carry over from the plaza to our neighborhood. There are also several other similar new warehouse properties that are being constructed around Pompano Market that will sit empty for months and months after being built. This petition is signed below by residents of Cocoa Palms community and the city of Coconut Creek who are opposed to Greystar Development construction, a new warehouse complex at the corner of Atlantic and Lyons Boulevard. And this petition was signed by 66 individuals, and those names are part of this email. And then lastly, this email also includes the map of the community of Cocoa Palms.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, is that all the submitted comment?
No, that was just the first one. There approximately 40 more.
Okay. So
Should I proceed, Mayor?
we have to at this point, Mr. Kavanaugh. So I'll just tell everyone in the public, based on our current public procedure that's still in effect since COVID, people have a right, and if they wrote a letter, we're going to have it read to the record. So I appreciate y'all staying here, but that is what we're doing, and we will finish with the procedure this commission has set out. Go ahead, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. The next email was submitted by Anna Arestigue. The subject line of the email reads Greystar Project, and the email reads as follows. As a homeowner of Cocoa Palms, I am outraged with the proposed project, and I really hope it gets turned down. Having an industrial park surrounded by residential properties makes no sense, and it would be a traffic nightmare for residents and dangerous for kids going to school across the street. We will remember how every commissioner voted at election time. Thank you. Next email was submitted by Diane Danny. The subject line of the email reads Cocomar, and the email reads as follows. I love living in the creek and trust you will do the right thing. To the point, please protect Cocomar and do not give any more of our city to greedy developers. Thank you. The next email was submitted by Mildred G. Coyne. Subject line of the email reads Letter of Support for Greystar Real Estate Partners Cocomar Project. The email reads as follows. Dear Mayor and City Commissioners, as the Senior Vice President of Workforce Education and Innovation at Broward College, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of partnerships between educational institutions and industry leaders. Broward College is committed to cultivating mutually beneficial relationships with organizations that prioritize education, community involvement, and sustainable development. In this regard, Greystar has consistently demonstrated its unwavering commitment to these shared values. The company has demonstrated a strong interest in creating programs that will benefit our students, especially those attending classes at our North Campus in your city. Together, we have developed a memorandum of understanding that outlines various initiatives, such as providing internships, offering scholarships, participating in career fairs and guest lectures, and identifying opportunities to employ graduates. These endeavors will allow our students to gain valuable real-world experience and open doors to rewarding career opportunities in construction, engineering, transportation, supply chain, marketing, management, and more. Many of these students will be intimately involved in the development, construction, and management of the Cocomar Logistics Park. The project's focus on sustainable development, innovation, and community enrichment resonates strongly with our institution's mission to foster educated, skilled, and engaged workforce. We firmly believe that the project will not only contribute to the economic growth of the region, but also provide valuable learning opportunities for our students, promoting their professional development and expanding their skill sets. For these reasons, I offer my sincere support for Cocomar Logistics Park. We firmly believe that the project will not only provide our northernmost students with real-world experience and a direct pipeline to in-demand careers, but the project will also create more opportunities for growth and prosperity for the city. Thank you for your attention to this important project. We hope to engage with Cocomar Logistics Park as the project further develops. The next email was submitted by Kathleen Crotty. The subject line of the email reads Cocoa Industrial Site Plan, and the email reads as follows. Please vote no to the logistics park. I have lived in Coconut Creek for over 30 years. My mother worked for the builder of the homes in South Creek as a realtor. I have watched the growth of the city and enjoyed seeing it stay a family-oriented community. The definition of a logistics park says it all, an industrial area specifically designed for storage, management, and distribution of various goods. Companies can use logistics parks to assemble, manufacture, and distribute products to regional or international markets. A large unit sits vacant on Banks Road and in Margate. Few trees strategically placed to meet requirements and a promise of new jobs and money. Why not seek a better use of this land that benefits the families that live in Coconut Creek? Why allow this park to increase our traffic flow? Deplete the land that we are slowly losing because all we see is money. These jobs that are promised, I don't see any restaurants or other businesses that would benefit families that would occupy this building. A logistics park in the end serves two purposes: to streamline transportation and warehouse needs. This is not to benefit our city in any way. Please vote no. The next email was submitted by Brianna Drabick. The subject line of the email reads Support Cocomar Logistics Park, and the email reads as follows. Dear Coconut Creek City Commissioners, I am writing to share my full support for the proposed Cocomar Logistics Park near Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard. For years, the site has remained empty, and I think a project like this is long overdue and exactly what this city needs. I believe this project is a win-win for the city, as it will bring new local businesses, revenue, and jobs. I urge you to support the project, and thank you for your consideration. The next email was submitted by Joan French. The subject line of the email reads, here is some information on the issue, long article, so you will have to skip through and read what is important to you: warehouses, community, and environmental defense services. The email just contains a link to the website, https://ceds.org/warehouses. And the email includes a 16-page printout from the website, which was discussed in the subject line of the email. The next email was submitted by Max Gordon. The subject line of the email reads CCP&Z meeting, file number 23-053, 23-054, 23-070. Everything okay? Let me see. No. The email reads as follows. Dear Commissioners, last night I sat in on a 4-hour planning and zoning meeting. I was appalled by what I heard. Coconut Creek is the butterfly capital of the world. It is a well-planned city with an emphasis on unique environmental consciousness. It is one of the top 10 places to live in Florida because of its open air, beautiful landscape parks and greenways tucked beside upscale neighborhoods. I came to Coconut Creek for the majestic nature and spacious neighborhoods, not to be cramped in a flex space like Fort Lauderdale or Miami. What I learned last night has changed my view about the city dramatically. I learned if you have money, the rules and laws do not apply to you. I learned last night in 1998, 25 years ago, the city changed a zoning ruling, and due to corruption and greed, another zoning ruling was made 15 years later to enact it. That city council went against the words of the neighborhood and decided 2 giant commercial warehouses next to 5 schools and 3 neighborhoods were a good idea. Community immediately sued the city for agreeing to this idea. Another 15 years later, and the new plan is not 2, but 3 warehouses, and this time they're industrial. This means heavy tractor trailers are going to be speeding down the roads of these schools, cramming into our small side roads and disrupting our quiet from 6 a.m. all the way to 9 p.m. at night. I watched the P and Z council members listen to over 25 emails, 10 voicemails, and another 30 people who showed up at the meeting to beg, plead, and argue that this plot would not be rezoned for commercial or industrial use. Only one person on the board was smart enough to vote against it. One. Look, I understand if it is a private property, you can't do anything, right? Except this city takes pride in implementing its planning and zoning laws to a T. On numerous occasions, I was told what I can and cannot do in my own small backyard, a backyard that no one else can see but me. The city has told me I needed more trees. I cannot build up to a certain point next to my lake. I cannot have certain easements encroaching on the sidewalk. Yet this private 35-acre plot of land, the first thing you see coming into Coconut Creek, doesn't get the same judgment. You have spent an exorbitant amount of money on a parks and recreation initiative. The city boasts about being the butterfly capital of the world and a tree city. Not one person from the city, not one council member realized a 25-year-old zoning ruling was out of date. Not one realized this plan is not in line with our future city initiatives. I learned last night that no matter how many times I vote, who I vote for, and how many times I stand up in a community hearing, you will never do the right thing. You all look really good on paper with your promises and what you stand for, but when it comes to stopping something clearly against that, you turn your head and run. I'm ashamed to have moved here only to find out you were just like any other corrupt city. The people don't matter, only the dollar signs. The next email was submitted by Sonia Grunbaum. The subject line of the email reads Cocomar Logistics Park, and the email reads as follows. Dear City of Coconut Creek Commissioners, I'm a Coconut Creek resident and recently heard of Greystar's plan to build a logistics park in the long vacant property at Lyons Road and Atlantic Boulevard. This site has remained empty for decades, and I think a project like this is long overdue. I understand some neighbors prefer nothing ever be built, but it's important to keep in mind your entire constituency throughout this wonderful city. The location near the turnpike is ideal for this type of project, and the use of multiple buildings makes it a perfect mix of local and national companies. I believe Cocomar Logistics Park is the right choice for Coconut Creek. Thank you again for your consideration. The next email was submitted by Dawn Hanna. The subject line of the email reads, please vote no on developing the Cocomar Harwood Hammock. And the email reads as follows. Please do not allow development in this property, please. Excuse me. The next email was submitted by Linda Joe. The subject line of the email reads, undeveloped land northwest corner of Lyons Road and Atlantic Boulevard. And the email reads as follows. Way back in 2008, local environmentalists and residents fought hard to prevent a Kohl's and Lowe's from going into what is probably the last remaining hardwood hammock in Broward County. Those other proposals, including a 2009 project from Lennar for 260 new homes, have appeared. The Cocomar property, named for the two adjoining municipalities of Coconut Creek and Margate, on the northwest corner of Lyons Road, Atlantic Boulevard, remains undeveloped. This latest project would be called the Cocomar Business Logistics Park, and according to this article below, would involve the relocation of 80 trees from the natural hammock to make way for 36 acres of development. Not mentioned in the article is the critical role of this rare undeveloped hammock and what it plays in providing recharge to the Biscayne Aquifer in Broward County, one of the most densely developed counties in Florida. A stone's throw from the Fern Forest Nature Center, south of Atlantic, the property is also home to numerous native plants and wildlife. The addition of a solar tree on the site is hardly going to compensate for the loss of so much nature. SFWA was alerted to this story today and wanted to get the word out. Coconut Creek's Planning Commission will be taking up this issue tomorrow, Wednesday, April 26th. According to the article, they're going to recommend going forward. We're inviting our supporters to contact the full Coconut Creek Commission, who will have the final say on this, and tell them to deny this project when it comes before them. This is how Coconut Creek describes itself on the city's website. Coconut Creek, the butterfly capital of the world, is a well-planned city with a unique environmental consciousness nestled between Miami and Palm Beach. Paving over this rural parcel to make way for warehouse and office space, more Browardization, is hardly consistent with that description. During that first battle, we took photos of the inside of this amazing hammock. We'll try to locate those and share them. We will also obtain an inventory of plants and animals found on the property, which should also be part of any discussion of what ultimately happens to this rare site. No matter how developers might describe it, it is much more than a vacant lot. I'm a longtime 40-year resident in butterfly capital city of Coconut Creek, and so disappointed that this project is even being considered for our beloved city. Please don't approve this unnecessary project and save what money can't buy Mother Nature. The next email, bless you, submitted by Dan and Joanne Lack. There's no subject line for the email. The letter reads as follows. Dear Coconut Creek City Commissioners, as a Coconut Creek resident for over 25 years, I was pleased to learn about the proposed Cocomar Logistics Park, where I've been passing by that eyesore in my car since 1995. Now, as I ride my bicycle along that site to the Broward County Greenways Trail, I can't help but wonder what is taking so long for a seemingly ideal site to be developed, being at a major intersection close to the turnpike not far from I-95. This property has laid dormant for all this time, benefiting only the adjoining homeowners, claiming extra backyard area, and the non-homeowners squatting on their chosen land. Surely the revenue from a valuable developed property would be advantageous and seems appropriate for a city desiring to provide services for their tax-paying citizens. My wife and I would much prefer to see an aesthetically pleasing and environmentally conscious site that would provide modern era services to our community. We wish that the community leaders would finally move forward and move to improve our community rather than continue to stand fast and oppose all opportunities like your predecessors have for decades now. We love the city of Coconut Creek and hope that as our commissioners, you would find the resolve to move forward with this project for the good of our community. Thank you for your consideration. Excuse me. Next email was submitted by Carrie Lichty. Subject line of the email reads vacant land, and the email reads as follows. Dear City Commissioners, I recently learned about plans to build Cocomar Logistics Park near Lions Road and West Atlantic Boulevard. As a Coconut Creek resident, I'm sharing my support for this proposed development and ask that you vote in favor. This site has remained empty for decades. It has not generated any jobs or tax revenue and just sits dormant because a small group of neighbors simply want to keep it empty. I believe there is a homeless encampment there now, which is not what Coconut Creek needs. The proposed business park seems like an ideal solution to me. The renderings are beautiful and the location near the turnpike is perfect for this type of product. Some neighbors would prefer nothing ever be built on the site, but that's just not a realistic option. When you consider Cocomar Logistics Park, please consider that many others who live and love Coconut Creek think this is a good idea. Thanks again for your consideration. Next email was submitted by Fernando Mazzara. Subject line reads Greystar Cocomar, and the email reads as follows. Just want you to know that I'm very upset with the proposed project by Greystar. Having an industrial park in an area that is all residential makes no sense. I'm pretty sure we could have better options for that land. I really hope it is not approved. If it is, we will remember at the voting time. Thank you. The next email was submitted by Fernando Mazzara. Subject line of the email reads Grace. Was it? Okay, this is a continuation of the email, so I apologize for that. The letter reads as follows. I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. I'm writing to express my deep concerns and discontent regarding the recent decision to rezone certain lands in our city to light commercial use. As a concerned resident and passionate advocate for this responsible urban planning, I believe it is essential to voice the concerns of the affected community. First and foremost, I would like to highlight the adverse impact rezoning to light commercial use and what it can have on residential areas nearby. Such a shift in the zoning regulations could potentially disrupt the tranquil nature of our neighborhoods, leading to increased noise levels, traffic congestion, and a general deterioration of the quality of life for residents. It's vital to preserve the character and integrity of our residential areas, which play a significant role in attracting families and fostering a sense of community. Moreover, rezoning lands to light commercial without a comprehensive assessment of the potential environmental consequences is concerning. Light commercial areas often bring with them increased pollution, waste generation, and the destruction of green spaces. It is crucial that we prioritize sustainability and environmental preservation in our decision-making process to ensure the long-term well-being of our city and its residents. Furthermore, I'd like to emphasize the potential impact of rezoning on property values. Okay, many residents have made significant investments in their homes, expecting to reside in a primarily residential area. The sudden introduction of light commercial zones can potentially lower property values, affecting the financial well-being of homeowners. Excuse me. It is essential to consider the long-term economic implications for residents when making decisions that can significantly impact their assets and financial stability. In light of these concerns, I kindly request that the city council reevaluate the rezoning decision and takes into account the voice of the affected residents. I urge you to consider alternative solutions that maintain the residential integrity of the affected area, while also addressing any developmental needs the city may have. By doing so, we can work together to create a harmonious balance between commercial development, and residential well-being. Thank you for taking the time to consider my concerns. I believe that through open communication and collaboration, we can achieve a more sustainable, prosperous future for our beloved city. The next email was submitted by Ryan Meldrum. Subject line of the email reads, opposition of proposed Greystar Cocomar development at Atlantic Alliance. And the email reads as follows. Proposed email is to express my strong opposition to Greystar's application to develop a plot of land at Atlantic Alliance and to ask you to vote no on the proposed development as specified in Greystar's application. I've attended multiple meetings, including those hosted by Greystar and the Zoning and Planning Board, and I do not believe that the proposed development is in the best interest of the city and its residents. I believe Greystar is being unrealistic in its optimism regarding the following. A, the impact of traffic and safety, particularly given the anticipated semi-truck traffic on Lions, Banks, and Coconut Creek Parkway as trucks seek to get off and on the turnpike. B, the ability to successfully transplant old growth oak trees to the north perimeter to shield residents in Lakewood East and Cocoa Palms from the view of their 44-foot tall buildings, but that a substantial portion of the trees falling to survive transplant shock. C, the ability for the developed plot of land to properly drain off water in the event of heavy rain and or hurricanes, thus exposing the aforementioned residential communities to flooding via the water canal. D, the impact on property values of homes in Lakewood East and Cocoa Palms. I fully understand that the property owner of the plots has rights, but placing massive industrial buildings along a major traffic corridor that also serves to welcome residents and visitors to the south end of Coconut Creek is antithetical to the city's emphasis on livability and preservation. I ask that you vote no at the commission meeting later this week. The next email was submitted by Jorge and Gloria Mera. The subject line of the email reads, Greystar Industrial request for rezoning approval at the northwest corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road. And the email reads as follows. Dear Sir, Madam, we strongly object to the above planning request for a rezoning modification to the Planned Commerce District on the following grounds. Number one, plans and Vision 2030. According to the future land use map, the city of Coconut Creek identified the site to be used as commercial, not industrial. Allowing this request would go contrary to what was published to the public in 2016. Number two, a more appropriate area for the proposed light industrial, flex space, and warehouse to be developed, perhaps with the other already zoned for office / professional and industrial areas in North Coconut Creek, just north of the Sawgrass Expressway. A permissible industrial use would be a brewery or similar in a mixed-use retail, dining, entertainment development. It would visually be disappointing to drive by generic rectangular warehouse buildings. They could have been a lively destination for all commuters passing by to see, visit, and enjoy. Number three, traffic and quality of life. The site is located adjacent to a major intersection leading to neighboring cities, entrance to the city of Coconut Creek and the Florida Turnpike. We believe industrial automotive traffic is a concern. Should the request be approved, there is an opportunity. Improving the quality of life for residents and visitors that live within a 15-minute walk radius. Visitors who come off the turnpike could easily access the site and have the ability to walk to a development similar to the promenade that is 23 acres and designed into the 36-acre Tulinda/Coolidge Flat. The next email was submitted by Rudy Numa. Subject line of the email reads support letter Cocomar. And the letter reads as follows. Dear Coconut Creek Commissioners, I'm a resident of Cocoa Palms, writing to share my support for Greystar's proposed Cocomar Logistics Park. I strongly urge you to approve the project. As you know, my community is located directly behind the site. Like many of my neighbors, I was opposed to the project at first, but over time it has become clear to me that Greystar is making a concerted effort to listen to and meet the needs of our neighborhood. They've made numerous concessions to minimize the project's impact, both during construction and once the park opens. They've also addressed my concerns about property value by sharing facts and data. Plus, the site currently has a homeless encampment on it, which is unsafe for our neighborhood. The site is private property, not a public park, and I would much rather the city approve this project and collect significant tax revenue than increase property taxes for all Coconut Creek residents, including those in Cocoa Palms. Again, I encourage you to listen to all Coconut Creek voices and make the right decision for our city. Approve Cocomar Logistics Park. The next email was submitted by Mary Ann Pavlik. Subject line of the email reads Greystar Trucking Depot, and the email reads as follows. I am a 13-year proud resident of South Creek in Deerfield Beach for 8 years prior to that, and a Fort Lauderdale resident since 1968. I am vehemently opposed to the proposed construction of the Greystar Trucking Facility on the corner of Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard. That complex is exactly 1,100 feet away from my beautiful home. I'm not willing to listen to truck traffic or be privy to the commercial element that a property of this type would encourage. I'm urging you please to vote against this proposal. The next email was submitted by Gail Sinclair Rogers. Subject line of the email reads Coconut Creek decides July 13th, 2023, and the email reads as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, as a resident of the Lakewood East community, I so strongly oppose the sale of the undeveloped property at the corner of Lions Road and Atlantic. Have any of you actually visited this neighborhood? Have any of you observed the traffic conditions in this area? Have any of you traveled south on Lions and attempted to make a right turn merging onto Atlantic while traffic heading east on Atlantic is frantically trying to avoid a collision? Have any of you really thought about this area and how it would be safe with warehouses as neighbors, with trucks and other vehicles attempting to enter and exit this warehouse area? How about the noise warehouse tenants would generate? It's understandable that the owners of the property are entitled to develop their property. Why else would they have purchased it? However, they must have known these issues. They did not, someone goofed. There must be a compromise. Do not allow so many negatives to happen. The next email was submitted by Jennifer Sabo. Subject line of the email reads Cocomar project. There you go. So we have approximately 8 more individual unique emails. And then we have 3 petitions, which I was just going to read the petition. And then just the number of people that signed it. So that's 3 other letters. And then after that, there are 2 voicemails. Thank you, Mayor. The next email was submitted by Jennifer Sabo. Subject line of the email is Cocomar Project. The email reads as follows. Good morning. It has come to my attention that once again, the property on the northwest corner of Lions and Atlantic Boulevard is under attack. I have lived in Coconut Creek for 25 years and I've seen this property dodge numerous bullets, thankfully. It sickens me to think it is being threatened again. The city of Coconut Creek promotes environmental awareness and it claims to be environmentally friendly. Approval of this development would completely contradict everything the city preaches. Please just stop. Enough already. Enough warehouses, townhouses, apartments, storage facilities, etc. Do better. Practice what you preach. I understand the plan is to relocate trees and implement other measures to minimize the impact, but that is not enough. Absolutely nothing will make up for the destruction of this property. It pains me to write this to you because I've been a huge supporter of the city and its governing body for many, many years. In my heart, I am sad to think Coconut Creek has lost its focus. Please do not let this happen. The next email submitted by Sharon Smith. The subject line of the email reads, please vote no to Cocomar Project. And that is the entirety of the email we received. The next email was submitted by Claudio Soros. There is no subject line on the email, and the email reads as follows. Dear Coconut Creek City Commissioners, as a resident of Bayview at the township in Coconut Creek for many years, I am writing to share my support for the proposed Cocomar Logistics Park near Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard. I strongly believe this project will bring numerous benefits to our city, including more jobs and tax revenue. I understand this land is privately owned and already zoned commercial, not a public green space for city residents to enjoy. I believe the logistics park is a sensible use for this site, as it will attract new small businesses to the area, create jobs for our residents, generate significant tax revenue for our city. Broward County has many great progressions in attracting locally owned and family operated companies. And I would love for Coconut Creek to continue to be at the forefront of this. I strongly urge you to support the project as it is a win-win for Coconut Creek. Thank you for your consideration. The next email was submitted by Jay Tavares. And the subject line of the email reads Greystar zoning change and parcel development. And the email reads as follows. Mayor and commissioners of Coconut Creek. I've lived in the fine city of Coconut Creek for over 32 years. I've always enjoyed the many amenities the city has to offer, as well as their planned vision and development of the community. While I understand that the current parcel in question will be eventually built on, I don't understand the reasoning of the zoning change. The original zoning was no doubt in line with the city's original vision of how the area was to be developed. Is the rezoning for the proposed development actually in the best interest of the city's vision for the future? While the parcel has a commercial designation, it is totally surrounded by residential areas as well as 3 parks: Fern Forest, Windmill Park, and Cocoa Point Park. These neighborhoods and parks will be greatly affected by this project, from quality of life issues to property value issues as well as safety issues. The quality of life issues include the additional noise that will be generated with a business being operated in such close proximity to residential and park areas. The residents and park patrons, including wildlife, will have to deal with diesel fumes, air quality, and added traffic noises. The property value issue is self-explanatory, as the residents in this affected area will be adversely affected with a reduction in home values, as nobody wants to live next to a 7-day-a-week commercial warehouse business. The safety issues will affect a greater number of people as the added traffic to the area, including diesel tractor trailers and other delivery vehicles, will further congest an already congested area. These vehicles will be accessing the intersection of Atlantic and Lyons and will no doubt cause or create additional vehicle accidents at an already very dangerous intersection for accidents. The delivery vehicles will also be traversing residential neighborhoods while coming and going, and will most likely utilize the entirety of the Coconut Creek Parkway area. These vehicles will be a serious safety concern to the education corridor, as hundreds of students from the numerous schools along the road walk to and from school or utilize school buses. When these schools have arrival and release times, it is already heavily congested and dangerous, and a recipe for disaster with the additional commercial vehicle traffic. Please consider these factors when making your decision, as it may be your legacy. Hopefully, Coconut Creek can remain the butterfly capital of the world and not become the warehouse capital of the world. The next email was submitted by Scott Thomas. Subject line of the email reads proposed warehouse, and the email reads as follows. Hello, commissioners. I have just become aware that you all are considering approving development of the land at the corner of Lyons Road and Atlantic Boulevard. I sincerely hope that you reconsider approving this project. The last thing we need is more development. It's bad enough that you approved all the townhouses and apartments, which stresses our infrastructure and creates more and more traffic, not to mention crime. Redeem yourselves. Please do not go forward with this. If you decide to go forward, it will be remembered when it comes time for re-election. The next email was submitted by Margaret Tremino. Subject line of the email reads Greystar Industrial, and the email reads as follows. Dear commissioners, I disagree with the building of the industrial area in the corner of Atlantic and Lyons. I'm a resident of Cocoa Palms for 22 years. This is a residential area, not industrial. Why would you want to rezone this area? Obviously, due to greed, ignorance, and just plain don't give a S 3 hyphens afterwards about anything but your pocket. Disgusting. Rezoning area will lower property values, give less enjoyment of your home, not to mention an eyesore. To further, it will cause extreme safety issues to our person and private property, attracting undesirable people, litter, and loitering. It will be built within 100 feet of the property line, which is completely unacceptable and a safety hazard. This area will also cause damage to the air quality due to exhaust from the trucks and serious traffic issues. Damage due to noise pollution. Damage to safety, traffic issues, serious damage to the wildlife. I strongly disagree and say no. The next email was submitted by Helen Weissman. There was no subject line on the email, and it reads as follows. Dear City Commissioners, I am writing to you as a Broward County-based commercial real estate expert currently serving as the first vice president in CBRE's Fort Lauderdale office. I recently learned that the city's P and Z board recommended approval of Cocomar Logistics Park, and I understand the city commission will be considering it next month. Please note that I'm not affiliated with the proposed developer of Greystar, and I have no vested interest in the property. However, I'd like to provide you with some background information about the market. Put it simply, there's unprecedented demand in Broward County and all South Florida for this type of space that will be built at Cocomar, and vacancy rates are very low. As you are aware, the pandemic has significantly altered the way retail business operates. The surging e-commerce has forever shifted the way consumers buy products, and retailers now need large-scale modern spaces for goods and transport them to residential neighborhood homes. Moreover, e-commerce has enabled local family businesses to compete with these major retailers. They also need space besides their garage to store goods. Finally, the pandemic forced businesses to rethink their office space, with many relocating from traditional downtown towers to suburban business parks closer to home. The proposed Cocomar project is ideally situated near the turnpike at the corner of two major arterial streets, Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard. In fact, it's remarkable that the site has been vacant for decades, creating no additional tax revenue for the city and no jobs for the area residents. I've seen renderings of the proposed logistics park, including the landscaping. I believe it will be greatly enhanceable to the aesthetics of the corridor. I strongly encourage you to approve Cocomar Logistics Park, as it will be a tremendous benefit to your city and the Broward County commercial real estate market. Thank you for your consideration. The next email was submitted by Emily Worley. The subject line of the email reads Cocomar Logistics Park, and the email reads as follows. Dear City Commissioners, as a Coconut Creek resident, I frequently drive by the empty parcel at the corner of Lions Road and West Atlantic Boulevard. Been vacant for such a long time and often a place for homeless, which causes me concern about safety. I recently became aware of the proposed development of the Cocomar Logistics Park on the site. I also saw the renderings, tasteful and modern, and I think they look great. In addition to bringing more business and jobs to our area, this proposal will provide recurring tax revenue for our community without a traffic burden. I hope you will vote yes for Cocomar. This is good for Coconut Creek. The next document was received by email, regular mail, and certified mail. The letter was submitted by the law offices of Tucker Lokaninsky, PA. Subject line of the letter reads, Greystar Cocomar rezoning, our client Coco Palms Homeowners Association, Inc. And the letter reads as follows. Dear Commissioners, this law firm represents Coco Palms Homeowners Association, Inc., hereinafter referred to as an association. As you know, the city of Coconut Creek is planning on rezoning the plot of land located at the northwest corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lions Road. As part of the rezoning, the city is also planning on introducing new development standards and special land uses for the land. The association vehemently opposes spot zoning of the land to allow an industrial park to be built. The land is currently surrounded by residential neighborhoods, schools, and an apartment building, all of which will all be negatively impacted by the rezoning and building of an industrial park. The association strives to foster a community where its members may expect peace and quiet enjoyment of their community, and is extremely disappointed that the city seeks to rezone this land with an inherently disruptive industrial park. Industrial parks in general create more traffic and more noise than other zoning areas. Additionally, the current plans for the 36 acres of land is to build 410,000 square feet of industrial space, which will back up directly onto multiple residential communities, including Coco Palms. The impact of this industrial park will decimate home values and permanently impact the quiet enjoyment of city residents. However, the association remains hopeful that the city will take its concern seriously and will not approve the rezoning and special land use for the area. If the city approves the rezoning, the association will have no other alternative than to file a lawsuit against the city to enjoin the rezoning and prevent the irreparable harm it will cause. The association thanks you for your time and looks forward to working with you moving forward. Signed, Brian D. Album, Esquire. The next series of correspondence is a petition. I will read the petition into the record. And then I will just briefly state the last names of the people that signed it. Dear Coconut Creek City Commissioners, I recently learned about plans to build Cocomar Logistics Park near Lions Road and West Atlantic Boulevard. As a Coconut Creek resident, I'm sharing my support for this project. I believe the logistics park is a sensible use for the site as it will attract new businesses to the area, create hundreds of jobs, and generate significant tax revenue for our city. I encourage you to support this development as it is a win-win situation for the city of Coconut Creek. Thank you for your consideration. And that was signed by last names Cutler, Flores, Hassana, Rosari, Asauza, Jesler, Lewis, Ortega, Owens, Perlman, Pena, Rodriguez, Rollins, Seminario, Trepasino, and Welker. The second petition, I will read it to the record now. Dear Coconut Creek City Commissioners, I've heard about the proposed Cocomar Logistics Park on the corner of Lions Road and West Atlantic Boulevard. I'm sharing my wholehearted support for its approval. I work in Coconut Creek and believe this development will bring numerous benefits to the community. The logistics park will bring new jobs and customers to the area, many of whom will shop and dine at the surrounding retailers and restaurants. I encourage you to vote in favor of Cocomar Logistics Park and to help ensure Coconut Creek remains a vibrant and thriving community. Thank you for your consideration. This letter was signed by last name Annis, Berger, Prudent, Allison C., DeLoyne, Florio, Garan, Gorgas, Lafont, Lattery, Maltroy, Mora, Maralta, Fenn, Pinto, Rodriguez, Rosa, Valet, then first name Kim, no last name provided. And then the last letter of support reads as follows. Dear Coconut Creek City Commissioners, I'm ready to share my full support for the proposed Cocomar Logistics Park on the corner of Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard. The site has remained empty for decades, and I believe a project like this is long overdue. The logistics park will generate significant tax revenue, bring back hundreds of jobs to Coconut Creek, and continue your ongoing commitment to locally owned businesses. Thank you for your consideration. I urge you to vote yes for Cocomar Logistics Park. This document was signed by last names Farrow and Francois. And I did make one mistake, Mayor. There were a few postcards that were also submitted to be read into the record, which there's about 5, if you don't mind me reading them real quick. Okay, thank you. I apologize. I didn't mention them earlier, but they were hidden under my stack.
I don't think it would be a mistake, Mr. Kavanaugh. You've done an
Thank you.
impeccable job reading.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So-
Postcards we go.
So this postcard, it's the same postcard submitted by all the people I'm going to read into the record, but I'm going to read the front of the postcard so everyone understands what the correspondent said. So the front of the postcard read, South Creek, smart growth, butterfly and wildlife friendly, clean and serene, green spaces and small town feel. 3 warehouses less than 100 feet from property lines, 106 truck bays, 42-foot wall, 384,000 square feet, Cocomar, safety issues, diesel exhaust, noise pollution, more traffic, less enjoyment of home, lower property values. So the correspondence that accompanied each of these postcards is as follows. The first one was submitted by Phil and Don Barrett and reads as follows. Dear Commissioners, Phil and Don Barrett. Yes, 4763 Northwest 5th Place, Coconut Creek, Florida, 33062. You're welcome. Postcard reads as follows. We are very opposed to the building project at Atlantic and Lions. The reasons are listed on the back in red. And as an aside, those reasons are what I initially read the postcard. You're welcome. The next postcard was submitted by Linda Koth. This is a rather lengthy postcard, but it'll go quicker than some of the emails. Dear Vice Mayor, Mayor, Commissioners, I'm voicing my disapproval of developing the land at Lions Road, Atlantic Boulevard. What about the wetlands? What about my property value going down? The added traffic, please represent me. I vote, don't want this, don't do it. And also continues with, I've lived in Cocoa Palms since 1993. We stayed because of the parks and green spaces. Where exactly do you expect the wild animals to go? and kids to play when everything is covered concrete and asphalt. I'm a longtime voter of Coconut Creek. Please don't disappoint me. Then lastly, it reads, please do not allow the rezoning of the wetlands located at Lions Road, Atlantic Boulevard. Green spaces are the reason we chose to live in Coconut Creek. I realize that development is necessary, but that corner is not going to benefit anyone in Coconut Creek. Just greedy developers and politicians don't be one. And the last,
Are these real postcards?
yes, they're actually physical postcards, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I only have the copy, so I don't have the actual one.
No,
And then the last postcard for the record reads, good day. As a resident of Cocoa Palms, I ask that the proposed warehouses at Lions and Atlantic be denied. The noise, traffic, and safety issues are my main concern. I do not feel this building will enhance the beauty and safety of our beautiful area in Coconut Creek. Please speak for the majority of residents in this area. Do not allow this. Thanks very much. Signed, J. Regiliano. And it was one other one. The last one, I apologize, by Sedley Lawrence. I'm totally against the proposed zoning action. This is not in the best interest of Cocoa Palms residents. Instead, I propose rezoning to residential. So make a motion to I would make a motion to residential zoning if this was permitted. Sincerely, Sedley Lawrence. So that completes everything to be read into the record. The only remaining pieces of correspondence are the two voicemails.
Please, Mr. Kavanaugh, play the voicemails. Pablo, we good to go? Not yet.
So the first voicemail to be played into the record is from Maureen Shaw. And the second and last one is from Lisette Wolfzorn.
Hi, my name is Maureen Shaw, and I've lived in Coconut Creek now for close to 22 years. Living with family here in New Club. I'm calling to express my support for the Cocoa Mar Logistics Park. Now, attended the commission meeting in person, but I wanted to still share why I believe the project would be a great addition to our community. Seen a lot of this project come before the commission over the years, and we this is an excellent location, which could bring so many positive attributes to Coconut Creek, including jobs, benefits. This is a business park. More business brings growth to our area and will benefit future generations who can buy appreciate stars for future years to come. Please vote in favor of Cocoa Mar Logistics Park. Thank you. Hello, my name is Lisette Shabra. I live in Cocoa Palms at 4714 Northwest and close to Florida, 23083. I'm calling in reference to the agenda item that was brought up at Knowledge Conservation Hearing. And the clear question for the zoning district modification from drug light industrial light speed. Development for grade star industrial. Again, I'm getting that. I'm getting it for several reasons. The warehouse, the air conditioning from the warehouse. Farms, you know, the living home, not the warehouse. Also, some cabinets in the whole warehouse, and they will want to find that. Warehouse ways. Those are just a few of the reasons that and the response to that agenda item. Why to make known in language to a local to have a team and for that. I am 4, 2, 3, 4, 6.
And that concludes everything I have to present as far as correspondence for these three items.
Mr. Kavanaugh, I appreciate that. We did phase one of the public hearing, which was live hearings. Mr. Kavanaugh, does that conclude the electronic comments submitted as well as the telephonic comments submitted before the hearing?
Yes, it does, Mayor.
So that's a full recitation of all the public comment regarding this hearing.
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. At this time, I'm closing the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Based on the public comment, I guess I'll ask again. Mr. Mealy, do you have any questions for Mr. Stoudemire?
I have no questions, but I have some comments.
Mr. Stoudemire, do you have any questions for Mr. Mealy?
Not at this time.
Okay. I'm going to allow Mr. Mealy at this time to give your closing remarks prior to the city commission discussing. I'm assuming you're going to be available for questions, obviously. Mr. Stoudemire, do you have closing remarks on behalf of city staff?
No, I do not.
Mr. Mealy, I turn to you for closing remarks prior to the city commission taking this up for discussion.
Yes, I'll do that right now if that's okay.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. So I'd like to address, again, Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant. I have been sworn and I understand the proceedings. So there was some questions about access at one point. So all of the access points on this property are pursuant to the recorded plats. We have not made any changes except one. If you look at the diagram that's on the screen, the access point on Atlantic is exactly as it was approved on the plat. The access point on Lyons, we actually were able to have, according to the plat, left turns in, left turns out, right turns in, and right turns out. And your traffic planner, Mr. Rigetti, had suggested to us that the left turn outbound was not a good idea. So we had every right to do it, but we agreed with them and we took it out. So you notice on the upper right there how you see it says right in, right out, and left in, but there's no left out, even though that's allowed on the plat today. And the way these plats are reviewed is based on traffic. So we actually have a plat with less traffic than when it was approved, but we took away the left turn outbound anyway, even though we didn't have to, even though there was no traffic requirement to do so, because it was suggested by your staff, and we agreed that it was a better solution and it was a safer solution. So we took it out. So that's the first thing I wanted to point out. Secondly, there was comments about industrial buildings being vacant and they're not being demand. So I want to go back to some comments. So First Industrial built the building next to Food for the Poor that's currently occupied by U.S. Cabinets. I think everybody's familiar with that. First Industrial also later built the building at the corner of Royal Palm and Banks in Margate. And much like they did in Coconut Creek, after they finished the building, they waited until they got the right tenant to take the whole building. So it's not going vacant. There's no lack of demand. It's just you finish the shell of the building, you find your tenant, the tenant does the build out, and they move in. And Mr. Quipsey told you about it. He's the broker for that building. There's plenty of demand. They got a great tenant, and it's going to be just as good as the one that you have here with U.S. Cabinets once it's occupied. The same brokers, by the way, just finished a very large deal in Coral Springs that I worked on, over 20 acres in the Coral Springs Corporate Park, also getting an aviation tenant. So there is no lack of demand for these kinds of buildings. And someone looking at a building that was just completed and saying, well, it's not occupied yet, so there must be no demand, is not really understanding the way these leasing programs work. And they don't want to just take any old tenant. They want to get a good credit tenant that's going to stay there a long time and generate a lot of jobs. Now, I do know on that Margate site, one of the other things that attracted the company is they're having high-paying people working there. They want other amenities, not just to go to work. And in that particular case, the proximity to the promenade was one thing that the tenants saw as a positive, so that the people that work there want to go to lunch or whatever, there's places that are close by that are good. And so we feel being at the corner of Atlantic and Lyons is a perfect location for this. We're close to Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. You're 2 miles down on Lyons Road to get to Cypress Creek Road. There's a lot of amenities in this area. It's a great location for this. On the traffic discussion, we often have the same discussion. I've heard it so many times. This is a vacant piece of property. So when people come out to object, they're thinking, well, there's no traffic now and there's going to be traffic. So that's bad. But we can't compare vacant land to what's proposed. We have to compare what we're allowed to do today to what's proposed. So I want to go back to our traffic slide real quick and go over a few things with respect to traffic generally and truck traffic specifically. I think it's slide number 30. Okay, so we see the traffic associated with the already approved development, right? 4,500 new trips. I'm not even going with the driveway trips of 6,800, which I could be talking about. 4,500 new trips a day. We have less than 1,300. 316 in the morning rush hour, we have 131. 589 in the afternoon rush hour, we have 131. Now, a point was made that we're going to have 219 trucks a day. Well, the shopping center would have 112 trucks a day. So it's not zero. I mean, shopping centers have trucks too. They make deliveries to shopping centers every day, and they make them during the course of the day, early in the morning, et cetera. If you look at the backup for our item for number 11, you'll see we have hours of business, which have been reduced based on first on the staff recommendation and then further reduced when we went to the planning and zoning board. So there's no trucks here in the middle of the night. There's no activity here in the middle of the night because the hours of business are restricted. And let me point out that everything that goes into this approved PCD or this approved site plan is not only binding on us, but if we sell the property to somebody else, it's binding on them too. So it's not just putting that information in our leases is a good idea, but that's not the only protection. The major protection are the conditions of approval that are in the ordinance that limit our hours and that do not allow truck idling during off hours. I understand that the truck driver doesn't want to shut off the air conditioning, and that's fine, but he can't do it here. He'll have to go somewhere else in the middle of the night with his truck idling because it's not allowed here. And I can assure you, with our neighbors watching us as close as I'm sure they're going to be, if we're breaking the rules, the city's going to find out right away and it's going to get corrected. The same issue came up at the Planning and Zoning Board, and it was addressed, I thought, fairly thoroughly. So the demonstration of the Jake brake, whenever you look at sounds and noise and sound ordinances, you look at the sound at the receiving site. So for example, in a place like this, if you had a sound meter, you would put it on the back property line of the houses near the facility and you'd measure the sound. So what would that mean in this case? That would mean, depending on which building, an 80-foot setback, 100-foot setback, or I think it's the other one was 150. And there's a wall and there's vegetation and there's all this stuff between the house and where the truck is. So the first thing you have to ask yourself about that demonstration of the Jake brake is how close was the microphone to the truck when the thing was measured? Was it separated by 100 feet? Did it have a bunch of trees in between where the house is and where they were measuring the sound in the truck? Did it have an 8-foot wall in between? Those are all the things you'd have to know if that demonstration was realistic. I don't generally like to refer to any of the speakers by name, but in this case, I have to. So Mr. Martone showed you some slides, and I need to talk about those. First of all, the access points, the traffic movements are all as approved by the county and the DOT in the recorded plat. And we're reducing the amount of traffic in these recorded plats, as you see on the screen. Nevertheless, we are removing one traffic movement that we have a vested right to have, but we've agreed to remove it. So criticizing the access just seems way off base to me. Secondly, no trucks on Banks Road sign. The reason that was in the PCD from 2008 is because we were developing the Banks Road property. We were developing the Margate property adjacent to Banks Road. You can see on the left, you see buildings there. You see a driveway going out to Banks Road. On the right, you see we have no access to Banks Road. Bottom line, if you want to put no truck signs on Banks Road, that's your right, and you can do it. But we have nothing to do with that because we don't even have an access onto Banks Road. But if the city of Coconut Creek or Broward County or whoever's in charge of such things decides that you should have no truck traffic signs on Banks Road, you're absolutely entitled to do it. And you don't have to ask us because we have no right to say yes or no on that issue because we have no access to Banks Road. The perspectives that Mr. Martone showed were without any walls, without any landscaping. So they would be correct if you could look out your back door and there was absolutely nothing between your back door and our building, then his perspectives would be correct. But obviously that's not true. We have an 8-foot wall. We have several layers of landscaping. We have transplanted trees from the middle of the site brought to the north end that are tall and thick. So those perspectives were not accurate. Now, I must say the thing that is the most ironic was Mr. Martone's last statement when he said, why don't you put in a store? When this property was approved in 2008 for a shopping center, he was one of the plaintiffs that sued the city of Coconut Creek and Broward County because he didn't want commercial. Now tonight, commercial is okay. I find that very ironic and very puzzling. So let's talk about these trips for one more minute. You've heard a lot about this live local thing. That is not what we are proposing to do, but it is an alternative currently allowed by Florida law. And if we built the over 800 units we could build, it would be about 5,000 cars a day. I wasn't able to get the morning and afternoon peak hour, but I certainly can if it's needed. Just a couple more things. The gas station in Winmore. This property is not zoned residential. It's zoned commercial. It's land use commercial, and it has been for 40 years. So this is not like building a gas station in Winmore. Winmore is zoned residential. You cannot put commercial there. This property is zoned commercial, and it has been for 40 years. So you can put this here because it matches the zoning and the land use. It's not like putting a gas station in Winmore. So one of the speakers today, this is the only other name I'll mention by name, Mr. Henri Hage, who I've known for years, went to visit with Rodrigo Diaz, who owns the property, along with Mr. Martone. And they asked, or Mr. Hage at least asked, I don't think Mr. Martone did, could he enter into a joint venture with the Diaz family to build a Live Local Act affordable housing project on this property with no public hearings? And Mr. Diaz said, I'm sorry, Mr. Hage, I'm not interested. So I want you to know what's going on out there. Everybody's talking about, he's talking about what a great neighborhood it is, even though he doesn't live there anymore. Well, he was ready to build affordable housing next to the neighborhood without a single public hearing. But Mr. Diaz said no. There's been discussions about the hardwood hammock. This issue was dealt with in 2008, where the claim was made that this was one of the last stands of Dade County pine, and this was a hardwood hammock repeated nowhere in Broward County, and it was proven false then, and it's still false now. Mr. Goldisich is here with us tonight. If you want to ask him any questions, I know he'll be happy to answer them. He's been doing this kind of environmental work for 30 years. He used to be in charge of the Biological Resources Department for Broward County. He and his team have been on this property for years, for hours and days at a time, looking at animals and plants. We have no endangered animal species. We have no endangered plant species. The wetlands are very small, and they're being protected and enhanced in the preserve area, the conservation area in the middle of the site. So in terms of environmental, this thing has been studied more than any site in Coconut Creek. It was an LAPC under the county's program. When we amended the plat in 2008, Jim had to do a report that must have been 200 pages. It was reviewed by Broward County. They actually took 6 months to review it because that's what the code gave them to do. And they confirmed that everything we're doing here is correct, that we're preserving what should be preserved and we're developing what should be developed. Oh, one thing I forgot on Mr. Martone's presentation. Mr. Stoudemire mentioned we went through 5 rounds of DRC review. So Mr. Martone took comments and responses from the first round. Well, what about rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5, where we addressed the staff comments, corrected the items so that the staff could make a positive recommendation to the Planning and Zoning Board, which they did. And of course, the Planning and Zoning Board made a positive recommendation to you. But to read comments and responses from the first round when there's 4 more rounds after that is very disingenuous, because it's talking about problems that were being addressed and back and forth, and they were addressed in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of the DRC. And that's why those items are no longer active DRC comments. In fact, you have a standard condition in your site plan that you always have, that all active DRC comments are still alive and still must be complied with. Well, the ones he was reading aren't active DRC comments because they were resolved in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of DRC review. I think that's all I have. If I missed anything, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Does that conclude your closing remarks, Mr. Mealy?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to turn to the city commission at this point. Does anyone on this, I mean, I know the answer. So anyone want to, Jeff, Jeffrey? I mean, we can do it however you want. Does anyone have anything compelling they want to lead with? Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Wasserman.
All right, good evening. All right, couple things. I know the time and the effort it takes to do what you all have done. I know you've gone back and forth. I know the citizens have been putting a lot of time and effort into this. There's a couple concerns I have here. When changing a PCD, right, there are certain things basically that we have to find competent, and then basically, let me explain. So, for example, that the proposed change will not create an isolated zoning district, which would be unrelated and incompatible with adjacent districts. Well, surrounding this area are districts that are, I would say, incompatible to changing this to light industrial. All right, we have residential single family around there. We have community facilities. We have, and is just a little bit for you. Another thing I would say is we have to consider, will it, it cannot create or excessively increase automobile and vehicular traffic congestion, but it will. This is the second most dangerous intersection in Coconut Creek. Coming from a study, you look at the traffic study from 2017, it's pretty clear, and I can only assume, and I know in court we don't assume, but I think here I can make the, that it's only probably gotten worse at that intersection. Another thing when looking at this is, will not adversely affect surrounding living conditions. The citizens today have brought up lots of concerns with their living conditions. It'll impact their coming and going. It'll impact the walks to school. It'll impact pretty much daily life as they know it, because it's going to increase traffic. It's going to increase potential noise and things like that. I'm having a hard time also, our city's comprehensive plan requires that the city, and that the developers coordinate with the adjacent cities. We received a letter from a fellow commissioner from a neighboring city that is, it wasn't for this, that they haven't been spoken to about it. These are things that are concerning to me, and I want us to be thoughtful. I mean, we're talking about land. Once land is developed, and I said this with Main Street, once it's developed, once you lay the groundwork, once you lay the piping, once you lay the roads, it's hard to go back. This concern, though, of what a developer can do with this local live law is concerning. And it is something that I have been taking more seriously in my head as we've been going through this process, because I'm risky, but at the same time, there are unknown things. So I'm looking forward to hearing what the rest of the commission says. And I'll leave it at that. I know it's late. I know we've heard a lot of conversation. We've heard a lot of topic things from people, but that is resonating with me. I will say that, and I'll leave that for now, and maybe I'll come back.
Commissioner Brody.
Thank you, Commissioner Washington. So first of all, I want to be on the record. We got a lot of these emails and obviously a lot of phone calls. We read them all. We listened to all of them. So as we listened to Mr. Calvin, I'll read those. We already had read those. And I know I got so many of them. I had to just read it and kind of move on to the next one because there were so many. And I understand everybody's concerned on this project. I've lived here in Coconut Creek since 1997. In fact, I lived in an apartment complex just north of Coco Plum. And I traveled that Lions Road going south. I actually worked in a building just south of that overpass on Lions Road right there under the turnpike, and the building to the west of that. So I travel that road quite often. The most impactful thing that I saw almost every single morning was watching a homeless go to bed. And I kept away from that area just for that reason. And as I listened to Ms. Price tell the story, and I know Ms. Price and I know her sister, that's a credible story in my mind. That's something that's going to linger, knowing that that woman's home by herself and those homeless people are just on the other side of that fence. I think that's an impactful statement when you have somebody come up and say, I can smell their fires. They were in my pool. To me, that's kind of a dangerous situation we're in there because it doesn't get better. Just for a little circumstance that everybody not circumstance, but a little relevance here. My father works with homeless, and he's the first one to tell you that it doesn't get better. All right. It's a checkbox of stuff that happens. You had a death, you had a birth, you have people going trespassing into your house, your pool. Well, the only other boxes left to check is murder and rape. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not, because those are the things that are not done yet. But if we continue to allow them to live in that vacant lot, that's going to be a problem. So how do we solve that? Well, we develop the property and we make a move on to another property out of Coconut Creek. Now, how do we do that? We make sure that the residents are taken care of in their needs, to make sure that the developers take into consideration the property. I think these guys have gone out of the way to talk to you guys and to go multiple times. And I'm going to tell you right now, I sat exactly where they're sitting, developing things in the state. And I sat there and got people told me, I don't want that. I don't need that. And I was in an industry that I'm going to tell you right now, you have a cell phone in your pocket, 100% of you. And everybody didn't want towers. But do you notice towers now? No. But you have your cell phones at work. This is the same type of deal. When we first hear it, we're alarmed, we're frightened that there's going to be this big impact in our lives. I had a friend of mine that told me they lived in Davie and they were going to build a Walmart, and it was the same fear. I don't want a Walmart in my backyard. That's unwanted people. There's fear that something was going to happen to him. There's fear that his property value was going to go down because it's a Walmart. When he moved out of that property so he can move closer to his job, his property value didn't go down. In fact, most of the time, people didn't even realize there was a Walmart there. So my feeling is, yeah, we have a lot of fear and trepidation of what's going to go in there and what can happen. But we can't stop the development. This man's on that property. His family's on that property. I think they've gone out of the way to kind of help everybody kind of come to a happy medium. I would love 10 more feet in my backyard. I'm right up on my neighbor. He's giving you 10 feet, 12 feet. I think that's a great idea. One of the point we said that there's a lot of empty property in Coconut Creek. There's not. Just so you guys understand, a report came out in February that spoke about how much empty retail and commercial property is in Coconut Creek. 5%. That's way below average. And that's in February, and you can look it up. I believe it was in Tap Into. Okay, so it's in there. There's an article about this. So we're not starving or not overpopulated with these commercial properties. We're not. Now, I can't speak for Pompano, Margate, anywhere else, because I read the article to my town, to where I grew up, my family, and I visited these places. I'm going to tell you, sometimes it's just a little bit of fear. Do I like light industrial? Probably not. It's got to be the right light industrial, right? We're talking about maybe, whatever the clients they can get in. They've talked about aeronautical. They've talked about breweries. They've talked about all kinds of stuff. I've never seen a contractor or a developer go out of the way these guys have in this project. I think it's the best middle ground you're going to find. I think if we start adding apartment complexes, now you got traffic, now you got, stuff on the city that's going to weigh us down, utilities, police, fire. So we got to rethink about how we're going to develop this property where it has less impact all the way around. We got to find a win for all of us. I know that those plants and the vegetation that are inside that parcel are not all native. And I don't know if you've been seeing what's been going on over the last 12, 15 years in South Florida, but they're eradicating all that. So if this doesn't go through, and that nice little green space we're talking about, guess what? The state's going to make that landlord go in there and clear that out anyways. So you're not going to get that beautiful green stuff because all that vegetation's got to get out of there. It's not native. And they could show you all the plant life in there. So I'm sitting here kind of thinking, what can we do that's best for the win-win-win here? So I'm going to sit here, I'm going to listen to my colleagues, and I want to hear what they have to say about this project, because we've never spoke. So I don't know what my colleagues think, but I really want to know what they think. I've obviously shared my opinion, but I'm going to tell you right now, like I've told other people, it's the 9th inning. Bases are loaded. It's full count. I'm waiting for that last pitch to make that decision. So which one of you guys is going to give me that last pitch?
Well, very good, John. You're a hard act to follow. Well, good evening. Thanks for sticking it out, guys. This is a hard one. This is very difficult. And I too don't know until I hear the rest of my colleagues' comments. But I do have to say that what stands out most in my mind are the schools, the parks, the residential area. That corner is a nightmare at best. Between Atlantic and Lyons, it's like the Bermuda Triangle. I referred to that earlier. But to add more traffic, more truck traffic, that's the issue here, I believe. And that truck traffic can go into our other neighboring areas where we have the schools and parks. And of course, the children, our citizens, that's our paramount concern, is their safety. So that's what I'm fighting my own thoughts with. The homeless and what Ms. Price described is heart-wrenching. But also we have to consider all the other neighborhoods around. There are neighbors there. That's an entirely residential area that is surrounding that property. I wouldn't mind seeing an office building there that was to a certain height. But when we're talking about an 8-foot wall as opposed to 48 feet building, an 48-foot building, that also, I think, needs to be discussed. And the truck issue, that's what keeps coming back to mind that I have to think about, and the compatibility of that building in that area. So live local, that's concerning as well. It's putting a loaded gun to our heads, basically, as a city, as a government. Don't find that appealing as well. So, but we're talking about schools and churches and congested roads as it is. And the turnpike north, that's also concerning. They'd have to come from there to come through almost the South Creek to go onto the turnpike on 31st Street. So that's what I'm concerned about. So Sandy, take it away.
Well, just real quick before Sandy does, just so you guys know, on the commission, one of our, I got to address it. Everyone just saw somebody drop something on the dais. Sherry, who listens to our meetings, is an active resident, just dropped some coffee here for anyone that wants any coffee.
Oh, very nice.
Irish
Very
coffee?
nice, Sherry.
So if you want some coffee, there's some hot coffee for staff or anybody if anyone wants a cup of coffee. So I apologize, Vice Mayor, but just so we all know what that was.
No, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. I appreciate the explanation because I too was wondering what the package was. No, I spent what? No. I spent time with the owner and the applicant and the developer. So I do appreciate the time that everyone has spent, as well as the residents, because they came out in sincerity, not just those that live in the affected areas, but those in the surrounding areas, or maybe even in the rest of the community. So for that, that's good government in action. You came, we listened, and we took everything that was presented to us, either before or during, under consideration. So I just want everybody to know that you are appreciated, no matter which area that you're representing. I kind of come from a little different perspective. And when I was first approached by this, I thought, you're right. It is less trips. It should be less services on our police and fire. As we well know, car dealerships and things like this, they're not going to require the same first responder resources as our homes, our assisted livings or apartments. The list goes on and on. So all of that was really good at the first brush. But then when you dial it down as to the trips to what's currently approved today on commercial and what is proposed for future for light industrial, and dial down the trips of truck trips and other types of vehicles on the same two projects, it isn't really the same. My husband and I owned a small trucking company for about 8 years, and they traveled coast to coast. So, I realize what it takes to operate those large vehicles in and out of traffic, in and out different kinds of residential and getting to the areas where they must unload. And I kind of give you a good example of the one concern that I do have is at first brush, I didn't realize that those entrances were platted in the way that they were, because I really wanted to ask and request that there be a traffic light there specifically at the Atlantic Boulevard, because that's difficult. That would be difficult to get in and out of in cars across all those lanes. And then you have possibly a 60-foot vehicle trying to hurriedly get out onto Atlantic from either direction, either east or west. And then if that truck happens to be exiting on Atlantic to the right because he or she, it's got to be gender related, might be needing to get back to northbound Turnpike. And the only way they're going to be able to do that is to turn right on Atlantic and right on Banks. And then right on Coconut Creek Parkway and on out to the Turnpike. But the reason me mentioning them turning right on Atlantic and then right on Banks is I was at an intersection just a few days ago. I was telling Justin and Scott this when I met with them this week, that just clearly brought it into my mind. I was at an intersection here in our city, and a truck was beside me, and he needed to turn right. And when the light changed and he was able to turn right, he couldn't just go into one lane to negotiate that turn. He had to sweep out and go into 3 lanes. Banks Road doesn't have 3 lanes. It only has 2. So I don't know where that truck's going to be able to go to be able to negotiate a right-hand turn off of Atlantic onto Banks. Even if they did stay within the parameters of the speed limits and that. And then I was still trying to find out about to confirm those bus stops, the school bus stops, not our community bus stops on Banks. Supposedly there are 2. I wasn't able to confirm that. And then also the school bus stop at just south of between the stoplight at Northwest 6th Manor and the Lions entrance to the project is supposedly in between. And that would be extremely awkward. Given if a bus is going to be stopping there, and then trucks coming northbound on Lions needing to turn left into the project. I think you kind of see where I'm going with this, and it isn't the project. I just want to make that perfectly clear. It's just if I just can't erase out of my mind what I know about trucks and drivers. No offense, please, to be taken. But we just kind of call it, we need to have to call it like it is. Now, I don't know that your tenants are going to be the majority of those truck trips that are going to be those 60-foot tractor trailers. And maybe they're not. They might be like the Amazon type vehicles. I mean, we don't know that. We just know that the truck bays are there for some kind of truck vehicle to come in and load or unload. I just really wish we could put a traffic light signal on Atlantic. And I asked when I was meeting with Scott and Justin, even if it's not warranted by the traffic study, can it not be can it not be paid for and obtained?
We would post a bond for it and we would pay for it if it was approved.
Oh, caveat. If it was approved, that was the caveat that I was given the direction on, that it very likely would not be approved.
It is a difficult process when it is not warranted.
As we found out with Cullum Road and Lyons
Yes.
and Winston Park Shopping Center, it was only warranted after we had a death. And then the city paid for it. So I am really extremely surprised and in awe that you have offered the additional 12-foot south of the property line. I don't know how the residents feel about that. They've never said a word in all their comments about it. Okay, I see. But I mean, I thought that was very generous and out of pocket to be doing that. Like Commissioner Brody said, an additional 12 feet added on to your property is not something that comes very lightly. So that was extremely generous. The trucks on site, and that idling would not be allowed. I don't know, is there security there? Are gates going to be locked? There are a lot of assumptions, but I don't hear any definitives about the truck's abilities to be able to go in and out before opening and after after the hours, before hours and after hours. Is it going to be locked so nobody can get in there? And is there security?
You have this same condition on some of your other business parks in the city. This isn't the first time you've had this condition for no idling. So I'm
Right.
saying, it's my understanding it's working in the other places where they don't allow it, and ours will work.
I don't know that those parcels are of this size and in this kind of location.
If there's a security measure that you think we should have, we'll incorporate it. We don't want the trucks in there during off hours. And we mean that.
Yeah, because if it's not some sort of security, how are you to determine if those are project trucks, or maybe they just came in and said,
Well,
I ran out of hours. My log says I got to park and I need to be somewhere. And this looks like a pretty good open
Well,
space to be.
We're going to have people there. We're going to have security cameras there. We're going to have a whole variety of things. Our
But
site
those
plan is
security
not,
cameras can't really do anything
Well,
except after the fact.
but if they're monitored, which ours will be, we can do it right away. But again, the site plan's not on the agenda tonight. If
No,
there's-
I know that, and
we
I
can
probably shouldn't
incorporate-
even address that, but it's just things we were asked to give our thoughts, and so I'm just like regurgitating all the things that have been going on in my head about
I
the
just wanted you to
project.
know that we're willing to make changes to address it if that would help.
But and I mean, the concession about the 12 additional feet and the 8 walls being built while the site work is being done, I think that's very proactive and in a very good faith. So there are a lot of pluses, but there are a whole lot of negatives about the large trucks and maneuvering out if they have to, especially if they have to get back to a northbound turnpike. I just think that would be extremely difficult to happen without the traffic light where they could legitimately get back in a safe way. So I'm going to end on that.
Okay, we're probably gonna be going around again and just some questions. So if anyone has staff questions. First question, Mr. Mealy. Is your client the contract person? I mean, it's a little funky. Can you put up the site plan, please?
Sure.
More, actually, the aerial.
Oh, sorry.
The aerial that encompasses the Margate parcel as well. I got the one before. No, back one more. Yeah. So what's interesting to me is how we zone things sometimes, because that Margate parcels you'd think would be in Coconut Creek. Logistically, it's just a weird carve out that happens sometimes. So, Commissioner Wasserman, I just want to correct you on one thing. Margate did have input in the DRC process, so I just want to be
And I met with the people at Margate staff as well.
Well, and there's a difference there. So let me qualify that, because I saw you making a face, Dennis, legitimately, because Margate was involved in this in the DRC comments. And Jeffrey, you said something astute, because there is a comment. I got a call from an elected official in Margate. There's a very big disconnect, candidly, between staff in a city saying something that they believe and the elected officials saying something that they believe. There's different levels of that. Do I believe that there should have been something in conjunction with that parcel? Yeah, because it's a node that has the ability of doing something. So if you look at the original plat that Dennis has been talking about, that was platted to include the Margate parcel. So when we talk about that, we got to realize there's a big difference carving that out to potentially what I don't know. Now, to your point, Sandy, when I looked at the DOT study, I can't tell you if hypothetically the Margate, is your client the contract purchaser of the Margate parcel?
No.
Okay. So hypothetically, I can't tell you if there was, Dennis, just highlight on, you got the laser pointer still?
Yep.
Just for the purpose of discussion, highlight the Margate parcel, the center of it where the FDOT entrance is.
All of this
Right
is
there.
Margate.
No, I know. But when I looked at the original plat, probably about the center, you actually can see the node. There's a break there.
Right
That's
here.
where DOT says the entrance should be.
There's another
two of them.
entrance allowed on that plat in addition to these over here.
Okay, so I guess the comment, and I don't know the answer, is I don't know if whatever goes down tonight, I don't know. I don't know if there's a reevaluation here. I don't know if that parcel is included in some capacity, if you could get a light there. Because the issue you're not getting a light there is because it's too close to a major intersection. We were able to get over an obstacle on the Winston Park Plaza because of it wasn't near the major intersection on a traffic study. If it warrants a light, is different than the analysis of us just saying we want to build one on outside the neighborhood on Lyons. There's a different analysis there. Michael, correct? Where's Michael? He's over there. Am I right? Yeah, I want that answer just because that's what I believed, but let's be clear on a record.
Good evening, Michael Rigetti, City of Coconut Creek. So I think it would be best to maybe have the petitioner's traffic engineer identify what the warrant analysis criteria would consist of, because there's a number of factors. The warrants would consist of the driveway analysis, the assignments of trips going to those driveways. For instance, like in Winston Park, frequency of incidents, or as they were described as accidents, right? There's also other criteria. This is a state road, but the signals are maintained and operated by the county. So there are distance requirements for separation from one signalized intersection, which you have at Banks and Atlantic, and the other signalized intersection, which you have at Lyons and Atlantic.
Okay, so just to be clear, Lyons County Road.
In that segment, Lyons is a county road.
And Atlantic State Road.
That is correct.
Okay. And when we talk about incidents, that's essentially like, hey, let's wait for a dead body and then make a decision, right?
Not necessarily. They have certain projections that they would look at, but there are thresholds that would help facilitate a recommendation for a warrant of a signal.
Okay. You've answered my question. Thank you. The safety issue, and this is, that was something I didn't see coming tonight. I knew there was an issue with the homeless thing. some of the concerns that Ms. Price discussed, that's beyond concerning. Kind of, I put that on, I'm not saying it to the current property owner, but that's kind of on the current property owner. You got a homeless encampment there. You could put trespass signs up. You could use our police department to get those people off. Dennis, you showed some pictures that kind of were appalling. The fact that that there's a property that's owned by somebody that has long ties to Coconut Creek, and that's what it looks like, is frankly upsetting to me. There's
Well-
not an answer, but
Well,
I'm just telling you.
the problem with a situation like this, and I've talked to the county numerous times about their property on Blunt Road, they're having the same problem. If the police come in and they move the people out, 2 days later, they're going to come right back and go underneath the trees until someone sees them again. In fact, on the county property in Pompano, the sheriff's office is the law enforcement in Pompano, and they said, we'll do it one time. But if they come back, we're not coming back again. Now, I'm not saying your police would say that. That's what the sheriff said. But there's no way to keep people out unless you build on it so that they can't be there anymore.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think we're blessed with having a hometown police department and some of our officers specifically trained in homeless outreach and making those connections. And, you know, I just,
Well, let me say this, if that's available, we want to take advantage of it starting tomorrow.
no,
We don't want the
I
people
get-
there either.
I get having that conversation now, but it's gotten to a point that just, that's all I'm referencing for the purposes of discussion. You blew me away with this whole, we're going to give property away. I think it's compelling to really, how I count it, only 4 property owners. Aside, I'm not looking, and what I'm really looking out is the one neighborhood where really there's not a boundary there, especially at the park we just built. But listen, I don't know that answer. I think that's something in the 11th hour you chose to say, right? I'm blown away by it. I don't think I've ever, Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, since I've been sitting here since 2015, there's never been a developer that says, hey, we're just going to give you a bunch of land.
And remember, it's more than 4 houses because we're going all the way over to Banks Road. So even the houses that are in Coconut Creek that are north of the Margate parcel, we are still willing to put the wall in there. I can't give them the 12 feet next to the Margate parcel, but I can next to this.
Well, yeah,
parcel.
I know I get that, but what I'm
Yeah.
saying is I see that. That would be interesting to me. And I
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
this was.
and I know. And then Herbie was reminding me, there's 14 homes adjacent to the Cocoa Palms. Park. You
No,
can't see the.
I understand that, but there's a kind of a border in that community a little bit too. I understand it, but
Right.
you know, and we've heard, and I can't keep track, but I think we heard for 3 or 4 people that actually live on the property line that are like, hey, I'm kind of supportive of it. So as people that didn't. So that was to me something that I don't think has been vetted. I don't think my staff has vetted it. That's nothing that's come up in any of our pre-meetings or anything. And that's something that I think in candid nature that I would really be interested to hear from those directly affected property owners, because that's something everyone's jumping up right now. I can't,
I think
we're going to be at the 1
it's
a.m.
almost midnight. Maybe we're just worn out. I'm
But
sorry.
no, but I'll give you a chance to respond. Go, Dennis.
What I was going to say is we were hopeful that you pass this on first reading. We won't be coming back till the end of August, and we can work out those details between now and then. If you're not comfortable with that scenario, then defer it tonight to the next meeting and let us see if we can work it out before we come back. And by the way, I want to reiterate, we are willing to post a bond for the entire cost of that traffic signal. And if it's warranted, we'll pay for it. Now, I went to a meeting at DOT a number of years ago. It was so long ago that John Kelly was still your city manager. And I asked John, I said, will you come to the meeting with us with DOT to tell them how important it is to get this light? And he came. And here's what they said to us. And this is their policy almost all the time, that we have to wait until you build something and the traffic's there, and then we'll measure it. And then if there's enough trips, then we'll give you the light. But we won't give you the light based on a projection. That's usually what they say.
I get it. And I don't feel good about that. I will tell you, Miss Primer, I apologize. When we met, I said something to you. I thought you were wrong on something, and I'm couching it because you said, Mr. Steve, you said something correct tonight about the GPS thing, and I tested that. You're right. If you're getting off on GPS, you're actually cutting right through Coconut Creek Parkway. Now I'm couching that because I believe if you're a truck driver and you know the area, you're shooting right down 31st, which is the logical way to go because it's a trucker corridor, for lack of a better term. So I apologize because I wanted to say it publicly because I didn't necessarily take it, but the GPS thing is right. And the truth is, I have a tremendous amount of concern for trucks driving down Coconut Creek Parkway and Lyons down our educational corridor. That is something that I'm going to have a very hard time getting over. And that to me is so significant. And candidly, Herbie, I appreciate how your diligence. You can't get over that. There's not a response to that. You can't say, I want my truck drivers to go A, B, and C. So that there, I get that, but that concerns me. Now, the other thing that concerns me that we had a conversation with that I'm going to backtrack on is the amount of users. Originally, because we had this conversation, I'll say it to my colleagues, I was like, you know what? It can, you know, to me, I had an issue with the bays, right? Over 100 truck bays. Let's just say hypothetically, they broke it down to 100 users. That's 100 trucks there at any given time. That's crazy to me. Now, then I thought to myself, okay, well, what if we limit the number of potential users that could rent space or things like that, right? You can't do that because imagine Amazon. They're going to come and take all 3 buildings and then you're maximizing trucks. So that's my rationale with some of this, good, bad, or indifferent. We can't cherry pick what happened up in the north end of the city, meaning US Cabinets. There's a picture of it. US Cabinets was built as potentially a logistical center. We are just blessed with a long-term end user that happens to have zero footprint at any given time. I guess I don't want to ask you the question if you have a tenant. I'm not going to ask that, but like to me, that I don't want the answer, right? Because I think that it could be a red herring. But to me, and we can't control that, that's really significant to me. So listen, I'm very lost on this project because the one hurdle I'm having is this truck traffic. And I understand the trips and I understand call apples to apples and oranges to oranges. But that to me is difficult. So a couple questions I just want to ask my staff. Scott, as approved Kohl's and Lowe's, even though understanding the Margate parcel is included, what's the max height on what's approved right now? What are the height?
Max height for Lowe's 49 feet, Kohl's is 43 feet.
Okay. And that included essentially a parking lot on the Margate parcel, right?
Yes.
And you're not going to have the answer for this, but if the project was to come back with the Margate parcel in some capacity, could entrances and exits be moved to the Margate parcel?
There are platted access points on that piece. Yes.
Let me correct the question. Right now, as proposed, there's an entrance and egress that is candidly a disastrous way with what's going on across the street at any given time. My question is if hypothetically things were reevaluated, if you moved that entrance down the road, if there was some other venture with the Margate parcel in some capacity, I'm just saying, could you make the like a larger entrance more Western centric on the property?
I can't answer that question with any certainty whatsoever.
Okay. I wanted to ask. It's important for me to ask.
If I could add something on that, because I know you were asking about it earlier, you can see where that entrance is on the Margate parcel. It's the western one shown on that diagram. That parcel is closer to the Banks Road intersection and less likely to get a light than the entrance we already have that's roughly halfway between Lyons and Banks. So you'd get a light at this entrance. You'd get a light at this entrance before you'd get one on the western piece that's closer to Banks Road. In fact, I believe, in fact, you can see it, that western entrance was a right turn in and right turn out only. It wasn't left turns. You can see there's no median break there.
So I guess I'll flip it back to my colleagues. The excess truck traffic is significant to me. And I will tell you, and I get it, but the other potential issue I have is, is the Margate piece. I get we've had a tumultuous relationship with the city of Margate, whether it's the fire, but at the end of the day, we're neighbors. At the end of the day, this is a node that theoretically is the entrance point to both cities. That's to me.
Well, in all fairness,
Yeah.
look what they built at our entrance.
Which one?
Which one? Coconut Creek Parkway?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, we can't make up our past misdeeds. We can only look forward. But I will then forget the Margate parcel. And let me say this. This is the entrance to our city.
Yes.
So I'll leave it at that. I'll turn to my colleagues with any questions.
Well, that being said, the opening of our city now has homeless people going in and out of it. What's a better look? A nice building that's there or the homeless people with shopping carts? I see it every day. This is not something that I'm making up. We see it. So you got to understand that if we're talking about logistically looking at this from a standpoint as the entrance of our city, what are we looking at? We're looking at homeless people going in and out of that property almost all day long. We're looking at it that they're going into people's houses.
Yeah, but you know what? Then we got to take some ownership that that's an
We do.
issue as a city. And the property owner, not Dennis and his client, have to take some ownership. And there
Okay.
needs to be something proactively done that has nothing to do with this development. That's the truth.
Well,
And then with yeah, Commissioner Rayleigh.
Thank you. Yeah, when you develop, this is for our lifetime and the neighbor's lifetime. So we really have to be very careful. But there is something, Dennis, that I would like to address about the 12 feet of property. What happens if only a portion of the residents accept that 12 feet? Are you going to put a fence across that entire piece? Whether the property line, whether the residents want to move their fence or not, because now you have a parcel that's in limbo.
Yeah, so if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Herbie.
Commissioner, Ray, so that was a big part of the meeting last night, right? And we were crystal clear that, hey, we need to have consensus here because we tried our best to put ourselves in the shoes of those homeowners. It doesn't make sense to kind of have a Tetris setup where one person is, 12 feet in and one person's not. What was great to hear was that there was generally, and again, we didn't come to a firm decision, but generally there was a lot of excitement around kind of this option. And even the few residents that weren't there were like 3 residents from Cocoa Palms that weren't there, and pretty much everyone was there from Lakewood East that it impacted. They all were like, oh, I have no, very confident they would be able to convince their neighbors that this was going to be an incredible result for their backyard. Probably also worth, highlighting that, in the event of a live local deal, that would obviously not be on the table. Goes without saying probably. So just important to kind of keep that in your mind as you think through these core residents that live on the property line that objectively are the most impacted.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
And this is kind of like shifting gears here, but I kind of found a little exception to the reference to the live local and the prospect of 800 units. When I spoke to our staff, not just your staff, Josh, our staff, that it was more of a 10 units per acre on the 36 acres. So I would.
That's not the highest density in the city of Coconut.
No, but it's not within the city, it's within a lesser parameter.
No, only the height is within a mile. The density is anywhere within the city of Coconut Creek. The height is within a mile in the city of Coconut Creek, but the density is anywhere in the city. I've got the bill right here with me if you want the language.
What?
maybe your staff can answer that.
Well, maybe you want yours to defer.
I would like to just say this with regards to this particular legislation. It became effective a couple of weeks ago.
July 1. Mhm.
Everyone is evaluating it, every city, every developer. Dennis can't say for certain what the density that would be allowed. We can't say for certain what the density would be allowed. We're looking at it, we're evaluating it, not just for this property, but just it's going to affect other properties.
Absolutely.
So
that's you're making the point that I was getting at, that we really shouldn't throw a large number out there and expect that it is an accurate number.
what I can
So
say is
I appreciate it.
this is real. This legislation is real. The
Yes.
impacts are real. The removal of local government
Out of the
overview
picture, yeah.
is real. But in terms of what impact and what this project could potentially be, I couldn't tell you right now.
Right. And that it has to have a commercial component as well.
Right. If I could clarify. So
Thank you.
Scott is correct.
you.
We don't know.
Thank you, my city attorney.
Sorry. We don't necessarily know the exact density, but Dennis is right in that the density is citywide. It's the height that's within a mile. That being said, because we do have less than 20% of our properties designated as commercial or industrial, there is a requirement that it be mixed use if the Live Local Act is used. So it wouldn't be all residential.
Right, but the thing that's very unusual about that, if your city has less than 20% commercial or industrial, then it has to be mixed use. But what the act says is if a project is mixed use, it must have a minimum of 65% residential. It doesn't have a minimum for non-residential. So what you could end up with is apartment buildings with, a 2,000 square foot Starbucks in one building, and that would satisfy the requirement because it's a minimum of 65% residential. So the commercial could be a very minor part of this, and they would still qualify under the Live Local Act.
And not necessarily good for either party.
That's not what we want to do. But what has happened on this property is every different alternative that has been tried has been rejected by the neighborhood. The shopping center was rejected and litigated. The townhouse development from Lennar was rejected by the neighborhood. The combination commercial and residential development by Integra was rejected by the neighborhood. If this is rejected, what's left? The Live Local Act is what's left because there isn't anything else. And the Live Local Act gives them the ability to build it without ever coming to a meeting here. It's only administrative. It's very clear in the act. Not a single public hearing would be required. And there would be no ability to have us do anything that's not in the code. 8-foot walls aren't required between residential and residential. All the other improvements and all the other things we offer would be out the window unless they're required by code. I don't like talking about this because it sounds like I'm threatening, but what's left with all the other things that have been rejected? If this is rejected, there isn't anything left.
Can I ask a quick question? City manager, city attorney, if we do the Live Local, what's the tax deferral? How many years is that?
30 years.
30 years.
And he's speaking as an expert and not as a citizen.
We're not taking public comment, respectfully. We've taken public comment. The applicant has a chance to answer. This is commission discussion at this point, with all due respect to everyone here and who's staying late.
He's an expert.
He's not an expert right now. With all due respect, Mr. Martone. Anyone have any questions for our staff or Mr. Mealy as the applicant? I mean, I'm open. This is it. Or do you want to discuss anything else? Because here's the reality. I'll tell you this. If there's consensus to in any way move this forward, I'm prepared to change things significantly. If Dennis, he can read the room. If you're asking for time to have a sit down with some of these neighbors and see if there's some modification, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, because I got to tell you, I have grave concerns on some aspects of this. And if the state government feels that affordable housing is the way, then, maybe Tallahassee knows better than us.
So
I would like to hear what he
throw this
said.
out there. Do you think we could defer this until the next meeting?
Yeah,
Give time to line it up a little bit better?
Herbies.
Commissioner Wallace, I just think it's.
Herbie, I'm going to ask you to use Mr. Mealy at this point because, we're in quasi judicial. You may be the client, but he's your representative. And
Absolutely. I wanted to kind of address maybe your question, just given that email. Okay, as long as you're. Just very quickly, I would encourage you all as commissioners to maybe ask the neighbors what they would prefer. We were overwhelmed, at least last night, focusing again just on the neighbors that lived on the property line. And we brought up Live Local transparently, and the feedback was resounding. I would encourage you all to have similar conversations with the neighborhood community, and kind of look at these two options and determine what you think is the lesser evil of the two. I think that's probably, ultimately your decision.
Well, listen, I want to, if I can, I understand, and I had this feeling when I met with you and Mr. Mealy, a sense of just this angst and this this has to happen, this desperation. And I got to tell you, we're here representing tens of thousands of people. And I think somebody brought up a great point today, is that everybody who spoke on behalf of the developer doesn't live here. And it's really important. Oh, thank you. It's very important that we have to be thoughtful. We have to be thorough, and this pressure, and I can respect Commissioner Brody and in his thought of a deferral, because there's so much at stake, and this new law comes in July 1st, and here we are with this massive plot of land, the second to last plot of land we have in the city that's up for development. And here we are at 12:30 at night, 12:07 at night, and where are we at? You know, and I think it's important that when you think about the traffic concern, and you think about that red light, that traffic light that's not going to get put in, and you think about the trucks that are turning right out of there onto Atlantic, what are they going to do? They're going to make a U-turn to come back on Atlantic? No, they're going to turn right on Banks. We all know that. I understand it's Margate. I get it, but we know what they're going to do. They're going to turn right on Banks, and they're going to loop around to Coconut Creek Parkway, and they're going to come back out however that's just, we're at a stage here where, yes, the time and effort has been put in, and I cannot, I know what it's like to work on something and then somebody else have to evaluate it, and you don't hear sometimes what you want to hear. And I get it. This has been going on for a long time, but this is, like I said at the beginning, this is land that once it's developed and it's here. And I think Jackie and Commissioner Raley said it. This is for today. This is for tomorrow. These are for the people, you know, and we have to be thorough. And I respect the property owner. I do, because property rights is one of the most important things of being an American citizen. But at the same time, we have a responsibility up in this dais, and it's not, haste makes waste. And I feel the pressure, Mr. Klotz, that you're bringing to this, and the angst you brought to the podium. I'm just not appreciating it.
I think we should defer it.
And if you do defer it, we will meet with everybody in the intervening time period to see if we can work out some of these things with the city and the neighbors.
So.
I'm sorry.
No,
Can I?
Listen.
Okay.
Commissioner Brody brought up
I
a
know.
comment. I'll
Yeah.
ask Commissioner Raley, Vice Mayor, and I'll
Yeah.
make a comment.
I know it's late and we're all tired, and we all know what happens when we get tired. But my concern is, can we change traffic patterns? Can we change the height of the building?
So
I know we can't change traffic patterns. I know it's the trucks.
Well-
If there's something that can be done with those bays, because it's right smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood
So-
of residential.
We've heard you. We understand the issues you want us to look at. Give us the time to do it. The one thing I must say about the traffic, why wouldn't somebody who's coming off of the turnpike just go straight down 31st and make a right on Atlantic? Why are we assuming that they're coming off Coconut Creek Parkway and going down there and coming down Why wouldn't they just get off the turnpike and go south on 31st to Atlantic? That's what I would do.
But I know that's what you would do.
Just a
That's what
straight
I would
shot.
do. But also, if I'm following my GPS to go home, right, into Winmore, it takes me from Coconut Creek Parkway over to Copans, up to Copans, and then back down again because it doesn't recognize an address. So if a GPS is going to defer you from point A to point B and not the shortest route, it could cause a problem. But
We'll work on that
We'll see.
GPS stuff too.
get a new program out, please, Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Raley. Vice Mayor Welch.
Well,
you got a thought?
I would like to give them the opportunity to come back and see if anything can change that. And there are opportunities for it to be more compatible, because right now with the traffic conditions for the trucks coming out without a signal, to me, it is just not compatible for the opportunities of the routes that they would have to take to get out of there.
But Vice Mayor, where else the roads are there already. Atlantic is there, Alliance is there. What else? What other turns and lefts and rights can
Well, if
we
they have,
produce?
if they have a light on Atlantics out of to egress,
But the light was already not approved.
what?
The light the light was not approved?
There
Or
was
hasn't,
a-
they haven't been
what-
put in for that yet?
It didn't warrant it.
It didn't warrant it, okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't approved yet.
Okay.
Is the important statement.
I could dig the yet,
So they could,
but it's
They-
not warranted. So can you explain, Scott, the process of if it's not warranted, what are the odds and chances of a traffic light like that going through? And what success have we had?
I
I
will-
know
I
we
will
talked
tell-
about the one, but
What I do agree with Dennis when he said the odds without the project being built, the odds are very slim. Doing a warrant analysis after the project is built, and those trips are on the road, in the driveways, out the driveways, there is potential for one. How great that potential is, I don't know, because again, what we're talking about is a project that has reduced traffic than what was previously projected. And that's probably the biggest warrant of them all.
so it could take, everything could be built, everything could be done. It could take 10, 12, and I'm just shooting shots here, but it could take some car accidents. It could take some this, it could take some that for the FDOT to be like, you know what, listen, this warrants it because, we've already, this and this has happened. Does that have to happen in order for that to happen? Or how would that evaluate?
And I may ask Michael to come up and answer the question. I am not a traffic engineer and I have not spent a lot of time evaluating traffic studies, but it is a very formal process.
Good evening again. Michael Rigetti, City of Coconut Creek. So when you look at the site plan, you have to understand certain patterns with distribution. And when you look at what's kind of been assigned for each one of the driveways, there's an assignment to those numbers, whether it's vehicles or for trucks. So the proximity of the warrant analysis, those thresholds, basically a consultant would be able to go forward to the county like we did with Cullum Road, where we said, look, we've identified a potential issue here. We have some development that's changed. Promenade has changed. We'd like to study this particular intersection to see if it meets the certain thresholds for a warrant analysis. The developer has committed tonight to putting up a bond or some form of surety that's acceptable to the city, not only to perform the warrant analysis, but more importantly, to put up the money that would have the design and construction and completion of a full signal, if warranted, at that intersection. So the thresholds for that criteria fall upon a number of traffic engineering standards. So they're pretty clear. There's really not a gray area for that. Those items are kind of black and white within certain thresholds. And like I said, it's been a consensus here. I would agree with that. The post-construction evaluation of that intersection, what's the driver behavior, what's the performance, what's actually happening at that location, right? So that's where an engineer, a consulting team would come in, evaluate to see what's happening regarding driver behavior at that location. And then the standard for those criteria on the warrant analysis are pretty set in stone. So you check the boxes as you go through that. Unfortunately, yes, at some locations like Cullum Road, we did not meet those warrant analysis for a signal. The good news is that when Main Street comes forward, we have a developer that's committed to putting in a signal at that location. Again, post-development, we're not at that threshold. It's the worst thing that a traffic engineer has to defend. I need one more accident at this location before I can get something constructed, right? But these thresholds have certain guidelines. Again, the proximity to other signalized intersections, the activity of what's being proposed for development, its intensity, its use, so on and so forth. So, but we do have a developer here that's willing to commit to funding the warrant study, and more importantly, putting up a bond or surety that would allow for the construction of a signalized intersection at that location.
So I guess, I mean, here's what I will say, and then you guys can make any motions you see fit. I think Jackie's right. I don't think, and Jeff, I don't think things are gonna change. Right? I don't think you can't change traffic patterns, you can't change roads, you can't change the sounds and trucks make and how it affects the community. But here's my support of a deferral or a tabling, if hypothetically somebody made a motion to table, for time enough out, and it's the only reason I'm saying that. We've never had a developer offer land to residents, ever. So do I believe that this is the first time I'm hearing it, that is something that in good faith to our residents, we need to give them that opportunity of having a discussion? I do believe that. And I will tell you this, I don't really support this project. I have no problem saying that. But I didn't support the self-storage in my district up in the north end of the city until the entire neighborhood came out and supported it. That happened. That was a vote. I didn't support it. Every neighbor in Crescent Creek came out to support that project, and I was blown away on something. And I go, listen, this is in your yard. You want it? They want it. So I supported something I didn't support. So in my belief is in good faith based on what developed tonight. I'm agreeing with you, Jackie and Jeff. You can't change certain things that I don't know if I can get over my hump to be somewhere that I want to be. But in good faith to these residents, to what I'm counting 5 residents in one neighborhood and about 15 residents in another neighborhood. 14? We're not doing our job unless there's at least a discussion there, regardless. I have no problem tipping my hand to how I feel. So that to me is something that I've never experienced on this dais that I think needs to be at least investigated. Jackie.
With all due respect, that is, and I have to say, and I have to give the developers and Dennis, Mr. Mealy, kudos. You always try to do the best for the community, no question. But again, the things that are concerning can't be changed. And is it fair to the majority of our residents to let 14 residents decide the fate of the neighborhood?
I think, Jackie, that's a great point. I don't know, I just broke the silence. Sorry, it was quiet. I just wanted to break silence.
Well, I make a motion to table the item until the August 24.
If I could, prior to you finishing that motion, maybe September, I think would be more appropriate based on pre-scheduled vacations and maybe cities.
I don't have the date for September.
Brooks.
I'd like to make a motion to table this item until date certain of September 14.
So, Vice Mayor, just to be clear on the motion, are you making a motion to table and regarding items 11, 12, and 13?
I am.
Vice Mayor's made a motion to table items 11, 12, and 13, time certain to the September 14th meeting. Is there a second on Vice Mayor's motion? There's a second on the motion based on the motion to table on 11, 12, and 13 made by Vice Mayor Welch and seconded by Commissioner Brody. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on the motion to table.
Commissioner Wasserman,
No.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
No.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. The motion passes 3-2. Item will be tabled time certain to the September 14th meeting. All comments submitted, all oral comments submitted will be made part of the record therein. If anything new arises between now and then, we will include it. Direction by the commission has been given. City managers report. Everyone could have no report if they so choose.
I do need to get consensus from the commission to submit rates to the property appraiser's office for the trim notice. As it relates to the millage rate, we are recommending submitting the current millage rate that we have now of 6.4463 mills to be advertised on the trim.
So we can go down, but
I'll repeat.
Is it the rollback rate, Karen?
It is not the rollback rate. It is the current rate.
Okay.
Current rate.
So there's not an increase in millage, correct?
No increase in millage rate is what we're proposing to be advertised. We can go down in the millage rate. We would not be able to go up. As it relates to the fire assessment, we are recommending, as per the study that we had done and had planned for the next few years, is a 10% increase for a single family. What that means is the fire assessment rate would go from $257.40 to $283.14. For multifamily, it would go from $231.66 to $254.83. And for mobile home parks, it would go from $128.70 to $141.57. $128.70 to $141.57, and that was for mobile home. For solid waste, we are recommending, this is only for single family. We know we have issues related to, disposal rates, but commercial, AKA residential partly. But we are recommending a 15% increase from the current rate of $329.70 to $380.40. This rate is a higher rate that would allow for transport down to the south Wheelabrator if that's what the commission so chooses in the future.
We're having that
So
discussion
we,
right now?
no, we are not having that discussion right now. What we are suggesting is that we put in this higher, the rate that will allow for that, that provides us the time then to get to what the rate really needs to be. But remember, whatever rate we submit, we can't go up. We can only go down. So it will be on the trim at this rate, but it may actually be less when it is actually approved. So that was what staff is recommending to submit to the property appraiser's office for the trim notices. Do I have a consensus?
Consensus.
Can we go item by item?
Sure.
Please.
For the millage rate, for this, to remain the same
I get
as the
consensus on
current
that.
rate.
Members of the
Yes.
commission on the millage rate to stay the same. That's a
Okay.
yes.
On the fire assessment, a 10% increase.
Yes.
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 And on the solid waste, a 15% increase.
No.
We don't have,
Well.
what other choice
we do.
would we have? Because if we want to haul it to the south Wheelabrator, what other choice do we have?
Yeah, I think there's other choices, but I think that needs to a larger discussion.
Well,
Remember, you can't go up. You can only go down.
I mean, listen, I'm a no on a 15%, everyone. You
Yeah,
all-
15% seems high. So I'm a no.
but you don't
Give us options.
know the numbers in the hauling and
So that
And,
needs to be
uh,
provided, I guess.
Like Aaron said, we can go down, we can't go up.
the transfer.
Whatever we advertise on the trim notice, we can reduce, we cannot increase.
And the transfer, waste management's new transfer costs. Significant.
We're not gonna. Okay.
This isn't determining the rate. This is just putting on the trim notice. It's the official notification to the public of the max that it could be.
Well, I'm going to say
Can we
yes.
make a note? Do we make a note of that? Do we communicate that to our residents? Because once
It's
they
not-
see 15%, they're going to think that's written in stone.
Well, if they read their trim notice,
That'll be
they
the
will know that those
perception.
are just proposes and subject to change.
Okay.
So is there consensus or no?
Well, if we vote no, where do we go from here?
So if you don't want to do the higher rate, it would be and I'm going to need Peter Gay's help or just confirmation that it would be a 4% increase. Is that correct?
So we go from 15 to 4?
For advertising. Remember, this is
Right,
to
right, but You're
advertise.
saying we can't go up. So what
If we
don't
advertise
make
only a
that
4% increase and you all then desire to transport our waste to the waste to energy plant, you would not have the funding to do that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
No,
yeah,
I'm
and-
voting yes.
And here's the deal. mean, we should have that conversation because if we don't take it down there, it's going to be landfilled. We do not want it to be landfilled.
So enlighten me, how do we get from 4% to 15%? That's a huge gap.
Because that's the additional cost, the
Okay.
hauling cost to transfer it from north to south.
But if you're maxing it out at 15, why can't you say 8%, 9%, 10%? Where did 15 come from?
Let's wiggle.
That's what I'm trying to
That
figure out.
comes from the cost of transferring it down to the south Wheeler
So
Brader.
we have those numbers in.
So if we don't do the 15%,
We do have
we
those
don't
numbers.
have a choice.
So if I
of
may,
Sending it.
when we entered into the agreement with Republic, we had set rates for delivering it, hauling it to the south. So those rates were already set. They increase by CPI every year. So that was already factored into
was
the agreement.
contemplated.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Okay, so I have consensus to submit these rates. Thank you. I have the results of the employee survey. We had a response rate of 71% of our employees. Overall, the city's results are positive and we gained some good insights as to strengths and opportunities for improvement. A few items that showed up as areas of concern either throughout the city or in several departments were most notably health insurance, compensation, and professional or leadership development and growth opportunities. And we will intend to take a close look at these areas. There were some department-specific areas of concern that were raised that will be reviewed closely to determine the best course of action. And I intend to meet with each one of you to discuss it after staff has had the opportunity to fully evaluate it.
So are we doing self-evaluation on that? Is that what you're saying?
A self-evaluation?
Self-evaluation on what was brought up?
No, it's not a self-evaluation. We're going to evaluate what was provided in the survey and
Yeah, I
analyze.
think you know where I'm going. I don't think we should be self-investigating anything that was on that document. I think we need an outside that.
I'm happy to discuss it with you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, I do think that this survey was supposed to, for constructive purposes, right? Constructive criticism.
Yes.
Okay, so if we don't handle it, or Karen and her leaders don't handle it, who will?
We get a third-party HR company to come in, lawyer maybe, that helms up HR stuff and have them evaluated as a third party so that we're not looking like we're trying to.
We can certainly do that.
Sure, let's talk about that, please.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was trying to head away from this discussion, but I think we need more clarity on issues. And then we can make a decision on moving forward as a commission. That's my feeling. So anything
Okay.
else, Madam Brooks?
That's it. Thank you very much.
Madam Paver?
Highburn for the record, sorry.
I'm sorry, it's late.
I know it's late. I
Do you know your
apologize.
name?
Thank you. I know. I appreciate it.
Francisco today, so I'm,
I understand. Everybody's tired.
Jackie called Danny Francisco, so I'm okay with that.
Look, I'm Jim Brady for those all concerned on this dais.
I'm glad to be able to
Go.
add some levity to it. I just wanted to give you an update as it relates to the Seminole and the state of Florida compact.
Things that could have been said in an email.
As you know, there is a result in the West Flagler versus Department of the Interior opinion. I did send an email. I just want to make sure you and everybody is aware of it, where basically the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia recently reversed the lower court decision and determined that the district court erred by reading into the Seminole Compact with the state of Florida a legal effect that does not and cannot have that it does not and cannot have, namely independently authorizing betting by patrons located outside of tribal lands. So this is the online sports betting piece, which was challenged. The short version is they said the secretary did not violate the Administrative Procedure Act in choosing not to act, and thereby allowing the compact to go into effect by operation of law. And so at this point, The state of Florida and Seminole Compact still stands from 2021. And they have, the challengers have about 30 days to appeal from the June 30th order. If they do not appeal, then the decision will stand and the state will be able to collect money from the tribe, which the city gets a percentage. So just wanted to make sure you saw that. Otherwise, I just want to say that Eve and I had the pleasure of speaking at the Florida Municipal Attorneys Association Conference this past weekend up in Boca Raton. It's a statewide conference, and we spoke on the ABCs of contract drafting for municipal contracts, and it was well received and we enjoyed it. And thank you for your support and allowing us to do so. Thank you.
That it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Commissioner Wasserman.
You said that so joyfully.
I was hoping you were going to say no report.
Well, we're not going to be here till the end of August, so might as well. Yeah. So I wanted to say, I know we weren't able to say anything in June, but big shout out to Sergeant Hendricks, Officer Sudman, and Jackson for going in the Pride Parade. I thought it was really cool that our police were showing an inclusive culture in the city. So I was really grateful for them doing that. The social media, I brought this up to city manager. I think with a lot of the videos that are advertised, and I spoke to Yvonne, and I just wanted to bring in the commission on it as well. A lot of the videos that are posted on social media, advertising things, programs, events, it's the mayor and then there's a bunch of city staff. And I think this is not to say anything about city staff. I respect them. I think they do an incredible job. But the commission has been, the commission is elected. We're chosen by the people. And I think we're the representatives of the people. And I think a lot of the time, some of these videos and some of these things should come from us. Because we're the ones who went door to door. We're the ones who speak to these people. We're the ones who they go to when they have something. And I do think, I think with Yvonne, we came up with a little compromise and kind of splashing a little bit of this and that. But I wanted to kind of get your guys' consensus on if you guys would be, wanting to participate in some of these videos and kind of work together towards pushing these goals and programs that we have. And I think one of the points that Yvonne brought to me was the diversity of the people in the videos. And I think it's great. I think it's very important. I think I want to maintain that, but I think we should have a little stake in the game on some of these program videos and things to encourage, I don't know. What do you think? Anybody? Nothing?
I agree with you completely. I brought this up in past years, and traditionally, even though I'm the mayor right now, we rotate. I do believe all of us should be doing things like that.
Yeah, I was going to put it to you, see what you thought.
I agree. This isn't ego to me. I agree with you, Jeff. I think you're absolutely correct. And I think all of us should be doing that, candidly. I don't need a monopoly on doing videos, especially when I look like a weirdo half the time.
Were you suggesting that we do them all together? No, I'm only kidding.
I think once in a while it wouldn't hurt.
You know what? I don't think you're wrong. I think the commission as a leadership body, I think there should be more. I think Yvonne's hearing the direction, and I think Karen's hearing the direction with that. I think we should all be faces of the city.
I think it'd be nice for everybody to see our sense of humor, because we do have good sense of humor. So,
all right. So
Not
cool.
at 1 a.m.
Not at 1 a.m.
All right. So you got what you wanted, Jeff. Next, anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I was wondering if maybe, we brought the aquatic center numerous times, in the city. The township has an aquatic center. Was there ever any thought in the city's history to maybe build a relationship with the township pool, because it is an Olympic sized pool? And was there ever any thought to maybe reach out to them in terms of some sort of deal or some sort of partnership or rental agreement with them to kind of utilize that in terms of a city aquatic area?
Not that I'm aware of. We had reached out to them to try to partner with them for their theater, and without a lot of success, but it's certainly something we could reach out and try to do.
Yeah, we got a swim team. All right, Josh, I'm done.
There's a swim team
Try
that
coming
is
in.
Coconut Creek based that swim. There's out of township, just so you know.
Well, I think they had to go somewhere else.
They did, and then they're back.
Okay, good.
So I know that because my daughter swims. So the answer is there is a Coconut Creek based, we'll call it like what you would call a travel team. I don't want to belabor it. I'm happy to talk to you more about it later. Commissioner Brennan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did say I was done.
well, I'm gonna keep my mind short. Some people
No
know.
report is short, but go on.
Wow, well, we got another half an hour before it's 1 a.m. So here we go. as everybody knows, most people knows, but it's been going on. I started at a company and May 15th and July 1st, the owner died of cancer. And it was quick. I started on the 15th, he went in the hospital on the 14th. So I never even actually was in the building with him at the same time after my interview. And it was heart-wrenching. This guy was amazing. It was kind of funny. We kind of had the same personality and stuff. And we were just eye to eye on everything. It was one of those amazing things. And, you know, to watch him just quickly deteriorate. I mean, the guy was making meetings Tuesday and he passed away on Friday. So it impacted my life a little bit. And, you know, as my wife and I discussed the impact, for me, it made me kind of realize that I am not going to wait till I'm retired to do stuff. I'm certainly not going to start editing myself anymore because life is too short. You get one chance at this, and it's really opened my eyes. He wasn't that much older than me. Not that I'm old, but he wasn't old either. But it definitely made me start thinking that, you know, we really got to appreciate everything we have in our hands right now. And definitely going to be looking at my life every single day a little different and taking advantage of every moment in my life. I'm going to tell you right now, I have a hope box. I know it sounds weird for a grown man to have that, but ever since I got into this position, I've saved every scrap of paper that said Commissioner John Brody on it. I've saved every picture that I could possibly take. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, cherish the moments because they're not guaranteed.
I just want to say thank you for all the birthday wishes. I really appreciated it. Thank you very much. I also want to wish Chick again, happy 100th birthday. And thank you, Mayor, for coming and wishing one of our residents in Winmore a happy birthday. She also was 100 yesterday.
Was quite an experience.
And it was
this
quite an
afternoon.
experience. Yes. So thank you for that. I'm sorry, I can't think anymore. But I do want to thank Chief Arnell and Jeanette. Thank you so much for meeting with us. We are bringing in, trying to solidify, and our city manager, Winmore, is trying to solidify the process of bringing in Coconut Creek Police Department to help us with traffic control. So looking forward to that. Thank you. Have a great month. I'll be MIA for a couple of weeks on vacay. Stay well, stay healthy, and good night.
Vice Mayor.
Just quickly, it was a great ambassador program tonight. I'm sorry that it was one of the least attended, but it was very robust, and there were some, I thought, some great thoughts that came out of it. I was glad that the Spitfire Farms woman was here so that she knows that we haven't forgotten about them, and we are having a community meeting. It got pushed from the first of the summer. I think it's going now to the end of the summer, but it's to discuss a number of things that occur over there in the equestrian farm. So it will be very robust, from water and sewer to some even better topics. This good meeting tonight.
I was going to have no report, but I'll just say to my colleagues, if you haven't been out to Spitfire with Ujola, you should get there, because what she's done with that equestrian facility is she's made it a diamond, a beyond diamond in our city. I have nothing further. Is there a motion?
Motion.
We're adjourned.